Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good day, getting things going, getting things started, getting life going. I'm just kind of, I'm in slow mode today, just a little bit. I'm going to start off with, you guys, everybody knows Navy vet, Navy vet 103 that's been in our chat for the last going on 7 years. I guess it is somewhere right around there. As most everybody knows, Navy vet has left his job to take care of his grandmother, who for the last 11 years has needed daycare, night care, continuous. Pretty much continuous care, and they couldn't afford to bring somebody from outside the house, outside of the family in. Medicare wouldn't cover it, so he left his job and took in. Okay, all right. Yeah, so he quit his job in order to take care of her. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop into chat the give, send, go that's been set up for him. And folks, instead of donating to me today, I would like to put his information forward, because right now he's in one of those situations. He was able to live and care for her in the retirement community that they were in. And basically what they informed him was that after his grandmother passed, that they were going to increase the lot rent and everything there exponentially. I mean, it's not a little bit; it's a lot, so I'm putting his give, send, go in there, for a fellow truther who comes in and shares as much of his knowledge as he possibly can. Lots of links, lots of information, lots of insight, and sharing continuous prayers with everybody. He's just not in a position yet to be able to go ahead and get back to work, and how easy is it to find a job after you've been out of the workforce for 11 years, and you go in and you try to explain to people why you haven't had a job in 11 years, and all that. So so that's his give, send, go. If I can get somebody to drop that over on the Facebook side too, that would be great. It's I would appreciate that. And we'll just we're going to keep him lifted in prayers, and and everything. So I've had a morning. I've been talking with him quite a bit, and trying to keep him calm, and trying to give him what support I possibly can. He may pop into chat later today, but she passed this morning at 3:30 a.m. And we started communicating sometime around 6 a.m. my time. So I'm a little tired. Between the pup keeping me up and this is what she did to me last night. She did it again. This time she stole the whole blanket. You see that? You see what she's doing? She thinks I'm going to tolerate this, that I'm just going to let this go, that I'm just going to let her have control. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Oh, Lord. Oh, let's see. Yeah, but that's pretty much how my morning has started. Well, other than the snow. And I'm telling you, the biggest flakes that I've ever seen fall pretty much anywhere. I went out and had one in my hand. It covered the entire palm of my hand. Was how big the flakes are. Never seen that before. Even with lake effect snow, it just never. They never seem to be that big. Yeah, you know, get. Okay. All right. Yeah, huge snow. It's I probably got an inch and a half in an hour, so about an hour, somewhere around there. You know, it's his grandma. It's his grandma. And it's what's crazy is is he was telling me is the good thing was that a couple of the great grandkids stayed there with him last night, and they were they were holding hands with her when she passed this morning. So she wasn't alone. She knows that she was well loved and everything. So, but she was everything to him. Everything. She yeah. But this is my thing. Having been a homeless vet, I won't watch it happen to another vet. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't watch it. I refuse. And it's just I'm just I can't see, especially somebody sacrificing their life and their time for a loved one, and to be destitute after that is just too much. I just can't see it. So, and I won't watch another vet go homeless. I can't do it. I can't. It's just I'm like, my brain is like, I try to wrap my brain around how I dealt with it, how I dealt with being in that situation. And let me tell you, the VA was no help at all, none whatsoever. It's, if anything, they made it worse. So it's just not going to happen. I just can't, and won't do it. I'm going to drop the link into the podcast, if I can find it. I think I'm live on X. I think I am. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I think I can. I think I do it as an attachment to it. I think I did it. I'm not positive though. I think I did it. Okay, yeah. So it's in the, what do you call it? The reply thing. And there's a picture of his grandma there. Actually, let me pull it over. Let me do this so that that's his grandma right there. And she is a sweet lady too. It was I had the wonderful opportunity to talk with her a few times that we were communicating. And she is a sweet lady. That Rob and I were communicating, and I don't know how to find the chat on this. How do I find it? How do I find it? I have no idea how to do this on X. Just learning this stuff. So, give me a second. And I think I got it in the chat now on the X side, but it's also in the comment section too. Like I said, I'm going to do everything to make sure that we avoid another veteran being homeless ever again. It's not right. It's not where we need to be in this world. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start off in my X today. Let me kill this cam and let me see here. I gotta get rid of that, and that should get our speed back up to par. Okay, and I think I got the audio and everything set. So let's find out. Here we go. Oh, context. Flat Earther says, "Wow, so many people." So many awake people painting their roofs blue for protection. Look at all them. That's a lot of blue roofs. Yep. Yeah. Blue tarps covering the roof would probably be helpful. Yeah. And it seems that they're doing it to the cities. They're not doing it so much in the rural communities. They're doing it in the cities, So Laura Loomer, Hillary and Chelsea Clinton got loomered. Let's see. Joel Fisher says, if we can only get 5 more at Laura Loomer, we would be in better shape. Laura is a real American patriot who fights for the truth.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Because this book's for everyone, including women who have wanted to speak up but have been told to quiet down, can you sign it for my friend Juanita Broderick because she's been silenced by your parents, especially Bill Clinton, who's a rapist? Can you sign it for her?
Thank you for coming today.
Can you sign it? Thanks.
Hi, it's so great to see you.
Well, it's great for you to be here.
Thanks for having me. So the American people would really like to know what happened to your 33,000 emails? What happened in Benghazi?
Go read the book.
What happened to the millions of dollars that was supposed to go to the people in Haiti?
You know what? I'm so sorry you believe things that are untrue.
What happened to Seth Rich?
Hi. Nice
What happened to your health, Hillary?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Because this book.
Yeah. She got loomered, Yeah. Space Shot says, by now you have seen the video of 45's inauguration where the JAG officer and the military intelligence guys were behind one. Has anybody noticed the guy who walked down before they did and put down what looks like 2 leather belts on either side of President Trump? I have no idea what they were or what they symbolized, only guesses.
To President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been. Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people, to President Obama.
See him? See him there? You back it up a little bit. He's got one in each hand. Let's see if anybody says. Interesting. Never thought about it. Do we know anybody with Q clearance that can tell us? Less than 10 can confirm me. Let's see. Same here. Just noticed today when I went back for the guys behind him. Looks to me like umbrella looks to me like umbrella handles. I remember the weather that day was off and on drizzle. Transition. Michelle Obama and Michelle assisted greatly with the transition. Was it a short or a long transition? I wonder. That's a military event, not an inauguration. They look like umbrellas. Yeah, everybody seems to think that they're umbrellas. So, okay. Well, that answered that question, I guess. Ian Miles Xiong. A group of black teenagers beat a shy white teenage girl named Dakota, who's on the spectrum, autism spectrum, for no reason. At Popular Pier in Melbourne, Australia, the beating only stopped when a passerby interrupted them. They left the girl with severe injuries, hospitalizing her. Paramedics counted over 55 individual blows. That's worse. That's worse. What's worse is that after the beating, which they filmed, they uploaded it onto social media and sent it to her sister to make fun of her. Now she's too afraid to even leave the house, and the police haven't arrested any of the attackers.
Blow after sickening blow. Year 9 student Dakota cowers as she's subjected to a brutal bashing.
When I see my daughter's face, I was beside myself.
The 14-year-old who lives with autism was walking along Altona Pier with a friend on Wednesday afternoon when she was set upon by a group of 5 teenage girls.
They thought it was funny.
The footage, too confronting to play in full, shows Dakota being punched, her hair pulled, and an energy drink poured on her head.
The paramedic counted how many times my daughter had a blow to the head, and it was over 55. She could have been killed.
The attack only came to an end when a man intervened.
That's enough, man. She's little, yeah?
Adding insult to injury, the video was posted online and sent to the teen's older sister.
To see your daughter go through that, and you're just helpless. Helpless.
The girl from Melbourne's West spent a night in hospital. Police say the attackers are known to the victim, but no arrests have been made. The victim is a shy and timid 14-year-old girl, but her mum says she's just beginning to come out of her shell. That confidence has been shattered since the attack, with the schoolgirl too scared to even walk out of her home without the company of her mum.
My daughter won't even go back to school now. So there's her education. How can this keep happening, to our children? It's not right.
A real shame. And it's going on worldwide. It's not just a little bit, Worldwide. It's going on everywhere, MJ Truth put out Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold is triggered by SCOTUS decision not to remove Trump from the ballot. This is the same person who destroyed election data. And there's the information link for it right there. All criminals are panicking.
My larger reaction is disappointment. I do believe that states should be able, under our Constitution, to bar oath-breaking insurrectionists. And ultimately, this decision leaves open the door for Congress to act to pass authorizing legislation. But we know that Congress is a nearly non-functioning body. So ultimately, it will be up to the American voters to save our democracy in November.
This was a unanimous decision, and
my larger reaction is disappointment.
Yeah. Well, pretty soon, I think you're going to see jail time there, sweetheart. I really do. Yep. You know, so Santa Servant says MAGA winning so far on Monday, 3/4/2024. SCOTUS ruled that Trump stays on the presidential ballot. Texas federal court ruled Texas law enforcement can arrest and jail illegal immigrants crossing the border. Gold up over $2,117 by midday. Tricky Nikki canceling all advertisements for 2024 election. Pakistan joined BRICS. LGBTQ is officially banned in Russia and labels as an extremist movement, punishment by up to 12 years in prison. Well. Queen Patty Lex. Now, listen, I understand news needs to be reported. However, why is chaos, celebrities, and corrupt politicians all they ever report on? Why is evil the only thing reported on when there's so much good going on as well? It's like media forces us to live in a dark world when both, well, let's listen to her.
Every time you turn on the TV, it's still the same dry ass news. Come here, petty and petty acts. Move the fuck around, Audie. Do anybody else get tired of seeing the same dry ass shit? I don't know about y'all, but I don't like mainstream media stations like Breakfast Club, you know, the big news sites and all the mass reporting sites there is out there. Seriously, y'all think about it. All they ever report on is these motherfucking celebrities and these cheating, lying ass politicians. I mean, ain't y'all tired of talking about the same dry ass shit? Because I'm tired of hearing about it. I mean, I'm for real. How many times are we going to have to hear about Beyonce, Chris Brown, R. Kelly, Megan Thee Stallion and her crusty ass foot getting grazed? I mean, how many times? How many times we going to hear about these damn politicians stealing? We know they steal. They've been doing this shit since the beginning of time. Every 10 minutes, it's a story coming out about a damn celebrity or a greasy-ass politician. That shit is crazy to me because those people are a very small group of people. And there's 330 million motherfucking ninjas out here in America that do great shit too. But because they don't have no damn schmutty, no audience, they don't get no damn recognition. Damn! Why they the only important people out here? People want to fuss and complain about how they be ramming them gender, you know, the gender folk stuff down our throats. But all they do is ram these damn celebrities and shit down our throats too. Like, who gives a damn at this point? Shit! Y'all better start with putting some motherfucking respect on our greatness. That's what we need. A platform that's going to be for the little people. That put shine on the little people. Damn them celebrities. I'm tired of hearing about them and them greasy ass politicians. We don't give a damn.
I love her. I love her. We're going to join her channel right now. We are following this girl.
Every time you turn on the TV.
All right. Niche Girl put out, doesn't look like manufacturing jobs will return to America.
This is really, really sketchy. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Fink, Morgan Stanley. Hold on. Blackstone chairman Steven Schwarzman and also Disney CEO Bob Iger. And the Bank of America chairman. Oh, and the Rothschild family just so happened to show up. Can't forget the Adobe CEO either, right? All for Reliance chairman Mukesh Ambani's son's wedding. Huh, who is the Ambani family? Well, let me show you. Mukesh Ambani just so happens to be the richest man in India, worth $113 billion, and also the CEO of Reliance Industries. Reliance. Hey, isn't that group that helped Israel create that new Pegasus system? A system that just so happens to supposedly be able to track and sell specific millionaire and billionaire data. Hey, wait a minute. That system just so happens to be on the red alert list for the United States. Something that is specifically known for cyber attacks worldwide. A system that also might or might not be capable of providing a sense of blackmail for certain politicians worldwide as well. Not officially laying claim to anything being true, but let's get further into the Ambani family. Oh wait, the Ambani family, who just so happened to build the world's largest zoo, in quotations, with it being fucking 280 fucking acres of a project. Let's get into his daughter, because this is Mukesh Ambani's daughter. He just so happens to be a CEO of Tyra Beauty, Hamleys, Agio, Cover Story, Fresh Pick, NetMeds, gotta love that one. Or she just so happens to own 7-Eleven, which just so happens to be the #1 supposed convenience store worldwide. But enough of our daughter. As you can see, India's dream, specifically the Ambani family, has dreams of replacing China as the world's factory. And the country is attracting a growing share of smartphone production as well, but its structural weaknesses such as poverty are an obstacle. Let's talk about why the specific billionaires just so happen to be at this wedding. South Asian giant, which dreams of competing with China in global value chain, has successfully drawn leading electronics brands in recent years. Notably and ironically, the only iPhone that just so happens to blow up in your fucking pocket. And you can't forget about Google's new Pixel 8 and Samsung's Galaxy S24 are all manufactured in India as well. With even Elon Musk considering setting up an electric vehicle factory in the country as well. As you can see, in 2022, Apple shifted up a gear and began manufacturing its latest models there, first with the iPhone 14 and then with the iPhone 15. Now between 12% and fucking 14% of iPhones are sold worldwide or made in India. With supposedly by the end of 2024, a quarter of all Apple smartphones are expected to come out of Indian factories. So, okay, cool. We know where Tim Cook and Elon Musk intentions lie. But let's get into other individuals who just so happen to be at the specific wedding as well. Blackstone CEO Steven Schwarzman supposedly collected $896.7 million last year. And when accounting for the dividends, both men collect more than the CEOs of the biggest Wall Street banks, where compensation packages for top brass typically tally in the tens of millions. Oh wait, Blackstone Group is another large and well-known private equity firm that was known for being criticized for its role in the 2008 financial crisis. And how ironic for that presidency to be under Obama. If anybody at this point can confidently say that Obama was a good president, you have something wrong with you. You are literally the epitome of the problem. You probably still support Biden. But it was also known for its involvement in the creation of the controversial private equity bomb. Did you know at the end of 1994, BlackRock was managing $53 billion in 1994? Schwarzman and Fink had an internal dispute over methods of compensation and equity. Fink wanted to share equity with new hires to lure talent from banks, unlike Schwarzman, who did not want to go further, lower Blackstone's stake. And they agreed to part ways, and Schwarzman supposedly sold BlackRock to Larry Fink. Oh, and you can't forget, in January 2020, the PNC Financial Services sold its stake in BlackRock for $14.4 billion. In March 2020, the Federal Reserve chose BlackRock to manage two corporate bond buying programs in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The $500 billion that might or might not have gone missing in the PMCCF and the SMCCF, as well as purchased by the Federal Reserve and commercial mortgage-backed securities that were guaranteed by the Government National Mortgage Association. And in August of 2020, BlackRock just so happened to receive approval from the China Securities Regulatory Commission to set up a mutual fund business in the country. This made BlackRock the first global asset manager to get consent from the Chinese government to start operations in the country. And BlackRock and Larry Fink just so happen to be under investigation right now for supposedly supplying the Chinese military with a lot of fucking data and a lot of fucking finances. I am not going to lay claim to anything officially being true, but you can Google it for yourself. Quite literally trillions of fucking dollars. Oh, and did you know on December 28th, 2022, it was announced that BlackRock and Vladimir Zelensky had a coordinated role for the company in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Oh, and you can't forget, in August of 2023, right after the Mali wildfires, by the way, BlackRock signed an agreement with New Zealand to establish a New Zealand $2 billion investment fund for solar, wind, green hydrogen, battery storage, and EV charging projects as part of its goal of reaching 100% renewable energy by 2030. Well, 2030. You know, Saudi Arabia just so happened to announce not so long ago that the Line project is supposed to be also done in 2030. Huh, really makes you think, right? But hold on. In June 2023, BlackRock just so happened to file an application with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission to launch a spot Bitcoin exchange traded fund, an ETF program. Later in November 2023, they filed another application for a spot Ethereum ETF program, the only independent currencies that could be used worldwide aside from the US dollar. And if the applications just so happen to be approved, which they were, these two ETFs would be among the first spot cryptocurrency ETFs in the United States. Oh, wait, that just so happens to remind me that BlackRock not so long ago just declared that they made in 5 weeks $6.31 billion in Bitcoin. And did you know Bitcoin's prices are going up over $2,000 a day? Could Bitcoin rise to $150,000, making it completely unreachable for us in the middle and lower classes? Who knows? I'm not going to officially lay claim to anything being true. But what I would do to be a fly in the fucking room at this wedding. Because could you imagine what the fuck they were talking about? And isn't it ironic that Justin Trudeau, JT, has a lot of fucking controversy with India and the Ambani family? He's like the little kid that nobody wanted to play with. But then again, we the people are like the little kids that they don't want to play with. And maybe if you open your eyes a little bit, you won't choose to support that genocide in the Middle East right now. And I'm just going to tell you right now, whether or not you're ready for it, a big change is coming our way. And a lot of secrets are unfortunately still being hidden behind this veil of lies that they've created, to the point of where we're forced to be mindless little consumers who question nothing outside of our comfortable little realities. Wake the fuck up, people. Some weird, dark shit is coming. And you could choose to be part of the change or be part of the reason that humanity ceases to exist.
Yeah. I thought I was bad at dropping F-bombs. I think I think he dropped enough F-bombs for the entire chat today and myself. I think he covered pretty much everything, you know. All right. Continuing on, and for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. We have a special project that we are working on today. We are attempting to ensure that a veteran does not become homeless. And he is part of our chat community, has been with our chat community for many, many years now. Navy vet is what he goes by. And we have dropped the link there for people that can and are willing to support getting this man squared away to make sure that he does not become a homeless vet. He's for the last 11 years, he has dedicated his time to taking care of his grandmother, who passed away this morning at 3:30 a.m. He left his job in order to care for her for 11 years straight. None of the other family members would do it, so he did. He loved his grandmother. His grandmother did many things for him in his lifetime, and he felt he owed it to her. And he did what any grandson would do. And she died this morning at 3:30 a.m. with two of her great grandchildren and her grandson there with her, holding her hands. All right. Get out of New York. New York banning low prices on certain items. Small business owners hit with thousands of dollars in fines. His crime: he sold 3 cigars for $8.89, 11 cents too cheap, said New York City. His customers can't believe it.
Here in New York City, lots of big businesses thrive, but little ones struggle.
It's very difficult right now. For a small business, it's very difficult.
Kamal Saleh, who runs this store, was hit with thousands of dollars in fines.
The first time I think is $2,600.
His crime? He sold 3 cigars for $8.89. 11 cents too cheap, says New York City. His customers can't believe it.
It's BS. Kind of stupid in the sense that if somebody's willing to pay something.
Not in New York City. Here, bureaucrats say tobacco must be sold for above a minimum floor price. Why? Because anti-tobacco crusader Dr. Kurt Ribisel told the Center for Disease Control very cheap products should no longer be available.
It deters children from starting smoking.
You suggest this at the CDC. New York says, good idea.
Well, it's also being considered very seriously in a number of jurisdictions in California.
Why do you get to decide?
No, I'm not deciding. I'm a person who studies these policies. I'll let the policymakers decide.
Why do the politicians get to decide?
Cigarettes are the most lethal product ever introduced.
Thanks to Ribisel's recommendation, New York cigarette smokers now must pay at least $13 a pack.
People still have the ability to buy it if they so choose.
Just not poor people.
We see much higher smoking rates among poor people. And so we need policies that are going to reduce tobacco use among poor people.
I think it's outrageous. I mean, first of all, you're in a poor neighborhood, okay? And number two, a lot of people who smoke cigars are elderly people, seniors. You know, where are you going to charge $3 and more?
They choose it, and the right to make your own choices is important.
People are still figuring out ways to afford it. It's not to the point where no one who's poor is smoking. Do you know that we have?
You know, I before I let this idiot continue talking, I want to make a very valid point. Okay. In the last 4 years, there has been more deaths due to medical malfeasance than there has been from smoking. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, nicotine was the thing that stopped a lot of people from getting the big seed to begin with. Okay. If it hadn't been for tobacco, then it would have been worse. Okay. Frankly, yeah, guys like this just need to shut up and mind their business.
Have over 20 tobacco retailers for every McDonald's in the U.S.?
It must be because people want that.
All right. Continuing on. Chuck Callisto. Breaking now, rumors begin to emerge that Nikki Haley has canceled all ads and appearances related to the 2024 election.
Obviously, the former president is enjoying a couple of weeks of pretty good news stories for him and some great poll numbers. New York Times, Siena, and others that are showing him in a dominating place at this point in the election.
And you've got Super Tuesday tomorrow. Sarah Dana, just want to jump in real quickly. And there was some reporting over the weekend on Sunday that Nikki Haley, Brett, may or may not have any ads passed yesterday or today, and that she may or may not have any appearances passed today, this Monday. Brett, you've been following that. Can you confirm any of that? Is she...
Well, I've heard that as well. I haven't talked to anybody on the campaign beyond, some people tied to it tangentially. And if that's the case, if that holds to be true, I think that's very telling. I mean, her only win so far is the DC primary. And you look at the map and you look at the polls, and it's tough to see a breakthrough any place on Super Tuesday, despite the fact that 11 out of 15 states are open primaries where Democrats and independents can vote. But that's a telltale sign. We saw that from Ron DeSantis too, after Iowa.
All right. So, yep. Laura Loomer says, breaking news, U.S. Supreme Court just ruled that Donald Trump can run for president and be on the ballot in all 50 states for the 2024 presidential election, and that the insurrection clause doesn't disqualify him, despite how loud the communists cry about January 6th. Unanimous vote 9-0 in favor of President Trump. All 9 members of the court agree with that result. Major loss for the DOJ and every Soros-funded Secretary of State. Says the state, hold on, let me make this bigger so I can actually read this. And where are my glasses? Right there. Very good. Oh, that didn't make it bigger. Hang on a second. That did not make it bigger. Open link in a new. And that's not making it bigger either. What the heck is going on here? Okay, let me click that. Now let's open image in a new tab. There we go. All right. Supreme Court therefore cannot stand, cite as 601 US _-2 2024 per curiam. Supreme Court therefore cannot stand. All 9 members of the court agree with that result. Our colleagues writing separately further agree with many of the reasons this opinion provides for reaching it. See post part 1, joint option of Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson and JJ. See also post part 1, opinion of Barrett. As far as we can tell, they object only to our taking into account the distinctive way Section 3 works and the fact that Section 5 vests in Congress the power to enforce it. These are not the only reasons the state lack power to enforce this particular constitutional provision with respect to federal offices, but they are important ones. It is the combination of all the reasons set forth in this opinion, not as some of our colleagues would have it. Just one particular rationale that resolves this case. In our view, each of these reasons is necessary to provide a complete explanation for the judgment of the court unanimously reaches. The judgment of Colorado Supreme Court is reversed. The mandate shall issue forthwith. It is so ordered. And, basically, it sets precedent, and they can't, they won't be able to do it. They won't be able to do it. Can't do it. Do it. Yep. All right. Have y'all noticed Trump has changed to white SUVs, black to white? First time I noticed was when he was at the border in Texas. Let's take a peek. Okay, turn off the music. And here come the white SUVs. There we go. Yeah. And they probably got blue roofs on them too. You know what I'm thinking of it. You know, so all right, that's us now. Okay, Cat Turd says based. Owen Schroeder, trans kids groomers get confronted in epic fashion by reporter who's
I will answer any of y'all's questions. I am not afraid of my own beliefs. That's right, just being a good loving cult that wants to chop off little girls' breasts and chop off little boys' testicles. Are you the cult leader? Oh, Jesus. Denounce pedophilia right now. Denounce pedophilia right now. They can't do it. If you don't like me calling you a demented freak because you want to turn a generation of Texans into eunuchs, then why don't you come say something about it? None of you will, because you know I'm right. Owen Schroyer here from Infowars.com, and we are back at the Texas State Capitol today on May 5th, what is surely to be a historic day in the state of Texas's long history, because today Texas gets to make a decision. Are we going to be subdued by the liberal insanity that is childhood mutilation with these transgender children's bills that will be on the table for the vote later this evening? Now, I can tell you there are groups, Democrat-funded activist groups in the Capitol here today. We've seen their internal memos. They plan on having rallies, being disruptive, just like they did earlier this week here at this Capitol building, and just like they've been doing all year when a lot of these childhood mutilation bills are getting onto the table for the vote. It's been called the transurrection in Montana, in Kentucky, and in Florida, and in Texas. The list goes on. So what is it going to look like here today at the Texas Capitol building? And we will be here, of course, to film it for you. And of course, we will be looking for the leftist protesters to film that for you as well, for your entertainment, or hopefully maybe we'll be able to even have a discussion. I'd love to see somebody actually able to defend the practice of childhood genital mutilation. I'd love to actually have somebody be able to defend that practice, because we've never been able to do that. They just scream, they shout, they get angry, they get violent. So we're going to actually try to have a conversation today, if possible. But this is what we're here for. So can Texas maintain some common sense today? There's a reason why we treat minors like minors. And now, if you say, well, if minors can say, I want to have genital sexual reassignment surgery, well, then that opens the door for all the other things we've said we're going to protect children from in the past, that being probably the worst. So let's see what it's like. We got a lot of masks out here. A lot of people still wearing the mask like the government tells them to. So that's nice. Hi, I'm asking people out here today, do you know what a trans kid is? No? Trans kid? Or maybe these guys can answer over here. Oh, hi, Father? Hi, Father. What church are you with? Hi, Owen from Infowars.
From what?
Infowars, news organization. What church are you with?
St. Matthew's.
St. Matthew's? And you believe that trans kids are a good thing?
Could you, excuse me, I'm going somewhere.
I mean, Father, don't you think you should answer this basic question? You're out here representing your church. You should answer a basic question. Do they know? Does your church know that you support trans kids? Does your church know that? What's up, Ben? How are you doing? Still supporting trans kids?
Oh, of course.
Nice, nice. What's your favorite part about being out here at these events? Talking to me?
Talking to wonderful people like
Talking to me? That's nice. Is that a GoPro? Is that a GoPro?
Nah, we don't quite have the budget for that.
So, but what can you tell me? Seriously, I'm trying to get an answer. What is a trans kid?
Couldn't tell you. It's fascinating.
All right. Well, there you have it. Our friend Ben, he's the bodyguard out here. He's going to make sure we're going to make sure we're safe. Can you guys tell me what a trans kid is? What? It could be my kid? So what is a trans kid? So I can know, so I can identify it.
I've been instructed not to speak to you. Thank you.
Why can't you speak to me? Who instructed you? Who instructed you not to speak to me? Where's your cult leader? Where is your cult leader that says you can't talk to somebody with a different opinion? That's sad. What kind of healthcare is being banned, ma'am? You know, I can have a conversation. I had a perfectly decent conversation with you. Can you tell me what kind of healthcare is being banned? Here we go. This is my favorite part. There they go. There they go. Excuse me, ma'am. I really like your hair. That's nice. Do you know what a trans kid is? Okay. So you don't want her to talk? Are you the cult leader? Are you the cult leader that controls what people can say in public? Is that you? Oh, is she singing?
I'm gonna keep on till I find it. There is more love somewhere.
She has a beautiful voice. Look at these. Look at these people behaving like children. Ma'am, you're more than welcome to film me if you want. You are more than welcome to film me and ask me any question you want. I will answer any of y'all's questions. I am not afraid of my own beliefs. The face mask is actually bad for your health. It makes you breathe in your own carbon dioxide. It actually, when you touch it, you get all the smirk and everything on your hands when you're touching. Okay. You do it one more time, maybe we'll press charges. How about that, bud? These people do exactly what the government tells them to do. Look at this. What is this? Apparently, their side of the aisle is extremely violent and vitriolic, so they have to make sure that I don't get hurt out here today. And if that means stepping in front of every step I take like an immature child, then they'll just do that too. But that's what we're dealing with out here. That's the reality of the situation. Now, notice how they don't bring any kids to these events. Notice how they don't want to show you the trans kids. Where are all the trans kids? Where are all the kids you guys want to genitally mutilate? Are they here today? I'm just curious. Are the children that you want to put chemicals into, are they here today? Do not interact. That's right. Just be in a good, loving cult that wants to chop off little girls' breasts and chop off little boys' testicles. Be in the cult. Wear your face mask. Take your vaccine. Chemically castrate your child. Did you see that sign? Look at this. So now they've got their blockade here. So
Hey, man.
don't hey man me. You're standing in front of me. What are you, some kind of jackass?
Here's your microphone. Literally, I can't even see anything. They're blocking the window here. This is hilarious. Oh, there it is. Oh, Jesus.
Dude.
Wow, she didn't do that on purpose, though, did she? She didn't know I was standing there, did she?
So this is the violent, intolerant left, and they're so panicked. They don't want anybody knowing what they're doing in there. They're blocking the window. They send their little bodyguards out here. Do you love trans kids or what? How many eunuchs does this country need to have until you guys are... Man, you guys are just... Why can't you behave like normal people? You know, this is your biggest problem politically, is you can't even pretend to be normal. So why should anybody ever take you seriously? No one is ever going to take your movement seriously, and nobody ever should. You can't have an intellectual debate. All you do is behave like immature children, and the truth is you want access to minors. That's what this is all about. So you want to play games? You want to play games and you want to shove a door in my face? Well, how about this? You guys are a bunch of perverts that want access to minors sexually. Is that funny? Deny that you guys want sexual access to minors. Deny it. Denounce pedophilia right now. Denounce pedophilia right now. They can't do it. That's what this is really all about. You guys want to get physical with me? You guys want to play games with me? Then I'll bring the heat. The perverts are going to lose. You are not going to get sexual access to children. We are not going to let you genitally mutilate children. You will lose today. I was nice. I was nice out here all day. You guys saw it. You guys saw I've been nice all day. I've been open all day. I've been trying to talk. And then they want to physically assault me and they want to physically confront me. Well, then the gloves are off. All these people are is pedophiles. That's all they are. They want to legalize pedophilia. They want to legalize genital mutilation of children. They're going to turn an entire generation of Americans into eunuchs, putting them addicted to pharmaceutical pills, enriching the big pharmaceutical companies. It's sick. Oh, by the way, just so you guys know how this works, there's local media out here, and this is how it happens every time. They always interview the left. They always want you to hear from the left. So they're going to let these trans activists get all the local media coverage tonight, and they won't interview a single person out here that is against the genital mutilation bill. They never do. They always only cover the left side of things, and that's how people get deceived, because we all know that these liberals are liars. These are the mutilists. These are genital mutilists. Oh, yes, I would love to go in, actually. That'd be great. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Why am I not allowed in? I identify as trans. Are you going to deny a trans person entry? This is a trans space, is it not? I identify as trans. Please let me into my space. I thought this was a safe space for trans, is it not? So why won't they let me in here as a trans woman, huh?
Well, he makes good points, no doubt about it. So Queen Petty Lex, this is why I'm so mad that TikTok banning me. People want us to believe Trump don't have support, and they know I'm not a paid politician with a hidden agenda nor a Democrat media reporter. I'm just a regular broke-ass housewife speaking up for the people. Here we go.
Not my Cheeto Puff. Who? Who Cheeto Puff? Who? We wrapped around, sit around this bitch. How you talk about Trump 2024 hoe?
That was she posted a video yesterday after they got back from trying to get in for the rally. Unfortunately, they didn't get in, but all right. So I got chicken skin goosebumps. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors vacates their seats. This actually is when they were informed of, because we did not have this before. We were only able to show you what happened after the fact. So let's take a listen.
Humble ourselves and resolve to right.
Can you see that?
Everyone's rights.
Yeah.
In the context of this meeting, and the meeting rules must follow accordingly.
This was yesterday.
This meeting belongs to both of us on both sides of the DS.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
So with all of those things in mind, Marbury versus Madison, Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Arizona Constitution, Article 2.
They know they're about to get fucking served.
We're just, reinstating the public, that we are giving notice, please, to correct this action and give us our time. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to call on our county attorney to talk to us a little bit about the open meeting law rules. And
Marbury versus Madison overrides any of your decorum or your made-up rules.
this meeting is now adjourned.
Sellers running for the hills. We the people will have answers.
You are being served. You are being served. You are being served. You are being served. You are being served.
You will go to the other side of this board.
You are being served.
We will vote in new officials.
It shouldn't be like
Howard.
this. It shouldn't be hostile like this. It's only like this. You are
You are treasonous.
It's only like this because of you guys, because you're corrupt. It shouldn't be like this.
William.
Do your job.
Sovereigns are ready to go ahead and hold meeting. Since they have vacated, we are ready to go ahead and sign in volunteers.
All right.
Out of necessity for the Republic of Arizona, it is our job.
I have to clear that out. I apologize.
Then you are in
Start
direct
putting us on the
violation. You are now committing an act of treason. This is my right to free speech, sir.
They're out. They're out. You've done your job. Protecting them. They're
Wow. So that just goes to show you how chaotic it became when they were served. So, all right. Okay, so Kim Runner put this up. Kim puts some good stuff out. Not a regular poster, but periodical.
Where do we get the word alphabet from? That's easy, right? The Greek alphabet. Alphabet, alpha, beta. But where did the Greeks get their alphabet from? Hebrew. Yeah, the language of the God of the Bible. In Hebrew, the first two letters are Aleph, Bet, which is where the Greeks got Alpha, Beta from. And the Hebrew language is so cool. It's potentially 3,500 years old, and it's such a brilliant use of language. From people that long ago, in English, everything is phonetic, right? Cat, k-at. That's it. No other meanings. But Hebrew works in at least 3 dimensions, maybe 4, maybe even more. Watch this. The first dimension. It is phonetic, just like English. But in Hebrew, the letters are also pictures. They're pictographic. An example, the 6th letter of the Hebrew alphabet is the letter Vav. Vav stands for nail or post, like a tent peg. Third dimension. Each letter has a numerical value. A, aleph is 1, B, bet is 2. So the numbers, in addition to being pictures and having a phonetic sound, a lot of times they add up to equal something relative to the word it's constructing.
Take the Hebrew word for father. Av, aleph, bet. 1, 2 equals 3. Hebrew word for mother, aim, aleph, mem, 1, 40 equals 41. Sum of 3 and 41, 44. Hebrew word for child, right? Mother, father, child, yelad. It's 10, 30, and 4, 44.
The fourth dimension, the way that the letters are arranged have a meaning, which is what we're going to cover today with the Hebrew word for truth, emet. This is so cool. It's so cool. Okay. Emet is the word for truth, and it is 3 letters. Aleph, mem, tav. Aleph, which is the first letter, and the number 1 represents God. The pictograph is an ox head. It is the authority or the strength. So Aleph is the oneness of God, the first, the source, the Father. The second letter, mem, means water, which is vital to life. You have to drink water or you will die. If you get dirty, how do you get clean? Water. If you're wounded, you rinse it with water. Running water. John chapter 4, verse 10. Jesus answered her, if you knew the gift of God and who it is that asks you for a drink, you would have asked him and he would have given you living water. And if you stop drinking water, you will die. If you refuse to drink of the water that Jesus provided. The third letter of emet is tav. Tav is the final letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So in English, we have Z. In Hebrew, they have tav. It is the final letter. It is the completion. It also means a mark, a sign, an omen, or seal. It is the symbol of truth, perfection, and completion. It represents the restoration of all of existence. Jesus is the tav. He is the final letter, which represents a covenant, a seal, a mark, and completion, perfection, restoration. And the pictograph for the letter tav is a door. John chapter 10, verse 9. I am the door. I am the tav. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved. And it gets better. In Proto-Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, the letter tav was an X, a mark, an X, or a cross. And then the cross changed to a door. It was the idea of salvation, that Jesus would give us salvation on the cross. And by doing so, he became the door to eternal life. A message echoed by the Passover prophecy, where the blood of the lamb over the doorway to your house caused death to pass over. The blood painted over the door in the shape of the letter tav. Final level, and this is where it all comes together. The Hebrew word for truth is emet, aleph, mem, tav. The Hebrew word for dead is met, mem, tav. The only difference between these two words is the aleph, the presence of God. With the presence of God, we have truth and life. Remove God, we only have death. Dead is defined as deprived of life. Dead is the lack of life. And we have life because he lives. People want to know where life came from? God, the aleph. He created life. With him, we have life and truth. And without him, there is no truth and there is no life.
All right. We're going to end that there because we don't want to get one of those hoo-haws, you know how that goes. All right. Illuminati bot put this out this morning.
Ice cream's so good. Wait, before they find me, BlackRock owns most United States banks. They own all major pharma companies and mainstream media. They oversee 10% of all stocks traded worldwide. They manage over $10 trillion in assets, which is half of the United States GDP. BlackRock and Vanguard, own 18% of Fox, 16% of CBS, 13% of Comcast, which also controls NBC, MSNBC, CNBC, Sky News, and they own 12% of Disney. They are the biggest institutional investors of Google, Facebook, Amazon, and now they're buying up all the homes and artificially inflating your mortgage so you will own nothing and be happy. I have to go. Ice cream is so good.
Well, yeah. All right. I want to check something here real quick. Give me a second because I want to make sure that Facebook hasn't taken us down already. Got to make sure that that's still going because they've been hitting me pretty regular this same company, Naxos is the name of it. It's supposedly Naxos music rights and everything else. Well, it turns out that Naxos has tagged every single video that I have put up on up on Facebook over the last 2 weeks, even videos that there are absolutely no tones and no music whatsoever. Okay. So, and I told, I sent Facebook a warning, you know, telling them, listen, if you're going to allow this to continue, then, you know, basically the only thing I can really do is forward this to, you know, yeah. Yeah. So 3 hours ago, Naxos of American Rights manager for music block your, which one's this now? Yeah. Yeah. So, and then it was followed up by them allowing NBC because it showed a 3-second clip of something from NBC, you know, and you know, so NBC can kiss my fucking ass. Excuse, I'm trying not to swear, but they piss me off. They piss me off beyond belief, you know, and I'm just not going to tolerate it. I'm just not going to do it. All right. So we're still up and running there. All right, Scott Lebedo.
All right, folks. I'm not a gloater. I'm happy with the Supreme Court's decision, and it was 9-0. So don't give me, it's a conservative packed Supreme Court. 9-0 to keep him on the ballot in Colorado and all these other bullshit fucking things, because people are petrified of us to bring back the balance in this fucking country so we can eventually unify. They are going to try everything as they've been doing to take Donald Trump out of this election, but that will not happen. They will not proceed. They will not succeed with this. People of all ethnicities, all genders, all political ideologies should understand the situation at hand. This is ludicrous, unconstitutional, what they are doing to this man. He is going to be the next president. So take off the fucking Band-Aid, rip it off, and fucking deal with it. Trust me, whether you like this man or not, you could hate him to death. But for 4 years, the next 4 years, he is going to shut this radical left bullshit, America destroying bullshit down, bring us back to a level where 5-10 years down the road, we will be unified again. That's the story, folks. Tune in at 3 p.m. for my unveiling of the official portrait of George Soros and his son Alex. You do not want to miss this one. Today, Monday, 3 o'clock.
Today, Monday at 3 o'clock. Let's see. That's actually, that should be right now.
All right, folks. I'm not a.
Let me see if he unveiled it. Because I'm on the West Coast. He is on. Okay, this is who I have been since day one, 30 years, and still telling politically correct woke folk to fuck off. Freedom fighter forever. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
11-month-old girl shot in the face because of woke, criminal-loving district attorneys.
Come on, murderer. This is a street performance. Seems like all the artist activists are on the left. Except Scott Lebedo.
I do not conform to the elitist isms of the art clubs, and they have left me like a redheaded stepchild. This is my medium in which I shall create, and this is my canvas, the front of the Brooklyn Museum.
The first most important thing in school or anywhere else is the Pledge of Allegiance.
This is not a pro-war protest. This has to do with the increasing level of anti-Americanism.
You don't keep the criminals in jail, they're not gonna keep you in jail.
This line is to show respect and honor to those who died, got shot in the fucking head, protecting us.
You try to take that fucking blue line down. I'll paint it till the day I die.
When the towers came down, there was absolutely no doubt that feeling, it was going to change my life. And it did.
When somebody's complaining, it's so cold out, you know, the traffic. And here I am drinking with one of these guys who's got one arm, he's got a hook for another arm, and he's drinking a fucking beer, having a laugh with me, and he's not bitching about nothing.
I present to you the recipient of this year's VFW Americanism Award, Mr. Scott Lavedo.
That's it. I want to paint a flag on a rooftop in every state near a military base.
As a veteran, we all fought for that flag in World War II. And today, we want to see it flying.
They will never, as long as I am alive, they will never take the American flag down. You want to burn one? Then I will find out where you work, and I will find a building across the street and paint a flag 50 by 100, so you have to see it every fucking day.
The pro-Trump sign on the front lawn of the Staten Island home was burned to the ground.
The hate I get is astronomical. If everybody liked me, I'd be doing something wrong. My mother's advice, whatever you do with your life, as long as you believe it in your heart, and always take care of those less fortunate. My father's advice was, son, take from nobody.
This is about control and division.
We must unite. We must take a stand. Are you ready? Live, right, live.
God didn't give me a gun and a bayonet. He gave me paint and brush, and I will fight to the fucking death for this country.
Get on up, get on up, get on.
All right. I really wish that these guys could make these things without the music. It would be, it would be nice. But that wasn't the unveiling. So let me do a refresh and see if he's caught up time-wise. You can always check back, of course. Nope, not there yet. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Absolutely. And let's keep going. So Joe M, and you guys should know who Joe M is. My take on royals. King is sicker than the public has ever has been told. Has less than a year to live. Prince / Prince of Wales will ascend to the throne. Kate wanted a facelift before becoming queen, hence out of the public eye for a few months. Public told she's recovering from surgery. All right. Meme, or I meme, therefore I am, put out. Paul Collins inherited a Georgia home, renovated it, and posted it for rent online. While being away caring for his sixth wife, squatters had unlawfully entered and changed the locks on his home and took over his property. Now he has lost access and is unable to rent out his property.
Basically, these people came in Friday, broke in my house, had a U-Haul, moved all this stuff in.
Paul Callan says he was away caring for his sick wife when he swung by his vacant rental house. He discovered it was no longer vacant. He says at least 3 people are now living here illegally.
This is probably not the first time I've done this.
He told me he inherited the house from his beloved father, who died of cancer 3 years ago. He spent thousands renovating the house himself as a rental property for government-subsidized tenants. He put this ad online and is convinced that's how the squatters learned the property was vacant.
You didn't sign any lease with them.
No, they had it on their phone, so she didn't even have like a actual lease
document.
Yeah, it was clearly like fake.
He called police and filed a complaint alleging use of a fraudulent lease, but police told him there was little they could do. In Georgia, police can't remove squatters. It's a civil matter.
So they're in here.
Yeah, they are in there.
No one came to the door. Later, I tried to speak with 2 men going into the house. They didn't have much to say.
So I spoke to the owner. He says that you moved in here illegally. You have no lease. You changed the locks, you broke in, and you have no lease. Do you have any comment about that? Do you have any comment? He says you're trespassing in his house.
Jesus is coming soon.
By the way, Georgia lawmakers are close to passing a new law that would allow police to arrest squatters for trespassing and make use of a fake lease a felony.
So that guy, took what money he had, fixed it up in hopes of being able to, make enough money to pay for the taxes and the upkeep of that property. And here they are stealing it, Yeah, just not cool. Wall Street Bait puts out San Diego Board of Supervisors meeting. The government is planning on kicking out American citizens, flood victims, to make room for illegal immigrants. Read that again. Displaced American flood victims who will be homeless so that illegals can be housed. I just found out that March.
I came because I just found out that March 11th, residents from the flood victim will be kicked out. So I wanted to let you guys.
Can you please state your name? I didn't call your name.
I know you didn't, but I'm still going to speak because on March 11th, flood resident victims will be kicked out of the county. As you all talked about immigrants.
Tasha.
You need to also that you guys need to talk about people that voted for you.
Tasha.
You are going to make people homeless because they were in a flood victim. Because they were in a flood that was man-made. And I don't care if you turn it off.
No, it's okay.
I have been very kind.
I understand, but I want you to know that this is a priority.
And I have waited. These people have waited for you to stand up for them.
We have.
You have not. If you are going to put them out of a hotel.
We're gonna.
March 11th is their exit day.
We are going to make sure.
Not come in. The county is not talking to FEMA. Their exit day, and they found out today. They found out today will be no extension. They found out today that the county is leaving the hotel. They found out today.
We're gonna follow up to make sure that that doesn't occur.
Like you all is in high school.
No.
Y'all put plans together like high schoolers. People voted for you. You got college degrees. You acting like you went to high school. Stop acting like you are not working together. You sit here and talk about God. God ain't in this shit. You don't have to look at me. You don't have to look at me. You talk about God. You talk about equality. You sit up here and talk about how you don't want people put out on your streets. You about to put the people that voted for you out on the streets. You won't work with the city, the county. The city won't work with the county. The county won't work with
Tasha.
All of y'all can go to hell. Shame on you.
Tasha.
Shame on you.
Understood. We're gonna have to.
And you started on February 10th. It ends March 10th.
We're gonna.
You can tell the people.
We're following up.
Who supported all of you.
Tasha, we're following up. Go ahead. The next. Thank you. We'll now hear the next speaker, please.
Yep. It's at that point now where this isn't you know what, I'll wait my turn to speak. No, it's that time has passed. That time has passed. For way too long, way too long, we have witnessed this travesty of these council members that are, in most cases, are not even legally elected, but have been selected for these towns and counties and everything else. And that's why I say, when people ask, well, what can I do? I'm only one person. Well, start in your hometown. Start in your hometown. Start in your county seats. Start in your state legislation. And work your way up. It's that's all you can do. That's all you can do right now. And it's way too important to ensure that our voices are heard. Because if we don't take the time to do it now, we'll never have the opportunity in the future. So Sherry says, what the hell is the ATF is allowing illegal immigrants to purchase firearms? Here we go.
To tell me that
the ATF has made updates to their background check policy, and effective today, they give an exemption to illegal immigrants to be able to purchase firearms. Now, this strangely coincides with California, New York, and Chicago making it legal for illegals to be police officers. Tell me our government isn't about to pull some shenanigans without telling me our government's about to pull some shenanigans. My husband owns a gun shop, and he just called me to tell me that the ATF has made updates to their background check policy, and effective today, they give an exemption to illegal immigrants to be able to purchase firearms. Now, this strangely coincides with California, New York, and Chicago making it legal for illegals to be police officers. Tell me our government isn't about to pull some shenanigans without telling me our government's about to pull some shenanigans. My husband owns.
Yeah. Yep. Very. Elon Musk says, interesting. Doge designer put out, media will never report on this decline. A drop in 16.1% of viewership on Fox, 14.5% drop on Washington Post, 16.1% decline in CNN. BBC has had 7.8% decline. CNBC has had a 16.7% decline, and Bloomberg has had a 15.7% decline in viewership. It's, it always takes a little bit of time. So let's talk about the Windy City. Everything we were taught was to deceive. What exactly was the Windy City named after anyways? Here we go.
Do you still think Chicago is called the Windy City because it's a windy city? Aw, that's cute. Well, if you don't want Chicago ruined for you, like I ruined New York, I wouldn't keep watching. Let's first do a quick recap on who the Statue of Liberty actually is and why it's called the Big Apple.
You see, a funny thing happens when you wake up to the lies of the world. You start seeing things that are right there in plain sight. Things like this painting of Lucifer that was done in 1797. And how Lucifer is very often referred to as the morning star or the light bearer. And he is also referred to as Satan. And how he was often depicted standing in a very familiar pose. So familiar that it can't just be coincidental. So familiar that you ask yourself, how did I not see this before? And then you take a closer look and you ask yourself, is that really even a woman's face? Because it looks an awful lot like the Lucifer painting's face. And then you realize that Lucifer was Satan in that Garden of Eden and offered Eve that infamous apple. And then that makes you think, New York, what is it often called? It's referred to as the Big Apple. Now, is that just a coincidence that they have a giant statue of Satan who offered Eve the apple, and they call New York the Big Apple?
You see, Chicago's no different. They have their own light bearer. And not only does their light bearer bear the light, but he also bears the fruit. And we have our own nickname here in Chicago. And real Chicagoans know it's not called the Windy City because of the bitterly cold wind, but because the politicians here in Chicago were full of hot air. But I'm not a Chicagoan. I'm from the burbs, and I'm a truther. And truthers know that it's not either of those, but rather that Lucifer is not only the light bearer, but he was called the Lord of the Air. So again, you can go on believing what the mainstream narrative says, or you can seek truth because it's there. You just need to look and want to find it. And yes, this is Chicago before that great Chicago fire. But that narrative, that mainstream narrative, is a story for another day. But here's a teaser. If you believe that this beautiful work of a masterpiece of a city could look like this before a fire, and then like this after a fire, well then, my friends, you just haven't looked into this mainstream narrative enough. Because our entire history is a lie, and the ones who wrote that history want to keep you in your little bubble of knowledge. And of course, all of this was only for entertainment purposes. Nothing was serious, not one word that I said.
I love how at the end of every one of his videos, he makes that same statement and then gives the wink. Yeah. Muro X, U.S. debt clock decode 3324, the Great Jubilee. A debt jubilee of biblical proportions is coming soon. Will 2024 be the year of the Jubilee? Let's take a listen.
Hey everybody, we got a new US debt clock message. Today is Sunday, March 3rd, 2024. So the debt clock posted again at 3:33. This is Central, but their time's Eastern, so it would have been 3:33 on 3/3. And we have the Great Jubilee. We'll go over in a minute what the Jubilee is, but these two photos here, it looks like in the background is maybe it looks like people lined up at a bank, maybe like the stock market crash. Right here, it says debt to wealth. And then on this side, we have just like a very green earth with the clouds. It says transformation. We also have an angel up here, and then it's illuminated in the background behind the word great. On this side, we've got the earth, and we've got America with the American flag, and it's coated or being covered or blanketed in gold from the 1776 seal. It says the USA Department of the Treasury. Right here, we see the line of assets or commodities that go up in value, that are valuable. Now, I don't know, but this whole thing, it kind of looks like a pill. There's a blue part and there's a red part. So the blue pill or the red pill. And you see the color scheme here. There's red, gold, and then blue. Debt to is in red, wealth is in gold, and the transformation is in blue. Now on the left side, it looks like this is a map, an ancient map maybe. It looks like it's in Latin or something, but I know this is Europe for a fact. So right here, the red is blanketing Europe, okay? We've got the United States Federal Reserve System, we've got International Monetary Fund, and then we've got the World Bank here. And there's a hole right in the middle, and it looks like it's sucking those into the hole. And on this side, we've got this bright blue planet. We've got a green earth, a healthy system here, which is completely opposite of the other side. Now, what is a jubilee? So a jubilee is biblical, okay? The jubilee is the year that follows the passage of 7 weeks of years, 7 cycles of sabbatical years, or 49 total years. The 50th year deals largely with land, property, and property rights. According to regulations found in the book of Leviticus, certain indentured servants would be released from servitude, some debts would be forgiven, and everyone was supposed to return to their own property in Jubilee years. This is what we're calling the debt jubilee. Now, this is all related to the new financial system. In order for that system to come into place, the current system has to crash in order to bring in this new system. And that would mean everybody's debts would be forgiven. It would be wiped away. This is historical and biblical. And I think Bo Polney has done some calculations. This is just an example, him calculating the Trump calculations with the debt jubilee and the number 7. Okay, so from Trump's birthday, it goes into that. 700 days later, Israel proclaimed a state on May 14th, 1948, after Trump was born. 70 year, 7 months, 7 days later, his first day as president of the USA, which was that date, January 21st, 2017. And then 700 days, 70 years later, opens U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem on May 14th, 2018. 77 years, 7 months, later ends the 50-year jubilee on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2024. 2,000 plus year old Julian calendar, January 14th, 2024 Gregorian. And then 77 years, 7 months, 7 days later, last day of the 50th year jubilee since Roe versus Wade became law in USA, January 21st, 2024 Gregorian calendar. It says 2024, a year we will never forget. His calculations and a lot of other notable people have calculated that 2024 is the Jubilee year, according to biblical prophecy. So just keep that in mind, you guys. Take a snapshot of it. Now let's go into more detail about the debt jubilee. A debt jubilee of biblical proportions is coming soon. What you need to know. 4,000 years ago, the rulers of ancient Babylon discovered a technique to stave off violent revolts. In ancient times, there was a tendency for people to become hopelessly in debt to their creditors. Eventually, they would rise up and cause instability that could threaten the entire ruling system. The rulers of the ancient world recognized this dynamic. Sounds familiar, right? Their solution was to enact widespread debt cancellation, a debt jubilee. Debt jubilees acted as a societal pressure release valve when there were no other options. It says the practice spread in the ancient world and became codified in different civilizations. For example, the book of Leviticus recognizes debt jubilees as the end of a 49-year biblical cycle, 7 cycles of 7 years. I think this ancient practice will make a big comeback soon as government, corporate, and personal debt have all reached unbearable levels today, which we're already experiencing. We know it, we've seen it, especially with the $34 trillion debt we're in right now. Anyway, it says, in fact, the debt jubilees have already started and the investment consequences will be profound. This article goes into more detail. I'm not going to read the entire article, but just pause and read what I have here. I didn't take a snapshot of the entire article, but it's titled A Debt Jubilee of Biblical Proportions is Coming Soon, what you need to know on investing.com. So go research the article. So with it being biblical, you guys, Bull Pony, I know he's been off on some of his calculations, but I know that he's getting somewhere, especially with the calculations. It makes sense to me anyway, but that is why we are bringing in the calculations with the 7-year cycles or the 70 years. And, you guys get the point. But he's not the only one that has calculated that 2024 would be the Jubilee year. There are other notable people who have calculated 2024 to be the Jubilee year as well. So we know it's coming, you guys. And I don't think they'd be putting in all this effort to prepare us and to educate us if this was not coming. So we know it's coming. We just have to be patient. I know I keep saying that, but you guys, we're almost there. So every Sunday, I promise you guys an OG giveaway. Today is from TikTok. TikTok winner is Donald Jones 9261. I will tag you to this post, message me, and we'll figure out how to get the OG to you. So congratulations. And if you guys like my content, come follow me on these platforms and we'll go through these decodes together and we'll see you guys there.
Okay. Yeah. So good information there. So what I want to do is I want to go back up to this post here that this woman put out. I want to see if her name comes up on this because this is not this here is not her. This is not her. So I'm looking to see if there's a name here because I'm pretty sure. See, let me click this. No, see, that doesn't come up as a separate thing.
Tell me our government isn't about to pull some shenanigans
without
telling me our.
I'm not seeing a name. So that's what I would look for instead of the person who posted it I'd be looking for the name on the video itself, kind of like what they do with TikTok and with Instagram stuff. But I've seen other people posting that for a couple of weeks now. Today was the first time that I clicked to share it with you guys. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm putting information forward, and if people can rebut it and debunk it, hey, that's great. I love that. Chessboard's really good at that. Comes up with a lot of great content on his own, by the way. You should probably check out his thing there on that .org that he uses, archive.org. You guys should probably check out his videos. He's got a bunch of good ones there. He sent me quite a few. He's made a couple for me as well, which I appreciate very much. So Chessboard, make sure you drop that link, and so that people can check it out. All right. So Robbie Starbuck put out Joe Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland has announced that they'll try to end voter ID requirements. Democrats are trying to get rid of voter ID laws. At the same time, they're flooding our country with millions of illegal aliens. We all know why. Here is his speech.
The right to vote is still under attack. And that is why the Justice Department is fighting back. That is why one of the first things I did when I came into office was to double the size of the voting section of the Civil Rights Division. That is why we are challenging efforts by states and jurisdictions to implement discriminatory, burdensome, and unnecessary restrictions on access to the ballot, including those related to mail-in voting, the use of drop boxes, and voter ID requirements. That is why we are working to block the adoption of discriminatory redistricting plans that dilute the vote of Black voters and other voters of color. The right to vote is still under attack.
So basically, he's telling you that he doesn't care what we, the American people, have to say. He's going to try and change the laws to fit his fucking narrative, period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Now this, okay, I really can't stand Steven Crowder. I really can't. I honestly, I cannot bear to watch him. But what he did here was definitely a mic drop. Keyboard warriors are never the same tough guys in person. Maybe we should all start doing just this.
Remember me at all? Steven Crowder at all? No, not familiar? No. This is you threatening to slash my tires here? Oh my God, dude. Remember this? Slashing my tires and actually... We're trying to work.
Let me ask you, why do you think it's okay to threaten to slash someone's tires?
Hey, I didn't, dude. I'm a conservative who has a difference of opinion from you, and I've never threatened actions of violence. I've never threatened to slash anyone's tires.
You need to get out or we're going to call the police.
You know what, let's call the police officers, because as a matter of fact, we actually have... No, actually, I would like to speak with the police. We're about to file a report very soon. This is a part of being a man, is owning up to the actions here. When you threaten violence against someone, part of being a man is taking ownership of your actions, taking responsibility. Remember me at all?
And that was golden. Okay. Yeah, if somebody is threatening to do stuff like that, absolutely. Cat Turd put that out, by the way. And that's just the way it goes. So, all right, we got some more Queen Petty Lex. All right. Yes, I'm freaking angry because these 6 sons of bitches know exactly what they're doing. How many of y'all feel like TikTok hasn't been the same ever since our own United States government took them to court? Well, let's check it out.
Now, listen, I know a lot of y'all keep getting up here talking about something. That's why I don't get on TikTok, because it's a Chinese app. It's owned by China. Yeah, you right, and that is true, but it ain't just China alone. It's the United States government too, boo. These are some fucking hoes, every last one on. They sit up there and let that pissy-ass Crystal Crave, that pincushion face-having gentry old fucker, and E.B. I read with all 5 fingers, old hooked on phonics head-ass bitch. How the fuck all of these people up here hating on TikTok all day on white folks, but they fucking white folks, and they mama white. A bunch of miserable motherfuckers, a bunch of waste of time and space on fucking earth. Now I'm not giving a fuck because TikTok allowed this shit and our United States government. Motherfuckers sit up here and let racism happen. They wanted this division to happen ever since they took over the app, ever since they took China to court for this fucking app. This is exactly how the fuck it's been. Hate, bullshit, and shot for they bullshit cheap ass products. Fuck y'all. And I'm gonna keep getting up here talking shit, and I'm gonna use your fucking app to do it. Ban it, bitch. And I'm gonna make another fucking fucking one. And I pray when Mr. Donald Trump win, he dismantle this motherfucker. This shit is some fucking bullshit, and I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say. All you stupid ass celebrities that got something to say about our social media influencers making money on the app too, fuck y'all. This is a goddamn job. We entertain the whole fucking world. Nobody has a problem with us entertaining people, but as soon as we get up here and talk about our fucking money and how they allow this bullshit, y'all want to say we fucking begging or pandering to the white people. No, you toxic bitches don't like truth. You toxic bitches just mad because y'all got to go slave for somebody else too. You toxic bitches that sit up there and speak for all these celebrities that don't get paid by Hollywood or any other entertainment record deal company. Y'all a bunch of fucking hypocrites. And I'm fucking sick of the whole United States government and every motherfucking in it, except for the ones that stand on the truth. Fuck y'all. I can't wait till this fucking world go to hell. Because remember this, bitch. None of the shit that you gain from all the bullshit that y'all do, you can't take it with you to heaven nor hell. Selling your souls for material ass-listic world. Sorry ass fuckers.
I want her to be my next door neighbor. I really do. I want her to be my next door neighbor. I really do. Donald Trump.
I mean, take a look. I was indicted by Fannie in Georgia. Fannie. How did that work out? And her lover, Nathan Wade. And they hired him for almost $1 million because of his great, great experience. Of course, he didn't have any experience. He had experience in something else. You know that. A lot of experience. And at that, I'm quite sure he was very good based on the fact that she called him 2,000 times. I didn't know the gentleman. I didn't know him. Oh, you have 2,000 phone calls, 3,500 text messages.
Donald old Trump though put that out. Someone had to say it. Yep. There you go. All right. Hey, this is our feel good of the day. This is our feel good of the day. All right, here we go. Let's see. The moments are why we fish.
Do you? Keep reeling. I think you do. Reel. You do have one, J-Mo. Keep it over here. Keep reeling. That's a good bass too, dude. J-Mo, hold on. I need the net. J-Mo, reel it back here. Dude, are you freaking kidding me right now? J-Mo, that's a freaking huge bass. Are you serious? Look at this, dude. Look at this fish. Are you insane? Not holding that. You have to go get your pictures. Oh, yeah. J-Mo. Yeah. J-Mo. Hold that stinking fish up. It's too heavy. I know it. Look at this. J-Mo, that is insane. Look at that fish. It's a small one. No, it's a big old largemouth bass. Oh, I can't hold it. Oh, send it to Mama. J-Mo, trust me, I'm sending this to everybody. Hold it up nice and big. I can't. Hold it up like this. Watch. Watch. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go of this part. Let go of this part. Hold it like this. 2 hands. There you go. Hold on. Ready? Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right. Stand right there. I gotta get my picture. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We got to have them feel good moments. We got to have them. We just got to have them. We got to have it. Yeah. What's going on, Honest Content? It's Honest Content came over from the X side, and has not been a problem in chat. Is there something going on that I don't see? I mean, I haven't seen any bad comments from anybody or anything, so I'm curious. Okay. All right. Moving on. Okay. I am. Yes, you are. No. They opened a Six Flags outside Atlanta, and it went as expected. Massive brawls, multiple people shot. There's no fixing this. I don't want to get any music thing, so here. Well, yeah. Wow. Yeah, just ridiculous. You know, I just don't get it. All right, Bill Elmore X put out breaking: Hillary Clinton is named in Epstein papers as Virginia Roberts Giuffre's lawyers suggest her and Bill's foundation may have bankrolled Ghislaine Maxwell. Does this surprise you? Do you think the U.S. mainstream media will report it? Let's see what they got to say. Daily Mail. Now Hillary Clinton is named in Epstein papers as okay, we already read that part. Hillary Clinton's name. Actually, is there a video of this? No, there's not. Okay. All right. I just wanted to check so you see if I can get away with not reading it. Hillary Clinton name has appeared in court documents relating to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for the first time, with a newly published tranche requesting all communications from her and 12 other people. The former Secretary of State's surprise entrance on the Epstein stage. Her husband has been mentioned multiple times and was known to associate with the late pedophile financier for several years. Came as lawyers asked whether the Clinton Foundation was bankrolling Maxwell. Maxwell, the only person convicted for her role in Epstein's sex trafficking network, refused to answer. By the way, we still do not have the list. Okay. But as we saw last week, Ron DeSantis did sign a bill pushing forward to have Epstein's previous trial completely released, unredacted. Okay. Hillary Clinton was not known to be close to either Maxwell or Epstein and has never been pictured with either of them. Her name comes up in a 2016 document filed by Maxwell's attorneys. But it's kind of funny that she's at Chelsea's wedding right there. So, yeah. Yeah. So, but she's not pictured with her. Okay. All right. What can I say? Let's see. Her name comes up in 2016 document filed by Maxwell's attorney relating to Virginia Roberts Giuffre, a victim of Epstein who sued Maxwell for defamation in 2016. Hillary Clinton's name is mentioned in a single line concerning Roberts-Giuffre's request for all communication with 13 specific witnesses, according to Newsweek. She does not feature anywhere else in the documents that have been released as of Friday. Another document shows Giuffre trying to assess how much Maxwell is worth as part of the defamation case. Giuffre's legal team accused Maxwell, the daughter of a Czech British newspaper magnate, of refusing to release her financial records, and simply that she wanted to hide the source of her wealth. Actually, it's he may have been this Czech British newspaper magnate, but he was also Mossad. Okay. For example, defendant had refused to comply with a discovery request seeking information about her connection to the Clinton Foundation, claiming that such a request is obviously intended to harass and embarrass her. The court documents state nothing could be farther from the truth. Giuffre's lawyers say that Maxwell intends to claim that she lied about meeting Bill Clinton. They suggest that Maxwell could be trying to protect Bill Clinton because his foundation supports Maxwell financially. It is defendant who intends to argue at trial that Ms. Giuffre has made inaccurate statements about various interactions with former President Bill Clinton, said Giuffre's legal team. Of course, if defendant is receiving funding from the Clinton Foundation, that would provide a clear motive for her to slant testimony on this subject. Ms. Giuffre is entitled to explore this clear possibility of bias by obtaining information of the financial connections between defendant and the Clinton Foundation. There has never been any evidence that the Clinton Foundation was financing Maxwell or any other private individuals. Neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton are accused of any wrongdoing in connection to Maxwell and Epstein. Bill Clinton traveled on Epstein's private jet 4 times. Yeah, we know it's actually 27 times, and said flights were in relation to his work with the Clinton Foundation. The former president, now 77, has long insisted that his connections to Epstein were on a professional basis. He insisted in 2019 that during his 4 trips on Epstein's private jet in 2002 and 2003, he is always accompanied by a retinue of staff and Secret Service agents, which we know that he ducked and got rid of many, many times. That was reported by the Secret Service themselves. But court documents from June 2016, part of defamation suit filed against Maxwell by one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts, painted a different picture, showing them to be close personal friends, and Epstein accused Clinton of liking them young. Roberts, in her filing, is seeking permission from the judge to force more people to sit for deposition to bolster her case. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop this article on there because I really don't feel like reading that much. And here is the link for that. If I get somebody to drop that over on the Facebook side, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Here we go. Pure Blood Vanna was replying to Dave Snedeker's reporting on this particular video. Let's take a peek.
I mean, I was really struck in my conversation with Putin by how he basically refused to criticize Joe Biden and to criticize NATO. And it is, I will just be honest, as an American, it would be a little weird to be like pissing on Joe Biden with a foreign leader, any foreign leader, even though I don't think Joe Biden is a real person or really president. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous, but still he is the American president technically. And I don't want to beat up on the American president with a foreigner. Just don't.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tucker. Yeah. All right. Oscar L. Blue. Biden and Mayorkas disaster in the Darien Gap. This is collateral damage that you have caused all over the continent.
Oscar Blue for Real America's Voice News. This is open border policies that they continue. This is the disaster that the Biden administration has created. People migrating to this particular route, a disastrous route where people are risking their lives. They're paying the cartel in Coakley $320 to $340 of a package to get in through these routes that is Turba, Candica, Purganá. We saw the non-governmental organization by the name of HIAS that they're promoting detention centers in Coakley, and in the map, they're telling you where to enter Turba, Candica, Purganá. They're part of it. They're part of this disaster. Their incentive to put people like this. Look at this. This is a complete disaster. It's a crimes against humanity. Not only directed to Alejandro Mayorkas, not only you should be impeached, but this is a collateral damage that you have caused. People migrating through a jungle. This is not supposed to be a route. Darien, it is not a route. Understand that. This is the, look at this disaster. Look at this, children, women. And not only that, far away from here, you know, natives operate, cartel operates in the jungle. They rape, they abuse, they steal. All these things that you are, you know, destined to possibly happen. Oscar Blue live from the epicenter, going up the mountain in the jungle of Darien Gap.
Oscar Blue. Thank you, Oscar. We appreciate the updates. Now, this was an interesting one. Woman is caught lying to sheriff when asked who were the people in her vehicle. She said they were hitchhikers. But when they questioned the 4 illegals in her vehicle, they said she picked them up at the border. Let's take a listen.
Oh, okay. So you went down to Tucson this morning? Who are all these people?
I'm not sure their names. They were hitchhiking.
Oh, okay. So you went down to Tucson this morning? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. What part of Tucson?
I have to pull the address.
Do you know these people?
No, I don't know them at all. They don't. I don't even think they speak English.
Where'd you pick them up at?
I'd have to go look on my maps.
Okay.
To see what roads I was on.
Okay, cool. So you don't know any of those people? Where were you taking them to?
I don't know. I was just going to Chandler. They just were hitchhiking. So.
They're just on the side of the road or what?
Yeah.
Do you normally do that?
No.
You okay?
What?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm totally okay.
Were they going to give you money or what?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Have you ever pitched up hitchhikers before?
Yeah. I mean, I don't do it very often, but I have before.
Okay. They don't speak any English?
I don't think so. I didn't hear any English.
Okay, I'm going to go talk to them real quick. You just stand right here.
Okay.
3 men, 1 woman.
Do you guys have any licencia?
¿Traen identificación?
No. No?
Are you sure, Graham?
I am.
Oh my gosh, I totally recognize you.
How are you?
I'm good.
Ask them where they get picked up at.
Naco.
Totally watched your
Los levantó en Naco, ¿no?
They look like they just crossed the border. I mean, they got camouflage clothes, so.
Oh, I don't know anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Border Patrol come talk to them.
That's
and we'll
fine.
go from there. So. Ask her if she picked him up in Naco.
La gringa los levantó en Naco. He says yes.
Yeah. They're saying you picked him up in Naco.
I don't even know. Where?
In Naco.
I don't even know what that is.
That's down by the border.
I've never been to the border.
I'm just telling you.
Come on, man. This isn't the first time we've done this job. Why not just have them sit down?
No, the cardboard's protect my car. I've been moving all my stuff.
Yeah.
I have a $55,000 car, and I sold an acre and a 2,500 square foot shop in Casa Grande, and I have $50,000 worth of stuff for sale in my garage in San Valencia and Chandler.
But why not just have them sit?
Totally look it all up. It's all on Opera.
No, that's beside the point. Why not just have them sit up?
I'm sorry.
Why not just have them sit in the seats?
It's already down when I was in Tucson.
Yeah.
All my stuff was
Look, yeah.
my car's been like this.
That's all right, man. You can try to explain it away all you want. We do this 5 times a day.
No, I'm saying though, if you saw the vehicle.
You have 4 illegals in your car. You have 4 illegals in your car. I guarantee you were getting paid at least $1,000 for each one of these, and you're trying to pretend like we're stupid. Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? I doubt that this is your first time either. They're from Mexico. ¿Cuánto tiempo tienen viajando? ¿Cuánto tiempo tienen viajando? Caminando. Unos días, un mes, una semana. Días.
Yep. So Sheriff Lamb is doing his job. Wish we could get the rest of the sheriffs to do theirs. All right. Here we go. This is the most powerful ad of 2024 election. Hands down. This needs to be blasted everywhere.
I would, in fact, make sure we immediately surge to the border. All those people surge to the border, surge to the border.
More than 7 million people, that's how many foreigners have entered this country without permission or documentation.
The Venezuelan government is purposely freeing inmates, including some convicted of murder, rape, and those criminals are now entering the U.S. through our southern border.
We are using American tax dollars to ship children into known prostitution.
Children are being trafficked through a sophisticated network, bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley that's sparking massive outrage after her alleged killer was in the country illegally.
A Pasadena girl was found sexually assaulted and strangled.
An undocumented migrant illegally crossed into the United States.
An illegal immigrant charged in a hit and run that killed a 10-year-old boy. The shooting that left a 2-year-old boy dead. This suspect was in the country illegally.
I caution against conflating immigration and crime. The data demonstrates that the two are not connected.
It is so obvious to me why it feels so dark right now, and that is because we lost one of the brightest lights that there's ever been.
On Monday evening, the sunshine wasn't the only thing lighting up the clear blue sky. Gold balloons honoring the life of 10-year-old Alex Wise Jr.
A line of people from across the community hugging a father going through unimaginable pain.
Hard to imagine the grief that this young mom is going through, seeing her own child killed right in front of her.
How did our baby die?
Surge to the border.
Yep. Many things. Many things. All right. Well, here we go with Queen Petty Lex again. Boy, she posting like crazy.
Hey, y'all, I'm back from the rally. Hey. So listen, we went on down there, y'all. Let me tell y'all something. There was a whole lot of motherfuckers out there motherfuckering. It was a whole lot of people out there, bro. It was so many people. People was lined up and wrapped around buildings. That's how many people it was. One building, you had to go around that bitch twice in order to get in. That shit was crazy. The people that we were standing with have been standing in line for 3 hours. Oh, hell no. Hell going on here today. So, yes, we weren't able to get in. However, it was a lot of people out there, baby. By the time we got up there, the damn rally was going to be over. By the time we got up in that motherfucker. That's okay, because I decided to show up and show out anyway. You understand? There was a lot of people. I was shocked. It was crazy as hell. And let me tell y'all something. The most racist people that I had to deal with was in my comment section when I was on live. They're trying to sit up there and tell you, oh, when you go to Trump rallies, they ain't going to accept you. They don't like you. No, the people in my comment section don't like me. The people around me wasn't calling me coons and all types of bullshit. The people in my comment section was. Don't let these media people fool you, baby. Don't let these people make you think that all these people are racist. The people around you hate you more than the people that you're afraid of or supposed to be afraid of. That shit is crazy, bro. I'm trying to tell you. We may have not been able to get in, but that's okay. We showed up for our Cheeto Puff anyways. Because Joe and the hoe got to go. Hey, Joe and the hoe got to go. Oh, hey. Join my live. Let's talk about it. Listen, bro, I had so much fun down that bitch. We was like that bitch chilling for real. We really was. Where's my drink?
She is funny. All right. Commercial fishermen say they stand with rated Amos Miller Organic Farm because the same thing is happening to them. Here we go.
Commercial fishermen stand with him, and we're being harassed as well. Someone let Amos Miller know the commercial fishermen stand with him, and we're being harassed as well. I've had federal agents ask my neighbors across the canal if they could go on their property to spy on me. Spy on me for what? You think I'm selling crack? You think I'm selling fentanyl? No, you know what I'm selling. I'm selling the bad stuff, the horrible stuff. I'm selling fish that wasn't raised in a pen, that isn't full of pesticides and chemicals. Only 18% of seafood in America comes from American fishermen. The rest comes from overseas. If a food shortage should ever come to this world, do you think those people that are sending us their cheap fish from South America and all around the world are going to send us their fish? Or do you think they're going to eat it themselves? We all know the answer to this question. Support your local fisherman, support your local farmer. One day, your stomach and your life might depend on it. Don't put us out of business. Keep us afloat. We thank you for your service.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Here's a cuteness for the day. We had a feel good. Now it's a cuteness time. Here we go.
Close your eyes and play with me. Dear Peppercorn, I know you're there and Mama says you listen. I'm very small and I'm sorry because today I will ask you for a little more than love and thoughts. But God, please heal the world and protect all those who are fighting to save it. We will not lose hope because we know in In your name, everything will be okay. Amen.
There's your cuteness for the day. Yep. As a matter of fact, here's the link for that. Drop that on all your platforms. Drop that on all your platforms. Let's make that little girl famous for that little prayer. Let's make her famous. All right. The brother of Barack Obama, Malik Obama, dropped documents proving that Barack Obama was born in Nairobi, Kenya in 1959. Here's the passport. And here is all the information here. And let me see. I think I can open it and make it even bigger. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Nairobi. April 29th, 1959. We can make that even bigger. Let's make that bigger. Yeah. Let's make that bigger. Yep, that's where he was born. Now, can you imagine if everything that he did in office is erased and everything that Joe did in office is erased? Where this country will be headed? I think that's a good question. So, the Biden team doesn't want you to see this video of him being against the LGBT community and Trump supporting everyone. Here we go. I saw this last night. I thought this was kind of interesting because if I'm not mistaken, that this was done on like one of the very first Apprentice. I think it was maybe season 2, maybe season 3. I wasn't positive which one. There were a couple of seasons that I didn't watch because I thought it was just going to be a stupid show. I ended up watching a couple and actually found them kind of interesting, especially when he had the stars in there who would get in there and just totally show their asses. I like it when we can trip them up like that. But let's take a listen to Trump's approach on a person's sexual orientation here. I thought that this was very tactfully done. Take a listen.
Are you a homosexual, Cliff?
I am. Yes, Mr. Trump, I am.
No, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you don't find Olive very attractive then?
No. I mean,
and you don't find Felicia very attractive?
They're beautiful women, but they're not my thing.
All right. That's why they have menus in restaurants, I like steak. Somebody else likes spaghetti. That's why they have menus in restaurants. It's a great world.
Meanwhile.
Do you support gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage. We do not support that.
Are you a homosexual, Cliff?
I am. Yes, Mr. Trump, I am.
No, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you don't find Olive very attractive then?
No. I mean,
and you don't find Felicia very attractive?
They're beautiful women, but they're not my thing.
All right. That's why they have menus in restaurants, I like steak. Somebody else likes spaghetti. That's why they have menus in restaurants. It's a great world.
Meanwhile.
Do you support gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage. We do not support that.
Are you a homosexual?
Yeah, just something seems off about this. I'm going to play this because I like reminding people what we're here for. Here we go.
Something is going on. Some of us see it, some of us feel it. It's time to expand your thinking. You will need to reset everything you thought you knew about the world, about the people you trust, about history, about yourself. Let me tell you a story. For a very long time, our world has been under the growing influence of a vast transgenerational criminal mafia that was able to rise up to the highest levels of power. We didn't know because they talked and acted just like you and me. We thought we could recognize true criminals by their words and actions, but were deceived by their sophisticated speech, wealth, education, beauty, and power. Through a system of threats, blackmail, and bribery, they would come to occupy the highest levels of power in government, corporations, and education. You may know them as the deep state or cabal. Most dangerously of all, they achieve almost total influence over the media, their primary means of controlling the good people of the world who were just trying to get on with living. They used this power to slowly convince us that we were the problem, that we were a threat to each other. They used race, gender, and religion to set us apart, and rewrote history to validate these false claims. They funded both sides of wars just to crush our potential to prosper and succeed as a peace-loving and creative force of good for the world. Now, with their firm grasp on the media, we drank in their entertainment and lies as they began their final phase, the total takedown of America. We were the brightest remaining beacon of freedom and humanity's last hope. They knew that if they could take America, the rest of the world would follow. They cut deals that led us to hand over total control of the money system to a private central bank, the Federal Reserve. This made it possible to influence Washington, D.C., and most of our presidents since then were beholden to the criminals in one way or another. Things took a really bad turn when they concentrated vast power into the hands of the many civilian intelligence agencies throughout the world. They said they were there to protect us. Instead, these agencies were catastrophically weaponized to boost drug and human trafficking cartels, assassinate political opponents, undermine the military, and change regimes of foreign governments who did not want to adopt the centralized system of money control. You might think they would choose simply to remain in the shadows running their criminal activities while we carried on with our lives. But as long as there was freedom for the people to prosper, the cabal were always at risk of being discovered and shut down. There was no way to continue without a plan to eliminate all threats to their survival, even if it meant imposing a single world government under their jurisdiction, where no national identity, police force, or military could stop them. They called it globalism. Exploiting our emotions and our instincts of compassion, they found a way to justify dismantling cultures, borders, and national identity under the guise of social justice, creating false narratives of racism, colonialism, and capitalism to destabilize and ultimately collapse societies so they were no longer secure enough to reject this dark plan for the world. Where there was no history to distort, they would use wars to force a catastrophic mass migration of peoples across borders to destabilize and weaken cultural identity. When we didn't accept this, they called us intolerant and shamed us into silence. By 2008, America was in advanced stages of economic decline, with disastrous trade deals leading to widespread loss of jobs and a devastating financial crisis. The cabal had now absorbed another extensive criminal empire that was aligned with a twisted and radical form of Islam. Realizing the competition could threaten their goals, they decided to cooperate and agree to mutual terms. Now a hostile foreign enemy was able to insert a subordinate into the U.S. political system who would become the president. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal funded Obama's Harvard education and took power by proxy, picking his entire cabinet while buying vast quantities of control in our largest media companies. The Western faction of the cabal was different. It was another kind of sick altogether. A dark and deeply sinister death cult with a strong reliance on symbolism and numerology, with levels of cruelty unimaginable to all right-thinking people. The reach and scale the secret society had achieved would have sent destabilizing shockwaves across the world were it ever to be publicly exposed. They were highly skilled at living just below the surface as they worked their way into the United States presidency. With both factions of the global mafia now in control, are you ready to hear what they had planned? Make sure you're sitting down. They installed rogue operators in government. They opened back doors to leak highly classified military intel and top-secret special access programs. They cut military funding and weakened the command of generals with irrational new rules of engagement. They worked to dismantle NASA and end our supremacy in space. They infiltrated and exposed defensive military intelligence programs that reduced our ability to detect foreign and domestic threats. They used our trusted agencies to target and weaken political opponents. They relaxed our borders and enabled passage of millions of illegals and violent criminal gangs. They moved money to fund global terrorism, resulting in groups like ISIS moving to capture vast territories throughout the world. In 2016, the Cabal Alliance had hoped to retain power. If you are not yet chilled to the bone by the picture that is forming about their intentions for us all, let me tell you what was to come next. Through international climate change scams, they would have siphoned trillions of remaining wealth, eliminate the last good guys in government, and withdraw total funding from the U.S. military, handing over the responsibility of our defense to the United Nations. They would revise the Constitution to weaken our ability to fight back, ban the sale of firearms to eliminate our self-defense, insert their people into the Supreme Court, remove the Electoral College system to neuter our voting power, and totally eliminate alternative media to shield them from exposure. They instigated a covert deal to move large quantities of our uranium to their captured states in North Korea and Iran to build up a nuclear arsenal that would threaten the world. For this, they blamed Russia, a growing force of opposition to their ambitions of global control. By casting Putin as an enemy and blaming him for this illegal uranium deal, they had planned a devastating nuclear world war between America and Russia that would have exhausted the last two remaining pillars of freedom for the world, accelerating the horrific endgame that had become inevitable. This cabal miraculously lost power in 2016 when a brave operation, led by a U.S. military alliance and their global partners, were able to return power legitimately over to the light. They had a plan of their very own, one that was many decades in the making. With Donald Trump selected for the role of president, the people of America were slowly awakened to the reality of the world they live in. With so much hated and lied about in the media channels we had come to trust for our news and entertainment, this alliance of good set into motion a sophisticated strategy of dismantling the vast network of corruption that had almost completely overcome every level of government, industry, and the legal system. They knew they had to follow the laws of the land as they were originally intended. Otherwise, they themselves would be delegitimized, even though they were just trying to free us from the silent stranglehold of tyranny that we had come to accept as normal. The panicking deep state used any remaining power they had left to try and save themselves. Each day for 2 years was a careful and meticulously planned balancing act between public perception and the job that needed to be done. Moving too fast would shock and scare a sleeping public still living in the prison of the mind that was created for them. But after all this, it appears now that not only are we winning, but we have won. The trajectory of this great storm is now radiantly clear. Now we look forward to a new future, thanks to the brave patriots who risked everything to save our world. This time for good. There is not a person alive who has experienced what a world without this darkness could be like. A world of free energy that was kept from us to force our dependency on their fossil fuel monopolies. Abolishment of income tax that was illegally imposed to pay back interest on loans taken from the cabal banking system. Release cures for our most deadly diseases. Unleashed space technologies to open frontiers we never dreamed possible. New technologies creating millions of jobs and yielding a global human renaissance the likes of which we have never seen. Fellow Americans and citizens of the world, now it is our turn to shine. Wherever we are, we will become the plan when we choose to reject what they call globalism. We recognize the words they use to bend us to their will, and we say no more. It's time to turn off the media, follow your instincts, trust yourself, and be the plan. May God bless America and the world.
And the world. As we know, it's not just one. And that was a production put out by Joe M. approximately 3 years ago, right around there somewhere. All right. Here's some clues from Donald J. Trump in regards to, well, President Trump dropping Joe Biden body double clues. I still say there is a wrinkled version and a smoother skin version.
It's a great honor, I'll tell you, because we have to let them know we're coming for them. We're coming on November 5th, Joe's. Crooked, sleepy Joe. Crooked, sleepy. I like that. I like that. Crooked, sleepy. Maybe we'll call them both. I took the name off Hillary Crooked. I wanted to use it for Joe because I thought it was very accurate. But I got rid of Sleepy, and Sleepy was good. But how about Crooked, Sleepy Joe? You could do a double. That's what you got. Next up, as you know, Super Tuesday. And without any big lessons in anything, that means Tuesday coming up, March 5th. It's a great honor, I'll tell you, because we have to let them know we're coming.
All right. Yep, he just puts it out there that they're doubles. This was put out by Turning Point. Reparations is like paying child support for a child. You never had a woman. You never. Yeah, well, we'll let Rob say it. Here we go.
In California, it has gone out of committee to approve slave reparations to be paid to people who were never slaves, to be paid for by people who never owned slaves, in a state that never had slaves. That's like paying child support for a child you never had to a woman you never fucked. In California, it has gone out of committee.
Yep. Yep. Oh boy. 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 He just laid that out there, didn't he? And the thing was, the slaves were given reparations back then. They were given 40 acres and a mule, along with food, and cost and stuff to maintain their home and mule for a period of time. I won't contribute to that at all, especially knowing that white people were the first people who were slaves in this country. So, and the blacks were the ones who owned it. So, no, I won't. If this is about medical, I can't play it. I'm not going to get pulled down for medical misinformation. I will check it out though. Let's see. We already covered the U.S. debt clock and the Jubilee. Oh, this is an interesting one here.
In Northern California, we've got a bit of an unusual situation. Now, this first portion of the radar cycle, fairly bland and typical, but then you see these bands of very distinct cloud cover moving into the region. That is not rain, that is not snow, believe it or not. Military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff, small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic, or even metallicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
Yeah, you go ahead. Keep telling that lie there, pal.
In Northern California.
You keep telling that lie. All right. I mean, therefore I am. Wow. While advancing towards Kupiansk, Russia, soldiers found a list that appears to be pricing for human organs. And the thing about this particular video is that these prices and information are in English.
Кисловка. Так. Школа. Шумно. Скоро все будет наше. Смотрите, что мы какую-то штуку нашли. Кнопочки стояли. Я даже с собой заберу, коллегам покажу.
Yep. People don't realize it, that, okay, who sent me one this time? What did Mr. Sciatica send me? Knock, knock. That's actually pretty cool. That's a cool cover. Yep. Yep. It's time. All right. Astrology proves the earth is flat. Let's take a listen to this young man.
Same 12 zodiac signs.
Do you believe the earth is flat?
I know the earth is flat. Seriously? Astrology and flat earth or true earth are symbiotic. You cannot have one without the other. If you have a ball and you are spinning, flying through space, chasing this fireball, your constellations would change every now and then. And our constellations have never changed. The stars have never changed. We have the same 12 zodiac signs that we had back in the Dendera stones in Egypt over 5,000 years ago. We're not moving. Every single ancient society knew this. The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Hindus, the Egyptians, every single ancient culture knew that we live in a geocentric universe, not a heliocentric, where we are spinning, chasing this ball of fire while all of these other planets are rotating around us, while all of these other stars are rotating around us. If that was the case, Polaris would move, number one, which is the North Star, and it doesn't. Number two, all of the constellations would not rotate solely around Polaris, but they do. Therefore, we are the center of the universe. Believing in the Big Bang Theory is something that is very common today, where people think, we're the product of an accident and that, we don't have a creator. We're just here to consume and live our best life and not live up to our potential. But if you're the center of the universe, that means that you're very special. That means that you have a creator who is very conscious and cares about you. And when you see yourself as being watched by these heavenly bodies above you 24/7, you start to take your life a little bit more seriously.
I think that was pretty good. I do. All right. No, he didn't. Oh, yes, he did. This guy knocks it out of the park. You will definitely trigger a liberal with this retweet.
If you could say one thing to President Trump today, what would it be?
You didn't give up on me, and I'm not giving up on you. I'm going to have the loudest voice. I'm going to keep speaking your name. I'm going to keep wearing your merchandise, anything with your face, your name on it that speaks in a positive light, that speaks about how you reflected me in my life, and that reflects you in a positive way, President Trump. I'm going to be there to do that. And you changed my life. I wasn't always who I am, but you made me a better man for me, my family, my community, and my country. And I thank you for that. Thank you, President Trump.
If you could say one.
The First Step Act changed a lot of lives. Too bad they don't still use it. All right. Do you believe in God?
Do you believe in God?
No.
So you're an atheist?
Yes.
Why?
I don't think there's enough proof to say that there is a God.
If I gave you proof, would you change your mind?
Yeah, it would have to be pretty good proof.
I can give you pretty good proof, absolute scientific proof, in about 1 minute. Should we give it a try?
Sure.
Every building is proof of a builder. Every painting is scientific proof of a painter. We know that because a building cannot build itself, it's impossible, and a painting cannot paint itself. Builder could have died 100 years ago, but you know there was a builder because the building's there. Painter could have died 300 years ago, but you know there was a painter because paintings don't paint themselves. Creation is evidence of a creator. Flowers and birds and trees, the sun, the moon, the stars, puppies and kittens, male and female, the seasons, the fruits, all these things are evidence of the genius of God's creative hand. An atheist believes the scientific impossibility that nothing created everything. That's your alternative. That's where you fall back to. If you believe there was no creator, then everything was created by nothing, not from nothing, but by nothing. And that's scientifically impossible. Nothing cannot create anything because it's nothing.
I resemble that. Okay, here comes all the TDS bots. This guy lays it out there too. I love this guy.
Some people misunderstand what we say. Well, let me tell you this. I pray that Donald Trump is in the White House this year. I pray that Donald Trump is in the White House this year. Is he perfect? No. Well, who is perfect? No one. So, does he make mistakes? Yes, like all of us do. But America has Trump as the only option. If Trump is not in the White House this year, you can kiss America goodbye. People agree, disagree, that's their choice. But this is not from me. This is from the Lord. America will go very soon. And it's not about Trump. It's about the Lord. We need to pray. Now, please pay attention. We need to pray for America not to fall as yet. Because if America falls, Christians and so many others will be persecuted beyond measures. Beyond measures. We need someone in the White House that fears Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who is God revealed in the flesh. We need someone in the White House who fears Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who invokes the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth in his talks, in his speeches, and is not ashamed. Now, what is in his heart, that is between him and his Lord. I'm not the judge, the Lord Jesus is. But I pray, personally, that Donald Trump is the next president in the White House, because the others don't qualify. There's no one. There's no one that qualifies from all the candidates. None of them. It's Donald Trump. The Lord chose Donald Trump, by the way. Yes? It's the Lord. And I hope Mr. Trump is listening. I've sent a message before. It's don't listen to this good old bishop. I'm just that speaker. You know, that gadget. The one who's talking through this is the Lord. So, Mr. Trump, the Lord loves you. And the Lord has chosen you. Hold on to him. Don't worry about all those evildoers. The Lord has taken care of all of them one by one. Trust in the Lord. And Mr. Trump, when you are in the White House, I'll expect an invitation. Not for anything, I'd like to have a cup of tea with you in the White House. Hello, Khabib Albi.
Yeah, I love this guy. He's such great messages. Okay, so I got a little comedy for you. You got it. Oh, some of you are going to hate me for this, but some of you are going to love me for it. Here is your laugh, your giggle, your super laugh for the day.
If you not wanna be a preacher, I wanna...
I'm going to let it play one more time. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh. Janie Lee says he'll always be a pedophile. Protect your boys. Adam Schiff pays boy's family $7.6 million in damages. Oh, boy. Representative Adam Schiff, Democrat of West Virginia, reportedly paid a boy and his family $7.6 million for an undisclosed lawsuit sealed by the court in Morgantown. Sources inside Schiff's inner circle say the lawmaker paid the family to keep them quiet about an incident between the grown man and their son. No other details are available, but there are plenty of rumors circulating the internet. Nobody has outright accused the congressman of being a pedophile yet. Bullshit, I haven't accused him of being a pedophile. I actually got thrown off of Twitter for that. My screen name at that time was H1M7Q. Yeah, that was my name then. And Adam Schiff is a pedophile. And what he did at the Standard Hotel is going to set precedent as to what needs to happen to every single pedophile in this country that does harm to a child. Okay? Because they won't listen to Jesus. Like Jesus said, and it'd be best that you tie a millstone about your neck and cast yourself into the depths of the ocean than to have caused harm to any of my little ones. It's that simple. It's that simple. Wall Street Ape says our country is being sold off right before our very eyes. This is absolutely insane. March 2024, an Israeli-only sale is taking place for American homes and entire American communities. No one else is even allowed to bid. The event violates both domestic law and international law. I think I played this before, but I want to play it again because of the importance of this message. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Rich Siegel. I'm a 25-year homeowner here in Teaneck. I'm Jewish. The reason that I'm telling you that I'm Jewish is because I have a concern about something that's going on in the Jewish community. On March 10th, there is scheduled to be an Israeli real estate sales event at the Catastrophe synagogue. That event violates both domestic law and international law. Violates domestic law because we had a Civil Rights Act in 1965 and a Fair Housing Act in 1968. We don't allow real estate events to be for whites only, for Jews only, for anybody only. Now, as Jews, we don't get to fly under the radar and break the law and hide it in a synagogue. It violates international law because West Bank settlement homes are going to be available for sale at this real estate event. On the website, it lists 3 different West Bank settlements. Those settlements are in and of themselves illegal by international law. If we allow this sale to go through, we are enabling a local synagogue to violate both domestic anti-discrimination laws and international law. Now, there's other reasons we shouldn't allow it, okay? There's a genocide going on right now. I don't care who that offends. More than 35,000 people have been killed. More than 13,000 children have been killed. People in this community are in deep mourning. People in this community are angry. I'm angry. What this real estate event is going to do is it's going to fan the flames. If it goes forward, there will be a demonstration. I know there's going to be a demonstration because I'm going to organize it. It will be very well attended. What I'm saying needs to be done is, I don't know how much power this mayor and this council have to actually shut down the event, but I know you have the power to recommend that it be shut down. And I'm asking you to please do it. We don't need to have more divisiveness in this community, okay? We don't need to have Jewish privilege rule the day by saying we're entitled to break the law and have this real estate event and not care about how so many people in this community feel about it. Thank you for letting me speak.
That man is very well spoken, and he really, he took the time to really explain, what he's witnessing. And, as a Jew, he is very upset by it because he understands that, national and international law have both banned this. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Miss Mindersu, are you in chat? If you are in chat, give me a thumbs up real quick. That would be awesome, because I want you to see this particular video that I'm going to play next. Please give me a thumbs up or a hi or something. Miss Minder Sue. Is she here? Is she here? So, okay. So before I go into this video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you guys a dream that I had, and I've shared it with you guys before. That was about a month ago. Okay. I have it actually. I have the date actually written down in my journal. I would have to pull my journal out to look at that. And I do record all of my dreams. Okay, because there's okay. So what I've noticed lately in my dreams, normally there is a blur on people's faces other than the subject of who the dream is about. Okay. And of late, what has happened is there has been a very large clarity. I see you, Miss Menderson, because you're going to want to see this next video I'm going to play. Okay. That all of the faces are very clear now. Okay. So, I had a dream about being at a new location and people who are going to come to that new location. I had a dream about how I would get to that location and how it would all come about. Okay. So in this dream, I stated that I was on the phone. Miss Mindersu called me. Okay, very early in the day. Her and her husband were in their truck or vehicle traveling down the road. And what's funny is in this dream, I actually saw her with the phone up to her, up in front of her and talking to me. Okay. And basically what she said to me was that they just left Western Union, where they had exchanged an Iraqi dinar bill, and they got $62,000 for that bill that they exchanged. And she wanted to let me know because she had shared with me previously when they came down to meet me here at the farm and spend time with me down here. And so there are quite a few people in chat who have been to my farm, okay, and see what I do here and stuff like that. So one of the gifts that she gave to me when she brought me this huge bag of M&Ms, a bright smile. Her husband ran and got gas and things for me many times that they've made trips down here and stuff. But she gifted me a couple of denari bills. Okay. And this is the reason that I record my dreams, because I'm going to show you what appeared to one of the people that we actually follow, Echo X, on X. Okay. This young man, he says, Iraqi dinar update. I stumbled upon this video earlier, and if the Iraqi dinar is on the verge of being listed on the Vortex exchange, it's going to be absolutely epic, just as H. Kraken said. Know what you hold. So let's take a peek at this video.
So this is live Forex trading. We have never been able to go on this site and see live US dollar and Iraqi dinar, okay, real time for commodity traders, okay? And today they actually gave public access, and right now it's $2.70 USD and Iraqi dinar. This is for commodity traders. And March 1st, look and hit the Forex this Sunday. If it stays the same, we're looking at $2.70 exchange rate. So this is live for.
Okay. So this is kind of freaky. It's kind of freaky. But it's like, whoa, wait. All right, let's click on this other one here. This is by Hadessa, 1776. Let's check out this side of it. And here you go. The US dollar to the Iraq dinar, $2.70. Now, okay, what I want you to think of is, let me do this real quick. I believe I can pop it up on the screen. I can. So for a 25,000 note times $2.70 equals $67,500. $67,500. Let me say that again. A $25,000 dinar times $2.70. That's per dinar. Okay. $67,500. I did the math. I showed you the math. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to play anymore. Well, the decision by SCOTUS today not only proves they are on unisonus. I think that was supposed to be unanimous. It also proves they are making decisions rather quickly. So, Brunson, knock, knock. I think that things are going to, this woman is going to be taking up a large quantity of our feed today. I said before, I would love for this woman to be my next door neighbor. I would like to meet her in person because she is, she's very opinionated, but I think that she would totally be a hoot to hang out with. And I'll tell you what, if I get the place that I want, and let me tell you, from the dreams that I've had, if that happens, or I should say, I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when that happens, there will be the biggest mustard seed gathering and snedhead gathering ever. And it will be, a crazy. And I will send this woman an invitation. Absolutely, 100%. I just hope that she can handle being out in the country. All right. Who's coming with me? She says, good morning and happy Monday. Please follow me on Rumble. I'm new there, and my name. And follow me on YouTube and Instagram, Queen Petty Lex. There we go.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but I tell you one good damn thing. If Biden was to win again, I'ma be gone. I'll be out there swissing with the Switzerlandians. I promise you that I'll be swissing every motherfucking where. I promise you that.
Oh Lord. I'll be switching with this. I love this girl. I love her. She is a hoot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my Lord. Okay. Wall Street Bates puts out United States Senator Tommy Tuberville says the quiet park out loud. Park. He said park. All right. Come on, brother. We know you're better than that. Social Security and government spending, it's all a scam. They're admitting they know a huge amount of people will die before ever seeing a single cent after paying in their whole lives. This is all a scam. Actually, I'm just going to go to the video and let him say it himself. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Let's make it big screen. Here we go. Tommy Tuberville.
This is all a scam. I mean, we got people that's getting ready to retire that's going to try to live off $2,000 to $3,000. impossible. It's impossible. Because what happens, it comes up here, we spend it. We're 35 trillion in debt. We don't have union money. We're dead broke. And then taxpayers have $2 trillion in credit card debt. We are in huge trouble. In this body, we had better start figuring that out, because we're going to have a run on this city here soon, and there's going to be about 150 million people coming up here saying, where's our damn money that we paid in? I could have put my Social Security money 40 years in tax in the market and probably be worth 8 to 10 million today. But the federal government wasted it. So I'll get off my horse there. But it's good that we have this, because we got, you know, I get a pension check from education. I was part of a union. It's not going to help people. People are going to have to work, continue to work longer and longer. Am I right, Ms. Ginger? Can you say something about Social Security and it being taxed for some reason? We're taxing people for the second time on Social Security that they put into an account.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out when Social Security was first founded, those who established it, it was started out as a 2% tax, and they said this will never take more than 6% of your income. Today, it takes 12.4%, and depending on whether you go with CBO or Social Security trustees, it needs to take between 15.8 and 17.5%. So we're talking about thousands of dollars more per year. It also was actually only originally recommended that the tax be up to $66,000, equivalent in today's dollars of earnings. But over time, it has expanded massively, and the money has been spent every year. So whereas everybody thinks this money's been set aside for me, no, for the past 13 years, every dollar that has gone out of workers' paychecks has gone immediately to pay promised benefits. And that's what happens when you have a system that enables those in charge of it to spend the money in the immediate term and leave the buck to the next generation that's coming along. And because Social Security has grown so much, it's actually to the detriment of lower income workers in particular, who have to pay such a large share of their paycheck to Social Security. They have little left to save for retirement. And then lower income and African-American workers have the lowest life expectancies. So they are the most likely to get nothing back in return. 1 out of 4 African-American men will die between the ages of 45 and 64 after having paid into this system for decades, tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they might get nothing back.
What's the solution?
I think we ultimately have to shift towards a universal benefit system. That's what true social insurance is. It does not make sense that we are paying the biggest benefits to the highest income earners. So gradually over time, I think we need to bend down the benefits for the middle and upper income earners, actually increase them for the lower income earners. Look at things like indexing retirement age to life expectancy, more accurate inflation index. And I think that workers need an option to have their money in something that actually earns a positive rate of return and that can't just immediately be spent by Congress.
I have a 28 and 29-year-old, 2 boys, got a job, working hard, paying Social Security. They ask me all the time, Dad, will I ever see any of that money? Will they see it?
I think they will see some of it. That's the exact same thing I hear whenever I ask a group of younger workers, and none of them raises their hand. So I think that there will be something there, but it's not going to be what has been promised.
Mr. Stephen, you got anything to add to that?
Thank you, Senator. What I would add is when we talk about Social Security or we talk about pensions, the 2 things that they both have in common is that guaranteed income. You know what you're going to get, generally speaking, at the end of it. What I reference in terms of protected retirement, we have developed now solutions that get at both of those in a very efficient way. And they also address the issue around market volatility because we have step-ups and lock-ins. And it's a very efficient way to deliver that to millions of Americans that we've been talking, and that's all because of what you all did around Secure Act 1.0 and 2.0. They have put us in a position to do that. And that's why I'm really encouraging us to have every 401k plan, 457 plan, 403b plan at least one of those solutions so that the American workers can choose. If they want to know what they're going to get in retirement, we can deliver that for them.
Young people of all ages ask me, why can't we put our money in our own 401k instead of put it in Social Security? Is there an answer to that?
I think what I love is that they're asking the right question. Savings in any way is a good thing. And I think there's a place for Social Security. There's a place for pensions, and there's certainly a place for what we're doing in 401k plans.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you.
Yep, they just laid it out there. They have stolen all of our money. And your grandkids or your kids are going to be paying your Social Security and hoping that they procreate so that their grandkids can pay for their Social Security. That's messed up. They've stolen from us time and time and time again. It is time to end this practice completely. People need to be able to set up their own retirements. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Tell Social Security to go themselves. I was being polite there and didn't say the word out loud, you know. So not going to get into Phil because we know he's toast. All right, one of the craziest clips you could ever see. Do you know that Hitler came into power in 1933? According to these newspapers, that was other Holocausts. There were other Holocausts against Jewish people way before 1933. Did you know that there were other Holocausts? Because I didn't know.
In the Sun of New York, Sunday, June the 6th, 1915. This is 18 years before Hitler ever set foot in the government. There it is, people. 6 million Jews. The New York Times, October the 18th, 1918. And the article is called $1 billion fund to rebuild Jewry. There it is. 6 million souls will need help to resume normal life when war is ended. The New York Times, September the 8th, 1919. And the article is called Ukrainian Jews Aim to Stop Pogroms. Mass meeting hears that 127,000 Jews have been killed and 6 million on Pell. In the New York Times, November the 12th, 1919. And have reduced to tragically unbelievable poverty, starvation and disease. About 6 million souls, or half the Jewish population of the earth. February 23rd, 1920. 6 million Jews. Friday, May the 7th, 1920. The Fund for Jewish War Sufferers in Central and Eastern Europe, where 6 millions face horrifying conditions of famine, disease and death. New York Times, Wednesday, July the 20th, 1921. 12 years before Adolf Hitler ever set foot in the government. Look at that. Russia's 6 million Jews are facing extermination by massacre. Gazette, Montreal, December the 29th, 1931. And the article pretty much speaks up for itself. 6 million Jews face starvation.
Always 6 million. Always 6 million. Didn't they say that 6 million Jews were killed during the Second World War? So if there are only 6 million Jews, then why are there any Jews on the planet? How can there be 6 million Jews today but they were all killed in Auschwitz and other places? Something doesn't smell right in Denmark. I don't know about you. I don't know about you. But I don't believe anything that comes out of Israel. Nothing. And I sure as heck don't believe anything that comes out of our government. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because even the things that they're showing us that they're doing, what's being done? You know? So Laura Loomer says President Trump calls out the DOJ for election interference. God help the people who are either too ignorant or too stupid or too blind to see what is happening to our country and how the attacks on President Trump are nothing more than efforts to steal the 2024 election. We're in the middle of election. We have Super Tuesday coming up very shortly. According to Justice Department guidelines, they shouldn't be prosecuting me. Federal prosecutors and agents may never select the timing of any action, including investigative steps, criminal charges, or statements for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. This is election interference and should be stopped in the courts. And Donald J. Trump is one who said that. Yep. We're going to stay away from the medical stuff. Leaked footage from inside the Department of Transportation under Pete Buttigieg. Okay, I've seen enough of that. I just don't need to see any more of it. All right. Shock report. Multiple videos and images have emerged of a green beam seen in the sky over Mexico in mid-February. Thank you for all your submissions. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Another thing that doesn't smell right in Denmark, you know. Yep. All right, Jack Straw says, what? Real chief police. Patriots are prepared. Be prepared for fake Trump assassination. Black hats have Trump clone. They are going to assassinate this clone. The media will go wild. Don't believe a word of it. Trump already knows about this. Trump is safe. Retweet. Make this go viral so people know it is a fake. And this is the thing. There is something in the Q drops. I wish Dave was on with me right now because he would probably actually remember exactly what post number it is and everything. Let me see. I'm trying to remember how you have to do a particular quote. Let me see if that's how you do it. Nope, that's not how you do it. Dang nabbit. Maybe I got to put it in oh dang nabbit. There was a post. There was one particular post that said that something was going to surface, and we were told to not believe it. And I don't remember. Dang nabbit. Yeah, I wish I could remember which post it was. But I actually, let me see. Let's go into the comments here because sometimes. All right. Well, actually, this is a good comment. Good hearts treated badly. Okay, let's put it all out there. Biden is a pedophile. Obama is gay. Michelle is a dude. The elites drink babies' blood. Child trafficking is the elites' drug of choice. Epstein serviced the elites. U.S. is a corporation. Immigrants coming over the border are fighting aged men who will attack everyone. The food we eat is poison on purpose. The COVID vax was meant to depopulate the world. The election was stolen. Hillary had JFK Jr. assassinated. Mail-in ballots were used to steal an election. Cancer is purposely caused by the government. I cannot. I can't argue with that. Biding my time from what I've read and been told, it's on the docket. It will be fake, but it will be the gut punch to the republic that is necessary to wake up the vanilla patriots, and it will show the depths of corruption and evil at the hand to the far left and unwoke masses. Regardless, 2024 is going to get spicy. Let's see. The Simpsons did it again. They did do you remember that? That they did that one particular one. Yes, 2024 will not occur. And I told you guys that before. I had a dream that 2024 wasn't going to happen. Let's see. I want to see if somebody actually put the post in here because sometimes some people do that. The Simpsons didn't predict the death of Donald Trump on 27 August 2020, despite Twitter claims. We just saw the freaking clips of the yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you some context. All right. Let's see other replies. And let's see here. Looking to see because it is in the post. It is in the drops. And let's let's see here. Wait, what? Let's see. Wolverine confirmed to be a cabal operative under interrogation at Gitmo. Tried to bribe white hat guards with a $10 trillion Zim note. It is sharing a cell with John Kerry and Chris Christopherson. It could be. Don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Except for the 10 or the 9 plus 1. They're the only ones who know. I could totally see Trump having a mustache. I totally could. Could you see that? I could see him. I could see him with a beard too. I think he'd look very distinguished with a beard. I do. And this here, okay, this here also brings to question. Okay, so you remember the tents and everything set up in New York City when the was it the Mercy or the Comfort that was in New York? I don't remember which one. Okay, one of the two. I wonder if these tunnels are where they got the children. If they took children out of these tunnels, I'm extremely curious to that. It's just because of the things that we know, and people think we're insane to think, yeah. Nobody posted that? I can't believe that nobody posted anything from Q about this. But a lot of people don't follow, Q. So it's I have to. I would actually have to go through all the posts to find it. But yeah, it could be very well. All right. Well, so in the Bible, God calls Jacob Israel. Okay. Digital Solar pieced together, saving Israel for last. Did Q mean saving Jacob Rothschild, who bit the dust this past week, for last? Notice that the dams are breaking after his death. Okay, let's take a look at this. Did we have it all wrong? Did Q mean Jacob Rothschild is Israel, saving Israel for last? The rest will go fast. Okay, Rothschild means red star. So a lot of people are saying that Rothschild means red shield. That's not true. Okay, the name came because of the red star that was on the building that his relative owned. It was not a shield. It was a red star, a red 6-pointed star. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Somebody said to try. Okay, give me a second here. Let me try this, because I would love to be able to finish that thought. 661, you think it is? Okay, let's see. POTUS is safe, protected by. No, that's not it. That's not it. No, it's yeah. No, this one here was specific that something was going to come out to the public. And Q said, "Don't believe it, because it's not true." And it was regarding POTUS. So you will Rothschild means red star. You will follow the stars. Wasn't Hollywood, but Rothschild and Israel. Everything we were taught is wrong. Saving Israel for last was possibly never about the state, but the person who controlled said state. Jacob is Israel. The head is gone. The rest will go fast. God said unto him, your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel. So he named him Israel. We are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. So that could be an interesting one. We could be very, it could be very interesting. Could be very interesting to see what direction that goes. This is the new DJT ad. I don't know. I haven't seen this one.
New York's Donald Trump running for president. He bought full-page ads in 3 East Coast newspapers today stating his views on foreign policy, and these ads will win him a following. In the ads, he says, There's nothing wrong with American foreign policy that little backbone won't cure. And he says, we have no business spending ourselves broke in the Middle East, protecting ships that are not ours, and oil that we don't need.
Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble. Because within a short period of time, as sure as we're sitting here, there's not going to be a country and there's not going to be a world. I have no intention of running for president, and if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. That all changes, starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Trump leading in 5 of the 6 most important battleground states. Biden continues to trail Donald Trump. Our latest polling out of Iowa also shows former President Trump with a 30-point lead over his nearest rival.
The Republican primary is over. Donald Trump basically has this nomination locked up.
Everyone is listening to you now. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
New York's Donald Trump running president.
That was a great one. Yep, that was a good one. We've already seen John McAfee's interview there. U.S. debt clock, March 4th decode. I've been keeping track of all the news happening today, which is very similar to Santa Surfing's breakdown, but keep in mind tomorrow, 3/5, is primary elections Super Tuesday. Keep in mind, well, we just did that, which is the 65th day of the year. 13 times 5 equals 65. This date is on my list that links to the number 13. Yesterday, the debt clock posted their message at 3:33 on 3/3. 3 times 5 equals 15, which 3/15 is the Ides of March. That adds to 17. All the news coming out today, 3:04, which was the time the debt clock posted their message on Wednesday, 2/28, which was out of the norm for the debt clock to post on a Wednesday. Then they deleted the message they posted at 3:04 Eastern time. March 7th is also on my list that links to the number 13. So keep that date in mind as well. 67th day of the year, 6 plus 7 equals 13. Get ready for the ride of your life. And here's her numbers for the Ides of March. And then 3/4 debt clock, day before primary elections. Supreme Court ruling allows Trump to stay on the ballots nationwide. Gold breaks all-time high. Federal Appeals Court allows Texas immigration law to take effect. Law enforcement officers in Texas are now authorized to arrest, jail illegal immigrants crossing the border. We, the people, own the future. God owns the future. God does. Nobody else. I don't understand all these numbers and stuff. It's confusing for me. Well, Joseph, rudimentary math confuses those who were taught Common Core math. Okay? Just so you know. Just want to put that out there. All right. I mean, therefore I am. New Democrat judge Anjana Hansen sentenced a man to probation for attacking and firing 2 shots from a Chicago police officer's handgun while the cop struggled for control of the weapon. Thomas Tucker, 30, pleaded guilty to aggravated battery of peace officer and endangering others by recklessly discharging a firearm. Insanity.
Give me a car on Cleveland now.
You're coming in, I'm sorry, the radio's not good. Do I have a unit with an emergency? So I got 18 Rico, 12. I got 18, 13, 21 on 7 on 6. Do I have a car with an emergency and 1 and 18? One 12. Well. You good where you are on the 3rd and 4th floor? One 12. What? We are on the alarm. I'm sorry. I'm looking at you. You good on your alarm? I thought someone came in.
1812 emergency now on Cleveland.
1812, where are you located on Cleveland?
2107 Cleveland.
2109 North Cleveland. I need more cars with 1812. 1812 is 99. I need more cars. 2109 North Cleveland. We're going. 1812, what's going on? I got shots fired. 2109 North Cleveland. 10 March. Units in 18 in the city where I don't get multiple gunshots. 2109 North Cleveland. 2109 North Cleveland. Don't for distribution. 1812, you okay?
No!
I need more cars. 1812, came up with an emergency. I now got shots fired.
Okay. Yep. Sentenced a man to probation. Yeah. Not cool. Remember his face. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it again. We saw that one already. Let's see. I'm madder than hot fish grease. I went to a Trump rally to record content and to experience for myself what it's like to go to one. How ironic is it that the media for years have portrayed his rallies to be racist, and you finally get to go to one and experience the opposite as a black woman. Then you get to social media and post your friggin' experience and getting banned, permanently banned. They so badly want us to believe this man wants to dictate us, but they are dictating us. Then they wonder why he has so many of our support. They are lying, fraudulent, manipulating, demonic assholes. I thought America was a land where people could have freedom of speech and religion and so forth. I am so confused. I thought people could not discriminate against us based on our political views, or our apps like TikTok protected because it's private and they can ban us for no reason. Why doesn't this law apply to TikTok and other social media apps? That's a damn good question. That's a damn good question. All right. 90% of all guns are in red territory. 90% of all gun violence is in blue. Accurate. I cannot argue with any of that. All right. This is his comments this morning after the Supreme Court victory. I actually watched this live with Diamond Lil this morning. She's a sweetheart. She kept herself going long enough to be able to play this for her listeners. Those of you who don't know who Diamond Lil is, Diamond Lil was one of my fellow patriots who came on for the pray-a-thons on a weekly basis. Did a lot of Bible readings, did a lot of prayers. Actually hosted for times so that I could rest during our 24, 48, and 72-hour podcasts that we were doing back then. And when I had to stop, she decided to get a prayer thing going herself. Bonnie also attempted to get one going. She didn't have as many followers in there. However, Diamond has been unrelentless and has built up a nice, beautiful morning community for morning prayer and information that surrounds the work of God. So here we go. Let's take a listen to President Trump.
And I'll tell you about, and the Bible.
The former president of the United States, Donald Trump. Let's watch together.
Today, it was a very important decision. We're very well crafted. And I think it will go a long way toward bringing our country together, which our country needs. And they worked long, they worked hard, and frankly, they worked very quickly on something that will be spoken about 100 years from now and 200 years from now. Extremely important. Essentially, you cannot take somebody out of a race because an opponent would like to have it that way. And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's the leading candidate, whether it was the leading candidate or a candidate that was well down on the totem pole. You cannot take somebody out of a race. The voters can take the person out of the race very quickly, but a court shouldn't be doing that. And the Supreme Court saw that very well. And I really do believe that will be a unifying factor, because while most states were thrilled to have me, there were some that didn't, and they didn't want that for political reasons. They didn't want that because of poll numbers, because the poll numbers are very good. We're beating President Biden in almost every poll. New York Times came out yesterday with a very big poll for us. So they didn't like that, and you can't do that. You can't do what they tried to do. And hopefully Colorado, as an example, will unify. I know there's tremendous support. They've brought our support up very strong in Colorado, because people in Colorado thought that was a terrible thing that they did. And while we're on the subject, and another thing that will be coming up very soon will be immunity for a president, and not immunity for me, but for any president. If a president doesn't have full immunity, you really don't have a president, because nobody that is serving in that office will have the courage to make, in many cases, what would be the right decision, or it could be the wrong decision. It could be, in some cases, the wrong decision, but they have to make decisions, and they have to make them free of all terror that can be rained upon them when they leave office, or even before they leave office. And some decisions are very tough. I can tell you that as a president, that some decisions to make are very tough. I took out ISIS, and I took out some very big people from the standpoint of a different part of the world. Two of the leading terrorists, probably the two leading terrorists ever that we've ever seen in this world. And those are big decisions. I don't want to be prosecuted for it. Another president wouldn't want to be prosecuted for it. It had a tremendously positive impact. It stopped everything cold. And sometimes you have to make, they were tough decisions. Sometimes you have to make decisions like that. When you make a decision, you don't want to have your opposing party or opponent, or even somebody that just thinks you're wrong, bring a criminal suit against you, or any kind of a suit when you leave office. I have that right now at a level that nobody's ever seen before. I have rogue prosecutors, and I have rogue judges. I have judges that are out of control. And it's a very unfair thing for me, but serving perhaps as a sample to others of what should not be happening when you make good decisions. And in my case, the economy was great. We didn't go into any wars. We totally defeated ISIS. We provided the largest tax cuts in history. We provided the largest regulation cuts in history. But think of it, no wars. We beat ISIS 100% of the caliphate. Then there were no wars. We did a job that was great, but maybe I wouldn't have done that. The caliphate, defeating them, was very powerful. It was going to take 4 years. It took me 4 months, but it was a very strong dictum that I gave. I said, get them, defeat them, end it. We were fighting for 20 years against ISIS, and we did it very quickly. I don't want to be prosecuted. In that case, it worked out very well. There will be some things that perhaps don't work out so well, but I don't want to be prosecuted because I decided to do something that is very much for the good of the country and actually for the good of the world. A president shouldn't have that on his mind, and he has to have a free and clear mind when he makes very big decisions, or it's going to be nothing more than a ceremonial post. You'll be president, it'll be a wonderful thing, and you won't do anything because you don't want to be hit by your opponent or hit by somebody else, because who wants to leave office and go through what I've gone through? I'm being prosecuted by Biden, my opponent, because every one of these things, whether it's Fannie Willis or Bragg, these are local and state, but they're in total coordination with the White House. You can't do that. It shouldn't be done. I mean, a thing like that, in the case of the DA's office, they put one of the top people, maybe the second person, in the Manhattan DA's office to get Trump. They had a Hillary Clinton lawyer leave the law firm, very prestigious big law firm, leave the law firm to go into the DA's office to get Trump, Pomerantz, Mr. Pomerantz. So he goes in to become a prosecutor, worked for the Democrat Party and Hillary Clinton, goes in to prosecute Donald Trump at a local level in total coordination with the Department of Justice, meaning Biden. And then you have the Fannie Willis, or as she would say, Fani, F-A-N-I, but Fani. And she hired somebody, knew the person long before this horrible prosecution took place. And she went out and she paid him an unbelievable amount of money, more money than he ever had dreamt possible, much more money than other people that do that for a living. He never did it at all, had no experience in it at all. And they had obviously a conflict. We don't have to go into that, but they were able to get a lot of money because it was a high-profile person. Me, I'm a very high-profile person. So they were able to pay him close to $1 million when he was not equipped to do the job, and she's not equipped to do the job, and that case should end immediately. That case is so conflicted, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then you have deranged Jack Smith, who's a Trump hater and represents all the Trump haters, and he's going wild. He's just a wild man. He's been overturned unanimously by the Supreme Court. Went after other people over the years. He's a great failure, but he's mean, he's nasty, he's unfair, and the judges on these cases, they're all Trump haters. Other than we have maybe one or two that I think can be fair. But you look at New York, what's happened. I mean, these people have tremendous hatred. You can't do this to a president. And again, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about in the future. A president has to be free. A president has to be, if the president does a good job, I did. Some people would say a great job. But if the president does a good job, a president should be free and clear and frankly celebrated for having done a good job, not indicted 4 times and not gone after on a civil basis and not demanded to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in fines on something that was absolutely perfect, where there were no victims, where the financial statements were absolutely flawless, where you have disclaimer clauses. I mean, nobody's ever had a thing like this. I wasn't given a jury. And I had a clubhouse judge just come up with this number on a perfect loan and very conservative financial statements. But even at that, if you look, the disclaimer says don't rely on the financial statements in any way, shape, or form. Go out and do your own work. The bank in question had the most sophisticated lawyers in the world, frankly, one of the top law firms anywhere in the country. And they can defend themselves. What guys like Bragg and Letitia James and Fani and deranged Jack Smith, what they should be doing is fighting violent crime. And that would lead me to the end. I will say that President Biden, number one, stop weaponization. Fight your fight yourself. Don't use prosecutors and judges to go after your opponent, to try and damage your opponent so you can win an election. Our country is much bigger than that. The other thing I say to President Biden, Close the borders now. This is not sustainable for our country. It's not sustainable for our cities. Our country is under siege. This is a violent thing that you've done. And many people are dying. Many, many people are dying. They die on the trip up. They die going through the border. And they die in our country. But many of the people coming up are from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. Many are terrorists. You see it. Many, many are terrorists. And I believe the real number that we have right now is probably closer to 15 million people. And by the time the term ends, I believe the president's term ends, I believe you'll be at close to 20 million people. That's almost larger than any state in the union. Our country, it is not sustainable. Many of these people are tough. Many of these people are bad. They come from some of the roughest countries in the world and some of the roughest prisons. We have prisons in the Congo, in Africa, coming. We have people coming from all parts of the Middle East. They're coming from Yemen, and yet you are bombing Yemen. You have to stop. You have to close the border. You have absolute authorization. You don't need Congress. I had the safest border in the history of our country, and I didn't use Congress for it. And then I built hundreds of miles of wall, and the reason I built it, how I built it, was I considered it an invasion of our country, and I took the money from the military, and the Army Corps of Engineers did it with me, and we did a great job. And we had the safest border we've ever had, and now we have the most unsafe border anywhere in the world at any time. There's never been a border like this at any country, anywhere in the world. They would have fought with sticks and stones to stop the horrible situation that's occurring. Our people can't stand it, and the people coming in really can't stand it because they're dying. Many are dying on the trip up, and they're dying in the country. And also, many of the people are criminals, and they're doing tremendous harm. I call it migrant crime. It's migrant crime. It's a new category of crime. They're hurting our country horribly, and we've become a laughing stock all over the world. So I say respectfully to President Biden, you have the authorization right now. I did it. I didn't go to Congress and say, do I have the right to close? I fought Congress on it. Close the borders. You can do it right now. You have everything. Use my policies. My policies were great. Everybody said it. Use my policies. So just to finish, I have great respect for the Supreme Court, and I want to just thank them for working so quickly and so diligently and so brilliantly. And again, this is a unifying factor. Everybody now is together, and they can go after me as a politician. They can go after me with votes, but they're not going to go after me with that kind of lawsuit that takes somebody out of a race who's leading in this case, but even if the person wasn't leading. And I want to thank you all for being here.
All right. Yep. So much going on. So that's his remarks. Here we go. Mark Geddes put out a message from Stephen Forsyth about our corrupt courts, worth your 4 or 5 minutes. And you know how I feel about video.
Yeah, I've just been asked to do a voice recording. I thought it might be easier just to make a short video. It's very simple. HMR courts and tribunal services, the City of London, all councils are registered on Dun & Bradstreet in the United States. Therefore, they all come under the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code of Conduct. That is their guidelines. Now, when I went to court, prior to actually going, I sent the court all their Dun & Bradstreet registration numbers. I explained to them that they were foreign, overseas registered corporations for profit being paid for by the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a privately owned bank. So justice could not be served, there could be no impartiality, and there could be no integrity. This is the same for all the councils in the United Kingdom, the police, all corporations. Now, why that's important is on the 1st of March 2023, I read out the UCC 1-308 filing, which from the 30th of January was the deadline. It was a public announcement. It gave all UK corporations 40 days and 40 nights to rebut the 12 presumptions of law and affidavits to be true. They were unable to do that. That returned the power, the sovereign status, back to we the people. Now, all the courts have continued to harass and to continue their fraudulent, deceptive, treasonous business against we the people. They are finished. I don't state this lightly. I put this in writing to the case progression officer at Bournemouth Crown Court. When I attended court on the 21st of December 2023, the presiding judge, KC William Mousley from the King's Bench, acknowledged that he had read and received all my evidence. It was not rebutted. Therefore, the fact that these institutions, these corrupt corporations that have committed acts of treason against we the people, they have followed our belligerent government's narrative of rolling out a gene editing bioweapon which has killed, harmed and maimed members of our community, our friends and family members. They are all complicit in the crime. This is a fact. I also stated in court that fiction yields to truth. There is no legal fiction where there is truth. I stated, I am whole, I am present, I'm fully accounted for from fertilization to last breath. I'm a living man. I'm not a corporation. You have zero jurisdiction over me. You are the criminals. You are the foreigners on our land. You are the marauders. You are the invaders. You are the child traffickers. We, the people, have the power. I also stated, when in the witness stand, that I didn't need a Bible to swear on. I put my hand on my heart and I stated, I'm here to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I am the God of my atoms and the atoms of the gods of the universe. We, the people, have dominion over this realm and all other realms. So it is. I trust this will help, but enough is enough. The military is the only way.
And this guy is in no way Simon Parks, just so we know that. His name is Steve Forsyth. All right. War on kids. No, let's stay away from it. We already know why the Amish children don't get, we've seen this one already earlier. Terrence is cool, but he gets me in trouble with music. I don't pay attention to the Hodge twins at all. In Russia, last year, 400 people were arrested for what they said on social media. Let's check it out.
In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for things that they said on social media. 400 people in Russia. Obviously, this country is very different. How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year?
Go on.
Take a guess.
I have no idea.
3,300.
Really? Arrested for what they'd said on social media?
Yeah.
What sort of things get you
Well,
arrested?
one example I give in my show is there was a young woman from Liverpool called Chelsea Russell, and people can look this up. Her friend was killed in a car crash, 19-year-old woman, and she posted the lyrics of his favorite song on her Instagram. And there was a rap song, so the lyrics contained several instances of the N-word. She was arrested, prosecuted, found guilty, given 500 hours of community service and a fine, tagged, and for a year she was under 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew.
My goodness.
In Britain.
In Britain.
In 2018. In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for things that they said on social media. 400 people in Russia. Obviously, this country is very different. How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year?
Go on.
Take a guess.
I have no idea.
3,300.
Really? Arrested for what they'd said on social media?
Yeah.
What sort of things get you
Well,
arrested?
one example I give in my show is there was a young woman from Liverpool called Chelsea Russell, and people can look this up. Her friend was killed in a car crash, 19-year-old woman, and she posted the lyrics of his favorite song on her Instagram. And there was a rap song, so the lyrics contained several instances of the N-word. She was arrested, prosecuted, found guilty, given 500 hours of community service and a fine, tagged, and for a year she was under 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew.
My goodness.
In Britain.
In Britain.
In 2018. In Russia.
Yep. I want to head up here to the top. This is the video that got me taken down on TikTok. Script Keeper.
60 seconds in the popcorn. So you know what I was thinking? The sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. P. Diddy is getting in trouble with stormy weather. So yeah, P. Diddy being exposed, that's a big thing. A lot of people don't realize that. That is pretty big. That's a gatekeeper in the music industry. He's been around forever, from the bottom to the top. But what I wanted to talk about is all these influencers. You know, all these influencers never talk about boots on the ground. They never talk about, you know, really getting the work done, the footwork done, and the paperwork done. Why don't they ever tell you that you can go, for every representative, you can go get their bonds, you can go file the paperwork to hold them accountable, you know, as in sedition, treason, all that. How come none of these big influencers are telling you that you got to go hold their bonds, or you go file the necessary paperwork and, you know, basically hold every single one of these representatives that are supposed to represent your districts and your states and all that, hold them responsible and accountable for not doing what they're supposed to do and upholding their oath to their office. Remember, you know, the way they have it set up, and you can go check out your straw man UCCs and all that. The way they have it set up is basically like, you know, you're a citizen or a civilian, but once you become a representative of, say, New York, or a representative of, California, you give up your right to being, okay, a regular civilian. You give that up. Now, citizen is always, you know, people go, oh, sovereign citizen. I'm like, man, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's an oxymoron. They'll never tell you that, you know, when they take this oath to the office, they give up that right of being a civilian. So it's, you know, your constitution, they go, oh, you know, I have the unalienable right. No, you gave up all of that when you swore an oath to your office that you represent, and the district and the counties and the states that you represent. Sorry, cut off. So these districts, everything that they represent, when they don't uphold that oath to that office, they are liable. You can hold them accountable. All you got to do is file the necessary paperwork. That's why they're not scared of you. That's why these people are not scared of us, because we don't know. People are uneducated and don't know how to go out and do this. Shout out to Mighty Fuzz Podcast. You know, shout out to everybody that does that is on that grind of holding these people accountable. like I said, once I get the full format for everybody, I'll try and teach everybody what I'm learning and showing you. The best that I can tell you right now and teach you right now is about the straw man, the UCC, and basically just how they screwed us with the Federal Reserve Act back to Woodrow Wilson, 1913. You got birth certificates when it used to be birth live transcripts. They used to have live transcripts. They changed up the wording. Remember, words matter. Everything matters when it comes down to the words. But that's how they screw us out of everything. But how come these influencers never talk about this? How come our representatives never talk about this? Because they know that you're, sheep. That's how they look at you. You're a number. Sheep, you're cattle, chattel. They don't give a flying fuck. So when everybody goes, oh, see, there's no plan. There's no plan. Oh, there's no plan script. Even Phil said it. Phil Godlewski said there's no plan. They failed at the plan. You're the fucking plan. You've always been the plan. Why did Q tell you to watch who you follow? Research and question everything. Anybody that's been awake, I'm just going to go to 2020. I've been awake since 9/11. Anybody that's been awake since 2020, how many rabbit holes did you go down? How much did you research? What did you find? Did you cross-reference it? Did you confirm it with multiple sources? You've always been the plan. Anybody that tells you that these people failed or the white hats failed or any of that, they don't have the unshakable faith. They don't understand what the plan is. Yeah, I'm cozy with the psyops. I've been cozy with the psyops. I could call a psyop, I don't know, before it happens. That's what it means being cozy. But you are the plan. You've always been the plan. And they've been doing treason and sedition right in front of your face. Since 2020, it's been more blatant in your face. Everything slows down. Stay in your house. Don't go outside. Don't look at the sun. Don't get rejuvenated. Don't go outside. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. 60 seconds on your popcorn.
Okay, I need to send him a message about keeping time because you said 60 seconds in your popcorn at the beginning of it, but that was 5 minutes and 14 seconds long. So you got a little problem with math, brother. But I love his intel. He's great. Great information. It's not intel; it's information. Intel is something that's supposed to be secret. That's not supposed to be released. But Bill Gadzewski gets the intel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're getting some drops. All right, buddy. You sure are. All right. Non's trying to decode this meme. Oh, Inspector Gadget music is what's going on there. Yep. Don't want to get in trouble for that. Nature Girl says, new video. Gene Ho posting a new video that contains the two most popular words in our community, Nasara, Jasara. Take a moment to listen to how future may prove past. Let's check it out.
All right, let's have some fun on a Sunday. Did this fictional book, written over 100 years ago, predict Nasara, Jasara? Is very interesting because, of course, this is the fictional character, Baron Trump. And in this book, this collection, it had one very interesting book at the end. It's called The Last President. Here's where it gets kind of spooky because this last president sounds a lot like Donald Trump. Look at what this president said. I could restore thee to thy old time prosperity. Quite frankly, sounds like Make America Great Again. But did this book predict a future Nasara, Jasara coming? This is interesting because in this book, they had a problem 100 years ago. Notice this. The frightful evils of a debased currency. That's interesting because this fictional president from way back then did something about it and returned it back to almost like Nasara, Jasara, including the gold standard. Look at this. The gold standard returned it, and resumed it to strictly maintain that. Here's the interesting thing about it. When this book was written, it was over 100 years ago. But the spooky thing about it, back then when this book was written, America was on the gold standard. It didn't go away to fiat currency until 50 years later.
Yeah. Future proves past. Yep. This is Africa 2023, children in bags being sold into slavery. Every fool sitting in the greatest country in the world who has never been a slave or is screaming about reparations need to sit down and shut the F up, and then they can get their asses on a plane and fly to Africa to help liberate these people. But they won't, because they are nothing but selfish, entitled asshats that have no idea how lucky they are to be in America.
No, trabajo kujiretuve tu mwanasema huu mama masaki yote munaona yuko hapa aisha kufungia batoto wake Mansaka asende kabatupe Mungu kubadai
Just so everybody knows, see here, that's the head, there's the back, legs crossed, sitting on the ground. Yeah, we don't need to watch any more of that. We know what's going on. We know what's going on. We are seeing it more and more every single day. All right. Listen to the 4 responses for 4 Black Republicans who were in attendance when President Trump suggested Black Americans can relate to his criminal prosecutions. Well, that backfired.
And we're joined now by 4 Black Republicans who were all in the room. Abdul Ali, Operations Director at Frederick Douglass Foundation of North Carolina. Tia Bess, National Director of Engagement for Moms for Liberty. Kevin McGarry, co-founder of Every Black Life Matters. And Sharice Lane, a student at Florida A&M University. Quick show of hands, do you believe his comments were in any way racist? Nobody. Okay. Abdul, what were your thoughts that night when you heard these comments during the event?
It's about time that somebody started telling the truth. I mean, he's only speaking to what some Black folks have experienced for a very long time, which is a disastrous justice systems in many cases. And ultimately, we can all see this playing out right in front of our very eyes. I wasn't offended or didn't feel like anything he said was racist in any way.
Former President Trump also made a statement about his mugshot taken as part of his Georgia case. Let's take a listen to that.
And you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The Black population. It's incredible. You see Black people walking around with my mugshot. You know, they do shirts and they sell them for $19 a piece.
Kevin, Tia, I want to bring you in here. Do you feel that that comment was in any way off color?
Not at all. I mean, the reality is that, we see a president that has been prosecuted and persecuted. And a lot of people in the community, especially in the Black community, who have felt that there's multi-tiers of justice, are seeing that played out in front of their very eyes. And they're saying, yeah, I can relate to this guy. This guy is going through some things that either myself or my family have gone through. And this is a very relatable moment for a lot of people. So seeing this mugshot as a big, to the media and to the political pundits it's a big deal, and it really does resonate within the community.
Tia, want to get your comments there.
Well, no, I agree, especially coming from an education perspective. He didn't say, if you're not black if you don't vote for me. He was just stating the truth, and that's what sometimes we need to hear. For too long in politics, we've been lied to, and we need to hear the truth and have someone that we can relate to.
Me personally, I don't think that's necessarily relating to Blackness, but I do think that a lot of Black people have gone through the criminal justice system, and it has been unfair to them. And I think that's what he was saying.
And I think she's 100% correct in saying that. Yep. But, not just Black people, but poor whites and the Hispanic population as well. Native Americans. Native Americans have been jailed, Christ, they were jailed just for leaving the reservation. It's, just ridiculous. Just not cool at all. Not cool whatsoever. Don't want to play that because that's off of the Comedy Central. All right, let's see. Did she get taken down? Now, listen, I understand news needs to be reported. However, why is chaos, celebrities, and corrupt politicians all they ever report? Oh, yeah, we saw that one. Okay. All right, let's hit the top of this. Oh, the Diddy lawsuit opens up a whole new angle on Michael Jackson's death and life story. The more you look into the music industry, the more you see this weird pattern. Everyone who steps out of line and starts speaking out about how artists are treated, about how executives manipulate the industry and abuse their power, every one of them are slandered, smeared, and sometimes even suicided. Probably all coincidences, though, right? Let's see.
Michael Jackson conspiracy theories are back on the table. P. Diddy's sexual blackmail ring puts Michael Jackson's whole life story in a whole new light. So this new lawsuit just came out that shows tons of evidence that P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, has been running a sexual blackmail operation very much like Jeffrey Epstein, but in the rap and music industry for basically 30 years. And in that lawsuit, we learned that his head of security while he's running the sexual blackmail ring is this guy named Fahim Muhammad, who before working for Diddy was the head of security for Michael Jackson when he was only 21. And he was one of the first people on the scene when Michael Jackson died. And before we go to Michael Jackson, the most important part of the Diddy case to bring across is the fact that the record executives at the very top knew what P. Diddy was doing. They were attending the parties with underage girls where they were spiking drinks. They were deeply involved in Diddy's personal life, and all evidence points to them supporting his operation, or at the very least, turning a blind eye to it. So let's revisit Michael Jackson, the king of pop, knowing what we know today. Starting in 1993, Michael Jackson was repeatedly accused of inappropriate things with children. And most of us eventually took that story and were like, okay, that's messed up. Michael Jackson's a bad dude, without necessarily taking into account the way that the press had been smearing him in really messed up ways for years. And then a bunch of documentaries were made before and after his death, smearing him left, right, and center. But the Diddy lawsuit directly points out and reminds us that the people that own the record companies also own the media publishing businesses that can print the tabloids. They have close relationships with the people that own the newspapers and the magazines that print these stories, that make these movies. That's how they offer record contracts to people and then get them to the top of the charts right away. That is, if they play ball, if you know what I mean. But when you actually look into the evidence, the FBI were investigating Jackson for 10 full years, and they presented no evidence of criminal conduct on Jackson's part. The files have been declassified and you can view them yourself. They include a raid of his home where they confiscated all electronics. This is their ID number that you'll see. We're talking computers, hard drives, cell phones, where they say the amount of gigabytes. And then following are pages like this where they have the ID of the different devices and they all say nothing. Literally, they all say this. They found nothing. But that didn't stop the press from running made-up stories about how secret FBI files revealed that Jackson had paid millions in hush money to dozens of boys he had abused, despite the FBI files directly negating that statement. And to be clear, Jackson was a weird dude. He grew up in one of the most effed up environments imaginable. He had basically no father figure and was kept from his mother. And the press has repeatedly tried to make him seem even weirder to us. But sometimes they publish articles trying to make him seem like wacko jacko, which is super racist. We'll get into that another time. But they actually wind up just showing his humanity, like how he's shocked by the real world because he doesn't understand it. In this article, they explain how when he first saw a homeless person, he was like, "What's that?" And his driver had to explain to him what a homeless person was. And he was like, "Holy shit." And he made them stop the car and he watched for a while, then gave the woman $300. And then when they saw that a man that she was with was about to try to take it from her, Jackson went and gave him $300. And she was crying and said that he'd saved her. And then he spent the rest of that day driving around, giving out $100 bills to homeless people, saying how it's just amazing that the world could be so messed up. He sang about this kind of stuff all the time. In that same article, they also confirmed that he likes women, not underage ones. And he had a secret girlfriend that he was seeing on the side, but keeping it away from his kids. and would always be back before they woke up. So they branded him as Wacko Jacko early on and just like totally annihilated his public image. But what you might not have known is that that is a direct reference to a monkey, a fighting monkey from an old, like, who was like a cartoon character, basically. His name was Jacko Macaco. And for the longest time, you could actually buy Jacko monkey dolls. And we could talk about how all the boys that accused him of things actually were in the middle of launching really successful entertainment industry careers when they made those allegations about what had allegedly happened to them when they were tiny children, despite having previously gone on their stand and under oath saying that nothing had ever happened. But that would just be a waste of time. One of the far more interesting and relevant claims is that Michael Jackson said a lot of things about Jewish people, particularly later in his career. And then he was smeared to all hell and back as an anti-Semitic Nazi, except that when you search YouTube for the actual original phone call recording where he called Jews leeches, YouTube won't let you see it. You can't find it. Instead, they feed you a bunch of videos that are of this other phone call that seems to be his doctor that allegedly killed him, calling him when he was in the midst of heavy sedation and getting him to talk on the phone in slurred speech about how shitty his life was while he was completely fucked up on drugs. That his doctor that was talking to him probably knew he was high on. Like, I don't know, just feels like a smear job to me. But when you search it on Twitter, you can find those videos no problem. Just saying. And that's not because X supports anti-Semitic content. That's because X allows you to get to primary sources. Because if you want to know how history happened, you need to be able to access the primary sources. And yes, Jackson did say that the Jews are, probably referring to the Jews in the music industry, are like leeches and that they took everything from them and that they did it on purpose. But when you look into those allegations or those insults, you realize that because of his will that was probably fake and filed right before his death. So the will was signed on July 7th in Los Angeles by 3 witnesses. But Jackson's family pointed out that he was in New York that day and there's video proving it. So they changed their story. But the witnesses definitely saw it and it was just in New York. So anyways, because of this will, John Branca was put in charge of his estate, which included his net worth of $230 million, but far more importantly, his 50% share of Sony ATV worth $750 million. Yes, he was taking on Sony. He was going after the hand that feeds him. And when you look into John Branca, in 2003, Jackson fired Branca because he was siphoning money out of Jackson's accounts in collusion with Sony Music CEO Tommy Mottola and funneling it through a bunch of offshore accounts in the Caribbean. John Branca is Jewish, and Tommy Mottola is also Jewish. Plus, Tommy Mottola married Mariah Carey partway through his life when she was a young woman. He was an old man. And there are other allegations about that whole situation you can look up on your own. In the first video I made about the Diddy case, where I broke down the whole thing, I went through a whole bunch of music executives that are involved in that case or that come about when you start looking into it. And every single person that I showed in that video that was not black was Jewish. Because whether you like it or not, whether you want to call people names about it or not, the vast majority of the power in the music industry is controlled by Jewish men. Another good example who we have not talked about yet is Lou Pearlman, who is famous for the boy bands NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. Not trying to say that all Jewish people are bad. People are just people. They make their own choices. But in the music industry, there are a fuckload of Jewish men that are doing shitty things to people. And in a few other industries too, when you think about it. We'll make another video about that. For most of Jackson's career, his head of security was Bill Bray, who was his mentor and basically his father. And the two were extremely close. Bill ran his security until he was 70 when he retired, and Jackson continued to pay his medical bills until he died at age 80. This is a letter that Michael Jackson wrote to Bill that is both really touching and really enlightens you as to the state of Michael Jackson's education and his perspective on the world and his life story. Pause if you want to read that. But then once Bill retired, Jackson was then protected by other security people that came and went. And he wound up with this guy who has direct connections to Diddy's sexual blackmail operations, who was directly complicit in covering up crimes for Diddy and covering up murders, covering up drug use, prostitution, human trafficking. This is the guy that was protecting Michael Jackson the day that he died. The day that he was overdosed on drugs after he was probably already asleep, and the only witnesses, there were no witnesses to the crime. I'm honestly kind of surprised that this guy never got checked into as a suspect. I'm not trying to make any allegations. I'm just saying anyone can inject a dude with lots of propofol. So, knowing what you know now about the entertainment industry, about the world, about how this all works, about Israel, I suggest you re-examine the story of Michael Jackson and you re-listen to some of his lyrics. I bet if I include the song, they'll take the video down for copyright as a way to silence this video, but you should probably re-listen to the lyrics for "They Don't Really Care About Us." And if you find the censored version, you should probably find out what the words that they censored are. And you know, looking into this whole story of Michael Jackson, the one thing that I couldn't stop thinking about is, man, that sounds a lot like Kanye West. But that's probably just a coincidence, right?
That was a good video. That was good. I like him. He's a smart
Michael
cookie.
Jackson conspiracy?
He's a smart cookie. Good researcher. Yep. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this screen over to here because we're going to listen to Adam and Eve Part 1 and Part 2. Here we go.
Suspicious as shit that the CIA pulled this book off the shelves before people ever had the chance to read it. It's by Chan Thomas. It's called The Adam and Eve Story, and it's supposedly what's going to happen at the end of the world. Second suspicious as shit thing is that it's 45 pages, but that is a sanitized copy from the CIA that was released in 2013. You can see at the top of this page, that's where I got these from. You're welcome to go to CIA.gov and find the entire document, well, the sanitized version of the document. But let's look at the first 6 pages and see what Chan Thomas predicted. This is the not suspicious at all intro that we have. Like Noah, like Adam and Eve, this too will come to pass. And then we get to page 3. Once we get to page 3, that's when all hell breaks loose on Earth. So to sum up page 3, we have hurricanes, earthquakes, America underwater, right? Destroyed. Within 3 hours, the fantastic wall of water moves across the continent, burying the wind-ravaged land under 2 miles of seething water coast to coast. What the fuck? And then on this page, he basically just says, it's not just America that gets fucked up. It's everywhere that gets fucked up. So on this page, he finally explains what the hell is going on. Now, the earthquakes and the hurricanes and all that good jazz that came along with it, that lasted for about 6 days. On the 7th day, the horrendous rampage is over. The Arctic Ice Age is ended and a new Stone Age begins. A new era. Yes, the cataclysm has done its work well. The greatest population regulator of all does once more for man what he refuses to do for himself. I can see why the CIA pulled this.
Okay. Now, Adam and Eve Part 2.
Let's get back to the suspicious shit that this is, the Adam and Eve Story by Chan Thomas. Now let's remember, it was written in 1965, but suppressed by the CIA until 2013 when they released a sanitized version of it. So go ahead and pause to read the first page of The Great Floods if you would like. But basically what Chan is saying is that they're just like all of those that came before us. And then he talks about the science behind it and the scientists that have been trying to figure this out since the 1800s. This is what Chan predicted caused the cataclysm, caused the great floods. Pause to read the entire page if you would like to, but this is the page where he describes why the earth did what it did and why all hell broke loose. Once he knew what was happening, he wanted to know why it was happening. Valid. And he finds out, so apparently once every few thousand years, neutral matter escapes from the 860-mile radius inner core into a 1,300-mile thick molten outer core, and there is a literal atomic explosion inside the earth. Fucking wonderful. The explosion in the high-energy layer of the outer core disrupts completely the electrical and magnetic structure in both the molten outer core and the outer 60-mile thick molten layer. Finally, the ice caps are allowed to pull the shell of the Earth around the interior with the shallow molten layer, lubricating the shift all the way. That sounded... He goes on to say that you can see the ice ages are not a matter of advancing or retreating ice, simply a location of ice, and they're all different on the Earth at different times. And then he goes on to give you more examples. Like all of these throughout history, demonstrating great cataclysms. Whew.
Like great resets. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
The lion cub is trapped in the buffalo's ass and cannot escape. Inside the buffalo's ass, there is a severe lack of oxygen. Every minute of delay adds another 60 seconds of danger. If not freed from the buffalo's ass in time, the ultimate consequence is suffocation and death. Lion cubs rarely eat pasta. The lion cub never imagined being stuck in the buffalo's ass and suffocating. Normally, with delicacies like this, the Lion King would be the first to eat, and puncturing a hole in the buffalo's ass would be easier than ever. However, today, the Lion King is not here, and this lion cub is facing an immense challenge. In the end, everyone wants to eat well, but eating improperly can have unforeseen consequences. The lion cub has been trapped in the buffalo's ass for a few minutes. Despite exerting great force, it cannot free itself. Time between life and death is running out. The lioness on the other side is busy eating the buffalo, completely unaware of the lion cub. Even if she noticed, she couldn't help. The lion cub's only choice now is to save itself. Before long, a male lion seems to sense that something is wrong. The male lion, the father of the lion cub, approaches with a bewildered expression, not understanding what is happening, only seeing his cub struggling. The lion cub's breath is very weak, and its body has lost vitality. After several hesitations, the male lion doesn't recognize the problem or realize that his cub is about to suffocate. In the end, the male lion leaves the lion cub there and goes away alone. Perhaps only tourists could save this lion cub, but instead of acting immediately, they take out their phones to record this bizarre scene. Perhaps it is because humans cannot intervene in the laws of nature. The fate of the lion cub seems to be predetermined. However, beyond your imagination, a few years later, this lion cub is undoubtedly alive and once again facing suffocation. Tourists still remember the scene vividly, but it seems that the lion cub has long forgotten. And of course, tourists still choose not to intervene in this difficult situation. The fate of the lion cub, trapped in the buffalo's ass twice, has finally come to an end.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have gone there. Maybe, just maybe, just maybe, just maybe. I don't know.
Have you heard the reports of UFOs flying over the US? Well, here's something to keep in mind. Our government, and especially our military, has technology that we have never seen. Take this plane, for example. The SR-71 is the fastest plane in its class, but it was secretly designed and built for the US military 60 years ago. In 1964, this plane was flying in Area 51. It was so far ahead of its time that it still looks state-of-the-art now in the next century. If Lockheed Skunk Works built a stealth plane that can fly faster than a bullet 60 years ago, imagine what's flying in Area 51 today.
Yep. Well, we've been saying this for a while now, you know. Well, I found it. It's 281 now. Remember what we were talking about? Okay, let's pull the calculator back out again. I'm telling you, 25,000.00 times 2.81 equals $70,250. Do you see what I see? You know what? Let's do this. Let's clear this. Let's go 25,000 times $3 equals 75,000. Now, let's use our brains and say, well, I have a feeling that the dinar can go up as high as $5. So we're going to go 25,000 times 5.00 equals 125,000. So somebody else found Forex Live. Forex Live. Let's see. Let's go to Forex Live. Forex. I hope I live. 4X Live. Here we go. Live quotes. Okay. Oh, hang on one second. I gotta do this, or else we won't get to see everything that's on there. Okay. So let's see here. We're looking for the dinar, right? That's right? We're looking for. So if I miss it, tell me that I missed it. U.S. dinar. I believe this is. Is that what this is saying? Oh no, that's the Indian rupee. Okay, that's not the one we want. Okay, so we're looking for do. That's weird. How come it's not on? How come it's not on the list here? They got the Japanese yen. They got the Canadian dollar. They got the British pound. They got the Swiss franc, the Australian dollar, New Zealand dollar, Singapore dollar, euro against the Japanese yen. Turkish lira, Czech whatever. I am not seeing the Iraqi dinar there. Okay, let's look here. U.S. dollar versus the yen. No. Okay, so how are they finding it? Live charts? Is that what we need to look at? Live charts? Okay. No, that's not. And see, this is something that they definitely do not want coming out to the American people. I'll tell you that right now. Western Union can be going broke real quick. Because I think that's where the security or live exchanges. Let's go live quotes. See if it's there. Come on now. Nope, I don't see it on the list. I do not see it on the list. So, where in the hell are they getting? Where in the hell are they getting their stuff from? If we, I mean, we're not seeing it. Central banks, forex orders. Okay, I'm not going to confuse myself too much because I don't know crap about that. But yeah, we could go to the foreign exchange. Let's just go forex and get rid of that and go here. DuckDuckGo, and we're going to change this. Oh, actually, no, we want to. This goes to U.S. dollar, and then this goes to the Iraqi dinar. I should be able to pull it up on here. Let's see, that's the United Arab Emirates. Iraqi dinar. And see, it's not showing here. So this is forex trading online. So if we were to do 25,000 here, it says it's only worth $19.08. So this is it's rather confusing. Rather confusing. But I'd like to know where they're getting this information from. So reevaluation. I know that's coming. So Okay, so where's Obama? Wouldn't surprise me if this is true.
Well, Obama's name is resurfacing the news and going viral on X. We wonder why. This meme I found randomly on the internet makes perfect sense, and I'll explain it. Remember, Obama was the most popular president ever to be elected, right? Why haven't we seen Obama at any live events? Any sports live events? What about on any popular podcasts? We haven't seen Obama since 2020. So this meme says that's why all Obama's appearances have been pre-recorded since 2020, and it makes perfect sense. You have Donald Trump ever since 2020 accusing Barack Obama of spying on his campaign. Donald Trump said they found gold in the walls of the White House, talking about the wires that were being tapped by Obama, and Trump Tower also. So, where's Obama? How come Obama hasn't come out and sued Donald Trump for defamation? How come Obama hasn't come to his defense on X, telling everybody to shut their mouth? He didn't collude with Russia. He didn't know Hillary was colluding with Russia. He didn't sign off on that. What about his chef? Why does he tell his brother to shut his mouth, stop calling his old lady a man? There's so much going on, and Obama, he's only hooking up with Bill Clinton. Let me say that again. Obama is only doing commercials with slippery dick Bill Clinton and George Bush promoting the Ouchie Fauci. And then you randomly see Obama on a CGI interview with Podcast America nobody's ever heard of, and it made no sense. And still today, Obama never retweets, quote tweets, shares, likes, comments. He only posts Democratic talking points. Where's Obama? But my common sense is like, why is Obama and Hillary still on X or Twitter posting, but they're not on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok? They're only on X, knowing that Elon Musk bought it, knowing that it's free speech. Nothing's getting censored right now. You know damn well Obama and Hillary would be full force on Facebook with their propaganda if they weren't in control. My opinion, we're witnessing the biggest military sting operation ever in history, and we're living in it in live time.
Oh, I'm not even talking to you guys. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize my microphone was off. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat, obviously. Okay, I need to go use the bathroom, so I got to put something on for you guys that will be longer than a couple of minutes. So this is an interview that I wanted to play with you guys. Peter and Luke Olinger with SGT Report, as in the days of Noah. And let's go ahead and get started. I got to get up here to get my banner. There we go. Bang. There we go.
Jekyll Island, Canaanite altars, and the Federal Reserve. But basically, you have, someone so evil, the Rockefellers, that they literally built their house on Jekyll Island on top of an ancient Canaanite blood sacrifice altar.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thanks so much for coming on back to the show. Did you guys know that Genesis 6 is the Rosetta Stone? In fact, many of the movies you see coming out of Hollywood, they're inspired by Genesis 6, but you won't get biblical truth from Hollywood, as you well know. The Bible helps us connect prophecy to current events in order to discern the future. And in this one, I speak with brothers Pete and Luke of the Days of Noah podcast. I hope you enjoy the conversation. Thanks for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. none of us is getting any younger. And if the appearance of wrinkles, fine lines, or other signs of aging on your face and body are getting worse, well, it may be more than just stress that's causing it. Your collagen levels may be critically low, which is why myself, along with so many other people, are starting to use multi-collagen to renew and revitalize the way they look and feel. Multi-collagen is formulated to help reduce visible signs of aging, reduce wrinkles, and promote skin elasticity and hydration. The collagen from healthwithsgt.com provides your body with 5 different types of collagen from 4 different food sources, whereas most collagen supplements only provide 2, and you can experience the incredible benefits of multi-collagen at a 53% discount. Plus, you'll get 4 bonuses like fitness coaching for life and a free new ebook titled 14 Foods for Amazing Skin. You'll also get a 60-day satisfaction guarantee plus free shipping. Don't miss out. Get your collagen today at healthwithsgt.com. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report here. I've got a real treat for you guys. New guests. These are 2 gentlemen I've never spoken with before, but I do admire their work. They've got a podcast they started in November of 2022. It's called The Days of Noah. Let me introduce my guests. Brothers, in fact, Pete and Luke. Now, who's who? I think Luke's in the upper left. Do I have that right?
That's
I can't tell where I'm at, but yeah, I've got the blurry background.
Gotcha. All right. And Pete.
And I've got the studio headphones in because I'm the podcast producer. I do all the editing and all that good stuff. So Luke just gets to jump in and join me, and I say, watch these links, listen to this.
Very good. And folks, you can find their podcast, The Days of Noah, on Apple, Spotify, pretty much everywhere. So do check it out. I'll leave the links below. Today, we're going to talk about the Nephilim, Genesis 6, prophecy. Maybe we'll even talk about the red heifer. You know, before I hit record, I was having a conversation with these gentlemen, and I mentioned the significance of the recent death of Jacob Rothschild and the House of Rothschild, the Balfour Declaration, and the whole story about the state of Israel. I think there's so much more than meets the eye. I think these people are trying to bring about prophecy, and maybe God's letting them do just that. But one thing's for sure, these people will not escape the wrath of God. Gentlemen, I want to play this clip for you. This is from my recent guest, Nathan Reynolds, who escaped the Illuminati Reynolds bloodline family. And we talked about Mark Zuckerberg, who's building a $100 million bunker to hide from the wrath of the people when the SHTF happens. But as you guys know, none of these traitors can hide from the wrath of God Almighty. Their bunkers won't save them. Listen to this.
But this is what's promised to us. If we read the scriptures plainly and understand that we are given insights, one of the most powerful tools that's available to us is what's written in this book that may be thousands of years old, and yet it's still got prophetic words that are yet to be fulfilled. And it tells us that the kings of the earth, the powerful men, the rulers and the tyrants that are conquerors of nations, they're going to burrow their way into the hills, into the mountains and the caves, and they are going to literally do everything they can to hide from the wrath of the one that is coming. They understand that they have done such evil, that they've spilled so much innocent blood, that there's retribution that's coming to them, and that's not just the hands on some mythological idea of some creator. No, these are like the people that are going to hunt them out of the rocks and the cliffs and the caverns, like it says in Jeremiah 16:6. Yahuwah sends out the hunters to root these people out of their places where they thought they were so secure that no one could get to them.
Guys, I got to tell you, that gives me absolute goosebumps. Jeremiah 6:16. This is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. But you, Zuckerberg said, we will not walk in it, and the wrath of God will be yours, Mark Zuckerberg. Gentlemen, what say you about anything I just discussed or that clip?
Luke, you want to fire first?
Yeah, that's fine. It's spot on. I mean, it's prophetic. You know, it's not surprising that it's making headlines, that the wealthy are publicly flaunting their money and showing their doomsday caverns or fortresses or whatever. But the word of God is plain that they're going to flee, but there's nowhere you can hide. So
It brings to mind, Sean, I had this scripture ready for maybe later in the episode, but Psalm 2, God stands and laughs. Why did the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth rise up, and the rulers band together against the Lord and against his anointed, and the one enthroned in heaven laughs. The Lord scoffs at them. And one thing that was revealed to me as I'm going through different teachings, one from Russ Dizdar on his shatterthedarkness.net website, is when you look at the blood coming up to the bridle of Christ's horse when he comes back, that's the blood of his enemies. I mean, he's coming back in fury. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of that coin. You know, Luke was a Marine. I like to say this a lot. You know, a Marine is your best friend on the battlefield, but your worst enemy. And that's Jesus Christ right there.
God, so powerful. And Nathan's right. These people have done such evil and spilled so much innocent blood. Of course, they must fear the retribution of God Almighty. And in fact, Nathan told me, because he knows these people, he comes from the Reynolds bloodline. He said these people sleep with fear every night. These people really have a hard time ever relaxing because they know deep down they are guilty of crimes against humanity, and they will never find shelter or peace in a world that they've destroyed.
Yeah. And not only that, I mean, they're trying to counterfeit everything. God gives eternal life. And I'm sure you've talked about it a lot, Sean, is transhumanism, this idea of life extension, right? And even these bunkers, life preservation. That's the mark of the beast right there. It's promising something that God is giving to us on his terms, and Satan trying to do it on his terms instead.
Why did you guys title, I think you know, I think I know. I think I know why you guys titled your show The Days of Noah. Because as in the days of Noah, abortion, these people worship at the altar of abortion. They want to cut off the genitals of our children. And this transhumanist movement also is a transgender movement because these people revel in their sin. You know, I think it was Nathan Reynolds who actually said that on my show. These people celebrate their sin. They revel in it. They love it. They cherish their sin. Whereas you and me and the listeners, those who fear God Almighty, we are embarrassed and ashamed of our sins, and we beg for forgiveness. But these people flaunt it. They love their sin, and they revel in it. They openly display it and mock God. That's the part I can't get my brain around, guys.
Yeah. No, it brings to mind another verse. They hate the light, for their deeds were evil. You know, they just, and it's crazy. You think about the harvest of souls as God pours out his Holy Spirit in the end times, and how many people are going to get saved. And it's probably going to be the biggest harvest ever in God's kingdom. And yet there's going to be people, millions of people are going to dig in their heels and still shake their fist at God. It's hard to fathom.
Yeah. And Luke, you served in the military. I want your thoughts on this because in prep for this show, I was going over some notes and an email that Pete sent me. And he said Satan is building an army. I don't think it's ever been more clear. So as a military veteran, you tell me what it means to you and give us some examples of the army that you think Satan is building.
Yeah, so some of the research, and if you don't mind, you asked a question a second ago, you know, why did we name this podcast Days of Noah? So obviously it's going off of Genesis 6 and what took place during Noah's time and during the flood. But Jesus in Matthew 24 quoted or referenced the days of Noah as it was going to be like, his return is going to be like it was during Noah's time. So during Noah's time, there was men, just like you're describing, around the world presently that flaunt their sin and not thinking of God. Maybe they are, maybe a percentage of their brain is in fear, but the majority of their thoughts are consumed with doing evil continually. And then there's technology that took place during that time and is taking place really in the last 100 years. It's really just exploded. It's mirroring the Genesis 6 timeframe. So also to answer your question, dealing with this army that's coming, I would reference several individuals. Pastor Doug Riggs, his website, dougriggs.org. He's with the Lord now. Russ Dizdar, my brother just mentioned him, shadowthedarkness.net. L.A. Mazzulli and his work, particularly dealing with the UFO and abduction phenomenon. I don't know if you've discussed on your channel the Black Awakening that Russ Dizdar referenced in his book, and which was part of his testimony as a police officer chaplain. He was a chaplain with the police force. I believe it was in Ohio. And basically, if you look at what the scripture describes as far as the angels that sided with Lucifer, a third of them fell from heaven, right? So already just looking at those numbers of angels on one side versus the other, the enemy's outnumbered, okay? Which, God doesn't need numbers, he's all powerful. But it's like Lucifer is convinced himself with these lies that it's the truth, that I can build up an army that can fight God. So what is that army? Part of it is the transhumanism movement. So individuals that are willing to embrace technology to prolong their life, even doing what they did in Genesis time, where they're hybrids. They're not even human anymore. So how is that even possible? So the work that Doug Riggs, L.A. Mazzulli, Russ Dizdar, the testimonies of the individuals that they were rescuing, counseling, saving, they were witnesses to. In some cases, it was satanic ritual abuse. In some cases, it was alien abduction. So there's a breeding program going on. Individuals are becoming pregnant, and their seed, their offspring, is being taken from them. I know it sounds like something from science fiction or something, but it's kind of like the Holocaust. It's crazy to think that people would still deny that the Nazis slaughtered millions of Jews, but it did take place. And how do you know that it took place? You go to the testimonies of the individuals that were there.
Yeah, but you know what else? And nobody ever wants to talk about this. How many Russians were slaughtered? How many Americans were slaughtered? Okay.
Right.
Now that 6 million figure, I would balk at that 6 million figure, but they use it as a hedge of protection so you can never criticize that particular race. And I have a real problem with it. So Pete, what do you make of Satan's army? It's a very weak army. It's very fallible. They cannot take on God. And you know what else? They can't take on red-blooded, God-fearing Christians either. They're going to try, and they want to behead all of us, but they're not going to win this battle. I feel it in my heart and soul. I swear to God, they're not going to win. In fact, they're losing. They've lost the argument in the town square, and people are waking up all over the world. There is truly a great awakening happening. Do you feel it?
Yeah, for sure. And one of the questions that we've posed to a number of guests in recent episodes is, does Satan actually think he can win? Or is he just trying to burn the house down, do as much damage and chaos on his way out? Because let's face it, he knows the scriptures, he knows the prophecies better than we do. So, I've asked guests, like, is he going to try to beat God on a technicality? Like, okay, it says there's going to be a one world government, one world religion, all this stuff. Well, why doesn't he just tell his, Luciferian elites, New World Order, Illuminati, whatever? Just tell them, hey, guys, just kind of keep it status quo, don't rock the boat. Like, we're doing enough damage against God and his people as it is. No, I think actually he has the hubris, and maybe it's the corruption of his pride, that he actually thinks he has a chance to win. Some guests have told us, like, I think Gary Wayne, Luke, we had on, author of the Genesis 6 conspiracy, that maybe Satan is just trying to carve out a little, plot of land, so to speak, for his own. Like, humans have been given this realm of earth as our dominion. And let's face it, the angels that rebelled, they are not too pleased that we are called the sons of God now, that we're going to displace them, and that we have that opportunity. But you made me think of a verse again, Sean, in Revelation, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. And again, I'm kind of jumping ahead to maybe some hope at that I was going to save for the end, but this is good. I think it's going to be the church's finest hour. Like, things are going to get dark and deep and ugly. And I think Satan is counting on kicking our teeth, his, Christ's bride, kicking our butt enough that we're down for the count. But all it takes is a remnant. You think of, what was it? Gideon's army cut down to 300. All it takes is a remnant of faithful few, because we have been given dominion in this realm, right? So God is activated in some way. He's limiting himself to be activated when we allow him to come in. Satan's counting on us being so weak that he can take over. And it just takes a few to say, God, we need you. And Jesus is the one himself coming in to do the work.
When you say the church, what do you mean by that specifically? Because we've got different denominations of folks listening probably right now.
Yeah.
And I went to a Catholic all boys school, okay, for 4 years, actually 5, 8th grade. No, I take that back. Nope, that's right. 5 years from the 8th grade through senior year. But I spent 3 years in a Lutheran school and I studied Luther's catechism. I prefer the Lutheran religion because, of course, Luther broke away from the corruption he saw. And I don't like an intermediary between me and God. I don't need the Pope. And by the way, this Pope is about as new world order as you get. So when you say the church, what do you mean by that?
Yeah. And I'll say too, Luke and I grew up Lutheran, so we can appreciate that. But yeah, no, the church basically, and let's frame it this way too, because King James deliberately mistranslated that word in the King James Bible. As good as a translation as it actually is, and it is, but no translation in English is perfect. And one of the things he did was the word in Greek, ecclesia, which means a ruling council, an assembly, a congregation. That's what Christ said. On this rock, I will build my ruling council, my assembly. And the word church is what King James put in place of it in most cases, because he believed in this divine right of kings, which again goes back to Genesis 6, this whole hero worship in the pantheon of gods, that the kings of old in the golden age were so because they were partially divine, they were hybrids. But he put this word in there because he didn't want a challenge to his divine right of authority. So what I mean by the church is the ecclesia, those that call Jesus Christ Lord and do their best to follow him. And that could be all stripes of denominations. But, God knows our hearts.
Yeah, that's right. Boy, you just sparked a thought. I wasn't going to ask you about Donald J. Trump, but what do you think lies in the man's heart? What do you make of Donald J. Trump? Because what I've said time and time again is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Actually, I've never said that about him, but it makes sense, right? Because the enemy of me and you and our families, they despise that man.
This is another reason why Trump is being indicted.
And human traffickers out of business.
Because I want to tell you something. Whereas Puppet Joe Biden's witch of a wife mocked Christmas with those transgender men performing in the White House, Donald J. Trump had prayer circles when he was in the Oval Office. So I just wonder, what do you guys think lies in the man's heart? And do you hold out hope for our country? Because if they steal another election, it's game over.
Luke, you want to take
I'll touch on it.
Go for it.
I was volunteering. I mean, only God knows the hearts and the intentions of one's of Donald Trump. But I believe if you look at what the scripture says, it says test the fruit, right? You could look at Trump and his words, but you can also look at his actions and the deeds that he did. And they lined up with the word of God. He was pro-life. He was pro-family. He was pro-military. He was about making America strong again because we're so far in debt. We're spending money like crazy here and abroad. And so he's, in my mind, more fiscally conservative in that regard. So I think he was a positive force in what he was able to do in 4 years. So I'm hopeful that if he is the nominee for the Republican Party, I don't see anybody that can stand in his way unless they do steal an election. There's been nothing but corruption up to this point with Biden.
You know what? That's a good point. And I think my question was a dumb one. I shouldn't have asked you about Trump and what lies in his heart. I should have asked you guys about what you think lies in Joseph Robinette Biden's heart.
Ooh.
That's a serious question too. And I can't fathom living a life as wretched as Joe Biden has lived his and being so near death. I mean, the man's got one foot in the grave. How do you explain it? I guess it's biblical, right? Hopelessly deceived. The man has to be hopelessly deceived to live such a wretched life.
Yeah, I agree.
My prayer for him is mercy. And because I wonder if he even knows. Half the time he doesn't seem like he's in his right mind.
Yeah, but he's been a liar. He's been a liar his entire life. Plagiarist, liar, thief, bribe taker, and now traitor. A traitor to his nation. I don't think there's a greater sin, is there?
I think you're right when it comes to his track record, but when you got somebody that is that mentally off, it's almost like someone that's got Alzheimer's. He probably doesn't even remember half the things that he did and that he should feel sorry for and need to repent about. So I feel bad for the man in the sense of his current state of being, and he's just being used like a puppet, and it's other people that are controlling this nation that are making the laws and putting the words in front of him, which he messes up half the time.
Yeah, like Barack Obama. So Barack Obama is the puppet string puller behind the scenes, and Barack Obama is a creation of the CIA, 100%, can't be disputed. That's a fact. And the CIA, I told my daughter last night, because she turned me on to a great show. I just love her. She's so brilliant, and she's waking up so quickly. And I knew she would because she's so smart. I knew she'd suss it all out, and she's starting to figure it all out. She told me about a show last night on Netflix called Octopus, and I told her I'd watch it. I watched episode 1 last night, and before I even watched it, I knew exactly where we were going. And I told her, the CIA still runs the show in this country. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has now said publicly over the last year or two that he knows that the CIA murdered his father and his uncle, our beloved President JFK. And my daughter texted back and said, I believe it 100%. Those are the facts, and people are waking up in droves. I got to tell you guys, I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, and speaking of the CIA, I mentioned this on a recent episode of ours. I had a political cartoon idea pop in my head one day. I think it was as I was listening to RFK Jr.'s latest book, The Wuhan Cover-Up. So picture Lucifer, Satan, and he's got his arm around a little boy, presumably his son, and the son is the CIA, and the son looks up at Lucifer, Dad, and says, I want to be just like you when I grow up. And Satan says, just keep it up. You're doing it. I mean, the amount of destruction that they've done to this country, you can't even hardly capture it.
Right. And Jacob Rothschild just died, and the blood on his hands and the blood on that family is almost immeasurable. Only God himself can measure the amount of blood on the hands of the elite, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. And these are the same people, by the way, who have lied to us about our history. They've lied to us absolutely 100% about human history in their effort to dumb us down. And we know they've lied to us. How do we know that, Sean? Well, because of Genesis 6. The whole world history has been hidden from us as they've attempted to dumb us down and keep us mired in our stupidity and their lies.
And let me touch on that for a sec. You're asking about kind of the days of Noah and what do we talk about? That's really it right there. I say it this way as kind of a tagline elevator pitch, right? uncovering the past, connecting the present, discerning the future. And, you know, all of Hollywood and Marvel and all this superhero stuff, right? The Greek Titans, all of this, all these world religions with the pantheon of gods, it all comes back to Genesis 6, right? These are the men of renown, as Genesis 4 says, okay? And that is the whole counter narrative to the true God of the Bible, right? And, you know, if we could just get people to understand what is in this book, the most supernatural book on earth, you know, instead of, as the Simpsons mocked it, as a 2,000-year-old sleeping pill in one episode, I remember. Nothing that Hollywood ever produced or ever will produce holds a candle to it, because it's all derivative of this Genesis 6 story. Everything came from there.
That's right. And as in the days of Noah, as I mentioned, the blood on the hands of the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Windsors, actually not their real name, German by heritage, changed their name to blend in better. Luke 12:7. Indeed, the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Do not be afraid. You are worth more than many sparrows. It almost brings me to tears, because the Lord God knows the crimes of these people. All of their crimes are numbered. Where do you think Jacob Rothschild is right now? Do you guys want to venture a guess?
Begging for mercy. I think of that parable of the rich man and Lazarus, you know?
Asking for a drop of water.
Yep.
That's right. Isn't that crazy? To sacrifice your soul to gain the whole world, what does it profit a man? Why do they operate like this? Why do they? The greatest pleasure you get out of life is when you give to someone else. Yeah. These people do the opposite. All they do is take, steal, and kill. So by nature, we know they're Luciferians. And full stop.
Again, it echoes what Genesis 6, what happened there. And also, you look at the temptation of Jesus, right? He was taken to a high hill, a plateau, and Lucifer was said, if you just bow down, all this will be yours. Well, obviously Jesus did not, but there's been many men and women, present day and in the past, that have made that exchange. Genesis 6, there was an exchange of women for technology, and there was wives that were impregnated by the angelic, which created a hybrid offspring. Well, there's been, honestly, a breeding program. There's been exchange of money and human trafficking. All this has been tied together in present day, just as it was back in the past. Mm-hmm. So you have individuals that are willing to say, yes, sign me up. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. But I'm willing to dive all in, and they're not ashamed about it.
Let me ask you about the breeding programs, as in the days of Noah. You've brought that up now twice, I think, in the conversation. Are we talking about hybrid breeding programs taking place in underground bunkers and military bases? Is that what you guys are referring to?
I'm referring to, yeah, I'm referring to both. So as I mentioned, those three individuals, Russ Dizdar, L.A. Mazzulli, Pastor Doug Riggs, the two the paths that they laid and the work that the ministry that they do, they intertwine. So you have individuals in deep underground military bases that you described. So they're very real, present, and human trafficking and that type of stuff is taking place. There's many reports on it from testimonies of individuals that have gotten free from it, from literal mothers that have been impregnated by a demonic entity. Okay, so there is a hybrid that was inside of her that was taken from her and birthed. Okay, it sounds science fiction, but it took place in Genesis 6. It's taking place today. L.A. Mazzulli has many abductees of the UFO genre, you could say, that is the same thing is taking place. They have a space of time where they're abducted. They don't know what happened to them. Next thing they know, they're pregnant. About 3 months later, first trimester, they're abducted again. The child is taken. They go to the doctor, get checkups. There's no residue of a miscarriage or anything. They're completely clean. But they have it documented that they saw a doctor and they were verified pregnant. So there is something sinister going on, and it goes back to the rise of the Antichrist, because he's going to be a hybrid. He's going to look perfect. He's going to look passable as a human, but he's not going to be fully human. I believe it was Dr. Jacobs that wrote 2 books. One of them is They Walk Among Us, and it was his interviews with abductees and the hybrid program. He wrote a sequel. I'd have to look at my Kindle library, but there's many evidences of something very sinister, very dark, very evil that's taking place, and they wanted it hidden, but it's coming to light. And I don't know, there's going to come a time where I think everyone's going to be well aware of it, and they're going to have to choose sides.
Pete, everything is coming to light, isn't it? Like, you remember in 2012, there was sort of that idea of the Mayan calendar coming to an end, and that would spark a great awakening, a shift in human consciousness. Well, here we are just 10, 12 short years later, and I can feel it. I can see it. I can point to it. I mean, that was a time in 2012. I was doing the work I'm doing now, but most people didn't speak the language. They didn't know what the central bank is. They didn't understand the Federal Reserve. They didn't know the House of Rothschild and Rockefeller concocted that in 1913. And in fact, the Rothschilds had 2 10-year charters in the 1800s, and they already had a central bank, but they lost it twice. But they finally got their camel's nose under the tent in 1913, and they've destroyed our nation through the destruction of our money by design. And by the way, when you print the money out of thin air, it's really easy to bribe and buy people, which is what Soros does. And Soros, I believe, is a Rothschild puppet. So in the time we have left, let's talk about all of our once great republic, because it is in the process of falling. And I pray every single day that we're able to take it back. But traitors like this woman you see here, who lied and cheated and was sleeping with a married man, their crimes are legion. You guys all know that story. But this is how bad it's getting. A judge has ordered journalist Catherine Herridge to cough up a confidential source, and until she does, he's fining her $800 per day. Okay, this is the fall of the republic. Can we save it, gentlemen?
Yeah, well, you mentioned 1913 and the Federal Reserve, so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. Are you familiar with Timothy Bence and the interview that Rob Skiba did with him maybe 10, 12 years ago?
No, I'm familiar with Rob Skiba, God rest his soul, but I didn't hear that interview. No.
Yeah, fascinating. It's still out there if you search for it. Jekyll Island, Canaanite altars, and the Federal Reserve. But basically you have, someone so evil, the Rockefellers, that they literally built their house on Jekyll Island on top of an ancient Canaanite blood sacrifice altar. And Tim Bence has been used by God to go around the world and find these ancient altars. That mandate that was given to destroy them wherever they're found, that mandate's never been lifted. And some of these are, houses are built on top of them, or they're, deep underground, but they're still there. They're still influencing the land spiritually. And Tim has dealt with, he said, 28 of these. We've had him on the show, I think, 3 times now. But if you look at just the influence of the Rockefeller family alone, what they've done to, like you said, the monetary system, enslaving us in debt, the education system to crank out people that don't critical think. I think Nate Reynolds mentioned that on your recent episode. And then the medical system, how it was a relatively level playing field with homeopathy and herbalists and things like that. But they funded the universities to get medical doctors who prescribed pharmakia, right? Sorcery. And got that pushed in, even though obviously pharmacy products have their place, right? If I'm in pain or something, but this is the world where, just think of that influence of money, education, and the medical system. So you ask, can it be saved? I don't know. If everybody's pushing, these elites are pushing for the United States to get pushed down, because we can't be this global power. If there's going to be a one world government, right, the New World Order, they can't have the U.S. be this beacon of light. They can't have the U.S. powerful. So I'm going to fight back. I know you are, Sean and Luke. But I think there is some inevitability of a decline of the U.S. at some point. I don't know how far it goes, but I believe, God is going to see us through that, and we're still going to have a place. I'm not going to lay down for it, though.
But let me ask you this. If you were these people, right, if you sold your soul to Satan and you're all on board with the New World Order, and maybe you're a puppet of the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. By the way, the Rockefellers and JP Morgan himself were puppets of the Rothschilds, just so you all know. But if you were beholden to this evil, if you were part of it, what card do you have left to play? These people are being exposed at every turn. That's what makes me so excited. So what card do they have left to play? Nuclear war?
I think they're pushing the envelope. I think they know their time is short, just like Satan knows his time is short, because let's face it, the great equalizer in this day and age is information. It's the fact that we can communicate right now on the internet. And you alluded to a lot of the things that people have, woken up from, not the official story of JFK or 9/11 or any number of things that people have woken up and realized, wow, my government is this corrupt. So I think they know that their time is short. You mentioned, Trump earlier. I would point people to Jonathan Cahn's book, some of his books, Josiah Manifesto most recently. It's fascinating, the parallels to these ancient figures in the Old Testament. Jezebel having the exact same political position and time on the political stage as Hillary Clinton. And Trump being a type, if I'm getting this right, I think it was Jehu or Cyrus. Was it Cyrus? Okay. Coming in and, not necessarily, he was a wild card. Okay. Not necessarily God's man, but definitely used by God to, hold back evil. And he did a lot of good things. So, I just echo Jonathan Cahn's warning that we've got a lot of repentance to do. Again, as an ecclesia, the judgment starts with the house of the Lord. If we want to see things turn around, we got to get ourselves right. That's where the revival starts with.
Can I ask you guys something? I'm really opening a can of worms here, because I said, we got about 10 minutes left, so we might have to go a little bit long. But in terms of prophecies playing out, or prophecies being made to happen,
right?
There's a real push-pull here, as we discussed before I hit record. The Talmudic Jews who hate Jesus Christ, and I think worship a very dark power, the red heifer, what's going on in Israel. What do you guys make of Talmudic Jews and any prophecies, things that are going on in Israel? Because it's getting kind of scary. I think these are some of the most radicalized people on the face of the earth, the Talmudic Jews. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think one of the areas of research, and I love that, as Luke and I are hosting a show, that it makes me dig in deeper to these topics. And one of the things, like in Dr. Laura Sanger's book, The Roots of the Federal Reserve, she's got a chapter on the Ashkenazis. Right. So it's kind of this false Jew that you mentioned earlier, the Rothschilds, right? Red Shield. That's something I want to dig deeper into and understand. Satan counterfeits everything. So there's a counterfeit. I mean, gosh, even the very flag, right? The Star of David has absolutely nothing to do with David and Hebrews. But in a sense, because God is sovereign, I'm leaning towards the idea that even though there is this false Jew Zionist kind of movement, as you're talking about, and maybe that was what, 1948, that was the push. And so you might have a case and say, oh, that really wasn't God doing that. Well, we also have God bringing up leaders and setting leaders down, Scripture says. So maybe to your point, what if these things are being allowed to play out and it is a fulfillment? I don't really know. We're not experts on that. I do think what's happening there is fascinating. You have Hamas basically saying that the Temple Institute, which again is a far ultra nationalist, pushing for a rebuilding of the temple, and this red heifer sacrifice. Again, if people want to look this up, goes back to Numbers 19 in the Bible. Okay, it's a purification process, and so this has to happen before they can build the temple. So Hamas has said
the red heifer, the myth that fueled.
There it is. So Hamas has said that that this is a huge reason for the war that started. Now, I've kind of stayed out of it. I haven't been paying attention to this war. I've heard a lot of back and forth about the evils on both sides. So I've kind of stayed neutral. And just in the last 2 weeks, and I want to give a shout out because, again, Luke and I are just learning about this. I want to shout out a few people. Denton and Jared from Who Told You That podcast first brought this to light when they interviewed us 2 weeks ago. Nate and Luke on Blurry Creatures podcast, and also Jason and Chi-Chi from Faith and Friction podcast that was on Blurry Creatures. They're the ones that brought this to light. Jason and Chi-Chi were in 2021 on the ranch in Texas with the rabbis as they were picking out these heifers to go to Israel. They got to be there on the ground and see it. So there's a push for it. Okay, so this is a threat to Islam because they know that not far behind this is the Dome of the Rock coming down and a resuming of sacrifices. This is in my mind, it's kind of like the Antichrist, right? He's going to show up 3.5 years into this 7-year period, put himself in that temple that's going to be rebuilt, and declare himself to be God and say, you don't need to sacrifice anymore. Okay, well, for that to happen, sacrifices have to start again, right? But it's almost like God forcing his hand, because the Antichrist can't wait until Jesus shows up in the second coming and come late to the party and go, no, I'm the Messiah, because he's going to be way less, let's face it, way less impressive than the real thing. So it's almost like I think these things are playing out in order that Satan's hand is flushed and he has to show up as the Antichrist. So I think in my opinion, it's the most significant prophetical events since 1948, because, I mean, whether it's Zionists, false Jews, or the real thing, if you want to put it that way, these things have to happen scripturally, prophetically. They have to happen before Christ's return. So the fact that these things are lining up now, I think, is very significant.
Well, what I think is so troubling about the things going on in Israel and the radicalization of these rabbis, I guess they've always been radical. All right. Sorry, just read the Bible, guys. Fully understand what happened to Jesus Christ, but the Jews believe that they are impure, and to purify themselves, they need to sacrifice a red heifer. You know, if they would just accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, they would be purified by begging for forgiveness and crying out on their hands and knees to accept Jesus Christ as their own personal Savior. But that's never going to happen. So, as in the days of Noah, I think these people, really the root of the problem, is, you guys hit on it, are the Canaanites. Moloch, child sacrifice.
Yes.
As in the days of Noah. Nothing has changed.
No.
And I this came across my news blog. CVS and Walgreens will begin selling an abortion pill. So it's everywhere. And even with Roe v. Wade being turned back, woe to the states and woe to the citizens that vote to make it law in their state that abortion is legal. I'm very hopeful that America as a whole is going to be protected. It's been blessed. How can something be cursed that has been blessed? But I believe there is going to be pockets of judgment. And that is such a big issue. If you're in one of those states, I would move.
Yeah, I'm in a blue state, and I absolutely despise the criminal government that runs this state. They're deplorable. And yeah, look at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom was just asked in an interview the other day, a televised major network interview, asked about Joe Biden's presidency. And the idiot, which he is, he's House of Getty, totally bought and paid for globalist New World Order piece of trash. He called it a masterclass. Joe Biden's presidency, a masterclass. And I said, well, that's true. If the masterclass is in how to destroy a nation and betray your people, well, then yeah, 100%. It's been a masterclass.
Yeah, for sure. No, the whole world lies in the hands of the evil one, Bible says, right? But then again, we have God laughing at their plans. Boy, again, you think about how in the West we've fictionalized so much of the supernatural. That's a big thing that we talk about on our show. Is the subtitle to the late Dr. Michael Heiser's book, Unseen Realm, is recovering the supernatural worldview of the Bible. And I just can't think of anything more exciting than to be on God's team in these crazy times with hybrid breeding programs, with, the demons that run around and rule our world. We're going to have the church's finest hour, but we need to be a part of it, be that bride of Christ, ready and waiting for his return, as Luke has said many times, quoting that. And yeah, that's where the victory is. From victory, not for victory.
Yeah. Yep. We're watchmen on the watchtower, and we're just calling them as we see them, guys. So I guess the final question for you guys, I really appreciate your time today, would be, how often do you post material? How often do you do your podcast? And how do you decide what topics you're going to cover?
Good question. Well, I'll tell you real quick. We started just as almost like a book club of listening to Blurry Creatures episodes or reading a book, and Luke and I and a friend discussing it before we got guests on. But we post weekly. Every Sunday, a new episode comes out Sunday morning. I've got a pretty full schedule the next couple months of guests coming up. We've got some big names. We got Derek Gilbert coming up from Skywatch TV and Prophecy Watchers, if you're familiar with that. Luke mentioned L.A. Marzulli. He's going to be on as well. We're interviewing him this month. So how do we choose the guests? Well, I kind of get on these tracks, and I really feel the Holy Spirit is just kind of directing it, because I'll get on these tracks of really wanting to dig in and understand things, right? So we started Genesis 6, sons of God. What does that mean? We started in episode 1, and just looking at the scripture. Well, 34 episodes later, we had a pastor out of Colorado, Doug Van Dorn, frequent guest on Blurry Creatures, on the show. And I'll just give you the title of that. Episode 35 is Origin of the Genesis 6 Heresy. And it was actually, so this idea that there were two powers in heaven was a well accepted, even though we think of, the Jews, the Hebrews, as monotheistic. They saw verses where there were basically two co-equal divine powers in the Old Testament, and they kind of wondered about this. Well, they quickly discarded that idea once Jesus came, because now you couldn't have, and this again, I'll frame it this way. They discarded the common understanding that in Genesis 6, the sons of God were angels. Okay, there's a common line of thought that is taught in our seminaries across the board, by and large, that this was the good sons of Seth marrying the bad daughters of Cain, which is just laughable in terms of the context and how do you get giants from that. But long story short, Doug pointed out how it was the Jewish leaders, and along with Augustine and others, that popularized a naturalistic view of Genesis 6. So you're discounting the supernatural of what actually took place. Okay, and now that's left us where the atheist, like Hitchens, will say the God of the Old Testament is a genocidal maniac, because we don't understand that when God gave the haram, the ban, okay, the curse against these tribes, these were hybrid tribes. These were not fully human in many ways. Okay, so we've gutted our Bible of that supernatural context. So that's, a driving force to our guests is edification as a believer, understanding the supernatural world, how it ties to the Bible, and how this ancient history connects to current events such as AI, transhumanism, and what is coming. Because Revelation is clear, men's hearts will fail them for what is coming on the earth. People will literally die from fright. These days, and again, Jesus said, unless those days were shortened, no flesh will be left alive. So we got to get ready. And maybe we're not going to be here for the worst of it, as I kind of feel like I'm a mid-tribber that halfway through the worst of it, God's ecclesia is taken out of the way, and God's wrath is poured out. But we're going to be here. It says, unless that man of sin is revealed, these things will not happen. The Messiah will not come. So we're going to see the Antichrist, and it could be coming sooner than we think.
Yeah. All eyes on Basel, Switzerland, and CERN. Guys, one last screen share to do, and I want to round out the show with this soundbite. And the way I'm going to frame it up as we part ways is just to remind everybody that the ad hominem attacks against we the people, against the patriots, against the people that do want to put America first and restore our republic, the Mockingbird mainstream media whores call us nationalists. Or they'll say, if we don't want open borders and an endless stream of illegals coming through, destroying our cities and bankrupting us, we're xenophobic. Okay, well, guess what? Ice Spice can appear at the Super Bowl with Taylor Swift and do demonic hand signals with an upside down cross she calls attention to on global television, and nobody says one word about that in the mainstream media. Do you know what the new talking point is? Prepare yourselves, Christians, because they're coming after us now.
The one thing that unites all of them, because there's many different groups orbiting Trump, but the thing that unites them as Christian nationalists, not Christians, by the way, because Christian nationalists is very different, is that they believe that our rights as Americans, as all human beings, don't come from any earthly authority. They don't come from Congress. They don't come from the Supreme Court. They come from God.
You can't make this stuff up, guys. Traitors within, traitors at every turn. You tell me that dummy never read the Declaration of Independence? Maybe she didn't, but she's absolutely CIA. There's no way anybody with any intelligence whatsoever would get up and say such things. But by the way, the new program, the new talking point is Christians are the problem, not just nationalists, Christian nationalists. So if we don't put an end to this, if we don't take our government back, they're going to start rolling out the guillotines, guys. Biblical prophecy, that is how evil they are. Final word. I'll give you each the final word, and I want to thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Well, man, yeah, I've heard a bit about that nationalism on Twitter. A lot of people saying, we need to do this or that or take this back. Yeah, I thought that same thing in that quote, Sean. Did she not read that these natural rights are given to us by God? They're not given by government. I just want to thank you for your time. I think it's been great talking with you and getting a chance to reach out to your audience.
Yeah, you're welcome. And the thing is, guys, is that as our audience knows, our rights are natural rights. There's natural law, and these people are trying to destroy all of it. And of course, they hate the authority of God. They hate God himself. And if our rights aren't given to us at birth by God, then our rights are given to us by a man who can take away all of our rights on a whim, just like we're seeing all over the world. Justin Castro Trudeau and all of the evil leaders who have sold out to the New World Order. I want to say our goodbyes and thank Luke very much for your time, sir. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome. And Pete, thank you so much. I'll remind everybody, the show's called The Days of Noah. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, and all of those great places. I will leave a link below. Thanks, gents.
Thanks, Sean.
Friends, thanks so much. If you're still with us, spread this one far and wide within your sphere of influence on social media. It's time to wake up the normies and bring them to Jesus because the hour is getting late. And I'll remind you every single day for free, check us out for free to get the antidote to corporate propaganda at sgtreport.com. May God bless you and yours, friends. Bye.
All right. SGT report.
According to
That
builders
was
of
good.
these luxury bunkers.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. I don't know what you think, but I thought it was good. Maybe I'm just biased. I don't know. But Melissa Red Pill's up next. Let's do it.
You have to see the chart. They're like this, and we're like, ding, boom. This is me. I hear, bing. I got to put that chart up for people. You know, we put all these pictures of me. I'd rather have the chart up. How does the back of my head look? Is it okay? I'm like an artist. We like an artist. And by the way, we're in bad times, but is everyone at least having a good time, right?
There's so many moving parts. I need an assistant. I hope that's working now. Oh, I see myself. Okay, it's working. And I'm going to, let's pop over on X. Do you guys have, if you have X, if you have Twitter, go to X and just see. I don't even know where it would be. I have no idea. I'm trying to do a live stream there, but I can't even tell where it would be. If somebody can tell me that, maybe figure that out for me, I would love it. Wait. Freedom Force is hosting. Hey, what do you think about that? Let's see. I'm going to click on it. We are so live, you guys. How cool is that? Anyway, so continue to pray for me because I'm just still learning all about this. And so I love seeing you guys. Okay, I have sound. You're awesome. Yay. Thank you. I'm so glad. Don't want to do a whole broadcast and not be able to hear. And so it's so great to have you guys communicating with me. I love you guys. I'm so glad to see you. It is March 3rd, 2024. We are watching President Trump just unleash on these people. And I want to show you all these wonderful highlights from his rally. He's everywhere. I'm telling you, he is all over the news. They can't help but show everything that he's doing. It's really fun to watch. And then he had these rallies. And so I want to show you some highlights from that. So let's get going. For those of you who are new, this is the website, freedomforce.live, freedomforce.live. We look at how this is biblical. This is what the Lord told us was going to happen. We would wake up and we would all join together worldwide and we would destroy this criminal network. We didn't realize what was going on underneath our noses, but now we do. And it's called the Great Awakening. And this is the Battle of Armageddon. If you're new, definitely check into the books, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace, End Times, Major Clues from Minor Prophets, and End Times, This is Biblical. Today, I'm going to show you a Bible story at the end you probably have never heard. Most people have never heard it. But anyway, it's from 2 Kings chapter 6. If you want to go get your Bibles and get ready, because I'm going to show you that. But this is so biblical. It's not even funny. All right. So first of all, let's get started on a couple things before we go into President Trump being on the at the rally. I wanted you to know that Elon is suing OpenAI. It's not ChatGPT. It's OpenAI, because he invested in that to begin with, and now they're using all of his resources, and it was supposed to be for humanity. It was supposed to be nonprofit, and now they're doing it for profit, and he's out, and they basically stole his investment money, his investment capital. So I want you to hear what he has to say.
Look, it does seem weird that something can be a nonprofit open source and somehow transform itself into a for-profit closed source. I mean, this would be like let's say you funded an organization to save the Amazon rainforest. Instead, they became a lumber company and chopped down the forest and sold it for money. And you'd be therefore like, oh, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I gave the money for.
Yeah.
Is that legal? That doesn't seem legal. And if it is, and in general, if it is legal to start a company as a nonprofit and then take the IP and transfer it to a for-profit that then makes tons of money, shouldn't that be the default?
Everybody can start doing it then. So I want you to know that he is suing them. I'm telling you, he's suing Disney. You know, he's involved with a lot, and a lot of what he's doing, I'm very, very happy about. So it's quite the show to watch him. These big money people. President Trump couldn't do what he's doing if he didn't have these big sacks of money and that's why they're trying to drain his reserves. But it's so funny because he can do the littlest thing, put out some gold tennis shoes and make $500 million. I mean, it's just like, yeah, they can't stop him and they can't stop Elon. And even though they have tried, so that's pretty cool. I want you to know about that. I want you to also know that there was a video that got exposed from the generals, the U.S. generals, the fake generals, along with Germany and France, you know, Macron and Macron's people and NATO, and how they were all talking about how they're going against Russia, basically declaring war, but going outside of Congress, going outside of telling the American people that we're going to war. So we've known this, you know, like all our money is going over there. You know, we don't support and protect our own border, but we are doing all this, you know, for quote Ukraine, but basically to fight Russia. And they've been trying to do this through the CIA. I just did a video. If you haven't seen it, go look at the video I did on from Mike Benz and how he's talking about the CIA and all their color revolutions, primarily in these you know, in Russia and all these other countries over in Eastern Europe. So I wanted you to see what the I can't remember his name right now, but this Russian leader, one of the chief spokesmen in Russia, had to say, and I'm going to probably do it muted so I can read what he's saying. The latest statements of Macron and Austin, as well as the recorded communication of German officials, states that the party of war does not want to change its course in any way for the strategic defeat of Russia on the battlefield. We understand this. Since yesterday, the recording that was delivered to us by our services about German NATO organizing the attack on the Crimean Bridge, you have now admitted that you are all openly involved in terrorist attacks on the Russian Federation, and nothing will be the same again. So this is the point. This undercover video that was exposed is proving that our military generals have declared war against Russia. So I wanted you guys to know that. I want you to take screenshots, share this video, make sure that people understand this is what they've done, what they're doing. They basically started World War III, you know, against Russia. Saying they're our mortal enemy. Okay, I wanted you guys to see that. Okay, so everything's still loud and clear, everybody? Everything all good? So just give me a shout out with whatever your thoughts are on that. And also, yes, nothing can stop it. It's coming. Thank you. My name's 66. But yeah, so also with Elon, tell me what your thoughts are on that. All right. So if you have not gone over here, I wanted to tell you what has happened this past week. We've just really had this bout, and I wanted you to be aware of how you can, from just your medicine cabinet, do the things, you know, things that are over the counter that you can use to protect your health. Go to freedomforce.live. Write this down, freedomforce.live/health. And so look at all these things that we have used that I promote. The detoxing and the healthy products from like Brighteon store, you know, how to stop the bleeding, the women who can't stop their menstrual cycle. It's continual. It's horrible. How to stop nerve pain, how to make sure you have healthy products in your house. We had how to stop the pain. Amazing. Prescribinglife.com. All these things I want you to check out. And also how to detox these heavy metals. This is what I do every day to get all this stuff out of my system. That you try your hardest to cleanse your water and to eat clean and all that. But this is what I use every day. That's that first one. I think you can get it for like $13 as a sample. And also this one here at the top, the detox pathogens, because I'm telling you, we have been through something else this past week. My daughter was in terrible pain. Thank God we had over-the-counter remedies. And so we avoided going to the hospital and having surgery and the whole 9 yards. I'm just very, very thankful. The Lord is leading us on how to take care of ourselves. If I was ready to go to the hospital, if we needed to, if the over-the-counter things did not work, but thankfully we didn't have to. What we used, because she had a blockage from eating undercooked beans. And so I said, let's try magnesium citrate. I keep this in my house. So if you have something that's food that's just won't, that's just, stops up your whole works, this will, again, I'm not a doctor. These are things that we have used, and you can look into it, do your own research. But this is healthy products, over-the-counter products that work before you end up going to the hospital and end up having surgery and having all these complications from that. All right. So then I wanted to also, oh my goodness, mom called and she was like having a nosebleed. I'm like, mother. Anyway, so we just looked on YouTube and found out how to stop a nosebleed. It's amazing. We have so much at our fingertips. And so we just put, apply pressure like this. You don't lay back. You sit up and you apply pressure. And within 10 minutes, just don't move. Just keep a towel right there, applying pressure. And it stopped. And so anyway, there's more to that story, just to make sure that whatever you're putting into your nose is really, really good, good healthy products into your nostrils. So some of these things on the over the counter even still are from big pharma. You've got to be very, very careful about these things. So the more holistic, in my opinion, the better. Everything you want to have in your body is natural. Anyway, so definitely write that down, freedomforce.live/health, because you never know when you're going to need it. And also definitely check into this one right here, the CBD right there. All this, how I make my green smoothie every day, ever since I got poisoned a year ago. And look at me, I'm feeling amazing. I'm stronger than ever. All the ways to lift depression, you guys, with the CBD and with the antioxidants, all this lifting depression and bipolar, all these things, check into it, because I'm telling you, we have to take care of ourselves. We're under attack more than you can imagine. All right. So the next thing is President Trump started out with a bang. He said, "You're fired, Joe." Look at this.
Crooked Joe Biden. Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out. Boom. Get out. You're fired, Joe. You've done a horrible job. You have done the worst job of any president in history. Get the hell out, Joe.
You're fired. Oh my goodness, I love it. And just wait till he gets back in there. Okay, before I go even any farther, I don't know what's going to happen in November. I would not be surprised if the whole world comes out to vote for Trump and they say, "Oh, Biden won." I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. And then if we were to, then they say, "Well, we've got to bring out the military because these people clearly are lawless." Okay. Oh, who knows? Bottom line, this is a military operation. The world has to understand that the elections are rigged. And I appreciate so much what Mike Lindell is doing. He's working tirelessly, and I support everything. I always want you guys to make sure to go LindellOffenseFund.org. Let's make sure to support him however we can. But I wouldn't put past them anything. He says we've got to get back control. And I think the military is the only way. That's what we've heard from the board. So we will see. Military is the only way. I love this new statement, too big to rig. This is what we're trying to achieve. I'm telling you, if there's a way, we've seen these people cheat. It's as obvious as the nose on your face. They will cheat all day long and twice on Sundays. But that's our new mantra, too big to rig. More, give everybody come out of the woodwork. Oh, I had this really, really great conversation with a friend of mine who has been a Biden supporter, but she no longer supports Biden, but they don't support Trump because they keep hearing all these bad things about Trump. They just beat that drum over and over and over. Yes, I hope to go on Nino's show. I need to call him. I haven't talked to him in such a long time. I will try to get on his show. Anyway, Robin, I don't know, was it Robin? Yeah, Robin W. It's we had this conversation, and I said, we all realize we're all fighting. We have to realize we're all fighting the same monster, the same one. We realize we've lost our country. We no longer have our freedoms. And the young people, they realize that they don't have any future because it's all been rigged against them. For example, the open borders where cheap labor come in to make the elite richer, and the American people have lost their jobs because their jobs have gone to cheaper labor. So they are really struggling to, feed themselves. It's that bad. Okay, so both these people, both these groups, are angry with the ones at the top. So we're really in the catbird seat. All we need to do is everyone come together and realize that we are all fighting against the same group. This is our prayer. Lord, bring everyone together. And this is what we were told on the board, that we will all come together because we'll all come together against this common enemy. And then the military could come out. The military could remove all these people who've done these fraudulent things with the elections, all that they've done on the border. I'm going to show you what they're saying. Not only is Biden fired, but I mean, he says that we're going to judge them, Biden and all of them. And so that's what everybody needs to do. And so let's keep pushing toward that we all are fighting a common enemy they're traitors against our country. If we can really hone our skills, home in on that, then we're going to be able to get this job done. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense, everybody? Let's keep, because there's so many ways that we can get off the track. Let's focus on everyone fighting our common enemy, okay? And so this is where we're headed. All right, so this is, I love that. You're fired. You're fired. We got to have that clip, share that out to everybody. So he talks then about this Fanny debacle. This thing has been a show to beat all. And I love it. This woman a Soros DA going against Trump, and then all of her dirty deeds being exposed before the whole world. Who is loving this? Tell me, who is loving all of this? I love it. I love it to pieces. And I just love her getting her just desserts. And so the guy said 2 weeks. The judge said he'll give the results of his finding and his judgment in 2 weeks. So look for that. Let's say the 17th. March 17th will be fun to watch her losing her position. But this case is toast regardless. It's just, they can't stand up to this kind of scrutiny. Who wants to go against President Trump next? Who else wants to go against President Trump? Because everyone who does gets ruined. They get ruined. I love it. Just a stone falls on them and crushes them. So check it out.
Charges early. They said, let's get a high-level individual so we can charge the state more money. That's what happened. Oh, and then when they get caught, she said, oh, well, I paid her back. Oh, how? In cash. I gave him cash. Really? She gave him cash. By the way, if she gave him cash, that's even worse. Because where the hell did she get the cash, right? I paid her back. Because if she didn't pay him back, she committed a big crime. Because she got money that she gave through the state. So she said she paid it back. She didn't do it. That charge should be dropped. They should all be dropped. And they worked closely with the Department of Justice. He went there for 2 8-hour visits and then numerous other visits. But he was in there all day long in the White House Counsel. This was the scheme of the White House. The Manhattan DA, he took his number one guy, and put him into the Manhattan DA's office. Does Matt Gaetz know that? He put his number one guy into the Manhattan DA's office. That's not the Manhattan DA. That's all being run by the Department of Justice for election interference. Knock out your political opponent. It ain't working. The one thing they didn't know is the people of our country hear about it from me. Most people don't talk about it. When this happens to most people, these kind of things, if they're politicians, they walk up to a microphone and they say, ladies and gentlemen, I will fight for my name and reputation, but right now I'm going back to my family, and you never hear it. With me, we don't do that. We tell you what it's all about. And our poll numbers have skyrocketed.
Okay, I want to make sure you cut the main 2 points from that. Fannie paid him in cash. Where did that cash come from? She already admitted on the stand something about her campaign funds. I bet they need to dig into her campaign funds and find out where that money came from. Number one. Number two, what this whole thing is from the Biden Department of Justice. This is not only election interference, witch hunt. This is political persecution, political prosecution, both. So people need to understand this is not a true criminal case. When you have, and I mentioned this to my friend yesterday, I'm like, 91 counts, and then all the people on the Epstein list, they have not been charged. That doesn't make any sense. Ghislaine Maxwell is rotting in jail for trafficking people to no one, trafficking children to no one. Come on. Come on. So clearly, this is a political prosecution, political persecution, and people need to understand that when they go over to Biden's office, that's clearly what they're doing. They're not just shooting the breeze. They're talking about this, how to nail Trump, their political enemy, their political opponent. Okay, here I want you guys to do this. I have 6 people on X. So some of you guys go over to X, open another window. If you're on your laptop, open a window or open another thing on your phone and go to see if you're on X. And I want somebody to chat with me over on X. Okay. Because this is our first time we're actually live on X. And then the next one is going to be getting live on Facebook. Okay. So just hold on tight. We actually have a channel. I'll just go ahead and tell you on here, Facebook.com/Melissa Red Pill. Okay. Just like it is on Twitter. It's Melissa Red Pill. Same thing on Facebook. For Facebook.com/Melissa Red Pill. I think that'll get you there. So I haven't really posted anything really on the Facebook yet. So I've got to get busy on that. So then we'll be able to go live, because I think there's a lot of people we need to reach over on Facebook. Just like we've been on YouTube, we're back over there. Is again Melissa Red Pill, and youtube.com/Melissa Red Pill. We're getting some headway and reaching some people. So everywhere we can, we need to reach people and wake people up as much as we can. So let's all work together. So thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now I have 11 over on Twitter. So I'm so thankful Elon took over Twitter, because before that we all got slammed and removed. All right. So let's see what else President Trump says. Here he's talking about these boxes. Very interesting. He's talking about that they are
All right. I think I'm back. My computer overheated again. So it did. It had a brain fart. Okay. Computer had a brain fart. It took one hit, too big, too many. And yes, I'm all right. I'm alive. I'm not injured in any way, shape, or form. I just, my computer decided to poop itself. And it's annoying when it does it. Very much so. Very, very much so. Because it, people wonder whether or not we're live or not. So hopefully we're still live everywhere. Hopefully, can I get there's a message from YouTube or Facebook. Yep, there we go. All right, awesome. I wanted to make sure we were still live everywhere. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Let's see. I got to pretty much got to try and find where she left off. Talk to. I have no idea in this video where we were. Let's see. Let me pull it up. You guys can tell me if you've seen this part or not, and then I'll fast forward it more based upon what you tell me.
McGonigal.
Let's see.
That's not what I want to do. Charles McGonigal has been sentenced to an
Did
additional
you guys see
28
this?
months in prison. Again, anybody else want to go after Trump? Talk about boomerang. The boomerangs keep booming.
It was like 20 minutes
McGonigal
in.
was caught receiving 220 need to reach over on Facebook. Just like we've been on YouTube, but back over there is again Melissa Redhill and youtube.com/Melissa Redhill. We're getting some headway and reaching some people. So everywhere we can, we need to reach people and wake people up as much as we can. So let's all work together. So thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now I have 11 over on Twitter. So it's I'm so thankful Elon took over Twitter, because before that we all got slammed and removed. All right, so let's see what else President
What
Trump
she
says.
doesn't know, is she's got 236 on YouTube, 19 on Facebook.
What does that mean? That people have been going in and out and rifling through these boxes, taking Lord only knows what. This is what's been happening. It's just, for a price you can get whatever. He's just, America for sale. Joe Biden is selling us out right and left. Check it out.
Joe's now, right? A big change in course. I used to, I had respect for the office of the president. And if you listen to MSDNC and CNN, they're all getting no ratings now, which is great. But if you listen to them, and if you go back a year, they were all saying, well, no, you could never indict Trump on this. They indicted me. You could never indict him on January 6th. They indicted me. You could never indict him on the document hoax. I come under the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do all of that. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. New York Times did a story. Please, 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 Mr. President, please, could we have our boxes? And if the president says no, he doesn't have to give them. But think of this. Joe Biden was totally exonerated last week. He's got 10 times the documents, and they're classified. And he's not under the presidential, and they exonerated him. Of course, they said he was grossly incompetent, but we don't have to get into that. But that'll come up, you watch. But we'll be in very good shape. So, a man...
Did you hear that? Grossly incompetent. That will come up. Remember when President Trump, before he left office, he went to the border and he was talking about the 25th Amendment, that President Trump said he wasn't in danger of that, but Biden would be grossly incompetent. So that's going to come up. So is that going to come up because they've got to get rid of Biden and put in someone else? I would not be surprised. They can't, let's just be honest. Running Biden is it's a nightmare, and they realize it. So anyway, I want you to hear that.
Who totally violated every law in the book on classified documents, who had many of the documents stored in Chinatown. And by the way, did you see those boxes? Those boxes were seriously used. They were used. Those boxes, they had a lot of stuff taken out. They weren't just boxes, Matt. Those boxes had stuff coming in and out. Where's Hunter? Where is he? Where's Hunter? No, they had stuff coming in and out, and they were stored in Chinatown. They also had him under his beautiful Corvette. The Corvette was dumping grease all over him. They were in the garage. It's one of those doors that costs very little money that you can take a scissor and cut. was mine were at the Great Mar-a-Lago. I had Secret Service all over the place. I had a locked door. You know, they asked me, could I put another lock? We showed them. I said, here's where they're stored. Take a look. They looked. They said, could you put an extra? We had a good lock there. We had Secret Service. They said, could you put an extra lock in? And I said, sure, put an extra lock. They wrote me a letter. Thank you very much. Put an extra lock. And then they raided Mar-a-Lago after that. These are bad people. These are bad people.
That's, yeah, unbelievable. Having the Corvette grease on the boxes. They're very used, what he's saying, that people are going in and out, rifling through these classified documents. Yeah, people are like not having it. I love it. I love them. There's a lot of young people up in here. That's really cool. So not all the young people have drunk the Kool-Aid. So that's great. All right, so this is where President Trump is talking about the January 6th hostages. Let's make sure that they're called what they are, which is they're being held hostage by our rogue government. Ugh, these people.
They are hostages. They're policemen, they're firemen, they're accountants. They're lawyers in some cases. They're put in jail for extended periods of time, for very long periods of time. They're hostages. You heard them singing. You heard the spirit that they had? The spirit is unbelievable. That song became the #1 song. And you can check me, you know, they always check my facts. Oh, look at all that fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there. Wow. Uh-oh. The red lights are starting to go off. Anytime I start talking, they take the red light off. You know, it's hard when CNN, of course, nobody's watching CNN or MSNBC, but it's hard when I'm getting ready to talk about CNN, the light always, they're very good at it now. They get it off just in time, as I'm about to say that their ratings challenged. They get it off, but there's not.
I love that. Okay, so yeah, he's talking about. Let's just continue to pray for our January 6th hostages. This is a crime for them to be held against their civil rights, according to our Constitution. These people clearly, in every way, they've broken every one of our rights according to the Constitution. They haven't left one thing. Our forefathers knew this. They were up against these same people in England. They knew how lawless these people were, and that's why they set up our government so that we would have all these rights. And that when a government oversteps these and breaks these rights, then we know we've got to overthrow them. That's what it is. All right. So then he's talking about we will not let them rig the election. So does that mean that the election will be secure? I hope and pray that it will. Or does it mean that if they do attempt to rig it, that the military will come out? We will wait and see. We don't know. All I know is right now we just have to keep fighting to bring in more people so it's too big to rig, and we also need to secure them as much as possible, like what Mike Lindell is doing, and we need to be prepared to bring everybody to join together to say we're all fighting against this one group, because whenever the military comes in, whatever the reasoning is for them to come in, we all have to stand behind President Trump. Who's with me? Yay, me. I know you all are.
Radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024.
You think they all believe that the 2020 was rigged? Do you think they all believe that Trump won? I would say yes from all those shouts. Yes, awesome. Love it. Love it. Love you guys. So I love how you're hearing what you have to say on the chat. All right. One more thing about him blasting Fani.
He should drop all charges against me. You know, every one of these 91 counts, they're not 91 counts. They're not legit. They're Biden counts. He worked with Fani, even though it's spelled Fanny, F-A-N-I, Fani. How about that one? How about that one with her lover? Nathan Wade, her lover. Let's go get Trump. Because if they go after Trump, they can pay him more money. And then she can take beautiful trips on the sea, beautiful trips to foreign islands. her lover. They have such a good time. The guy got paid almost $1 million, and he never did it before. But he did the other thing before that he did with Fonnie. He did plenty of that. That's what he's good at, I guess.
President Trump, what are you talking about? Yeah, he is blasting them. He's blasting them. And funny. He's so funny. Our president is something. We don't deserve our wonderful president. And his cute little way that he does his hair. He's like, oh, I mean, there's nobody like him. All right. I can't remember what this one was. Wait a minute. Okay. We have to let them know that we're a freight train. And we're not stopping.
She was going around every show, Donald Trump, this and that. That wasn't working too well. No, we don't care about that. You have to get out the vote because we have to send big numbers up for November 5th. We have to let them know that we're a freight train and we're going and we're not stopping.
Okay, I just see a black screen. Oh my goodness, you guys! I hope you guys can still hear me, even though I don't know if the screen seems like it's black. I refreshed. Do you guys see the screen, or is it black for you too? I don't understand what that's doing that for. Hopefully, it'll work. I don't know. Because please let me know. We're learning all about these live streams. I still see everything's working over on Twitter, X. All right, so the next one is Trump is going to clean out the deep state. Woo!
And as we clean up our capital, we'll clean up and clean out our deep state. We started with Comey. We got Comey out. We got a lot of people out. But that is a deep swamp. We got Comey out, didn't we? We got him and a lot of others out. But it is deeper than anybody thought possible, right, Matt? Isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. And it's taken longer than we wanted it to, right? I remember the day, literally, you guys, I remember the day when I'm outside in my yard. And I've probably told this story, and you guys all know this story already. But I was out in my yard looking at the sign of the Son of Man, which is right here. When you scroll to freedomforce.life, scroll all the way down, and you will see this beautiful sign in the heavens that the Lord gave us, September 23rd, 2017, which is delineated in Revelation chapter 12, 1 and 2, the woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, 12 stars on her head, and she was in labor to be delivered. I remember watching this thinking, oh, Lord, please hurry. Come on. I know this sign is about your advent into this earth to destroy these evildoers. Please, Lord, come quickly. And so I'm out there waiting, and I just had no idea that was just going to be the kickoff. Just the kickoff to the Battle of Armageddon. This is called the sign of the Son of Man, also called the woman in labor. And I talk about this in the book. I've got a whole chapter on it in because the book Major Clues from Minor Prophets, all these minor prophets kept saying, when you see the woman in labor, they will be in great panic. When you see the woman in labor, they'll be in great panic. I'm like, didn't I just read that? And it was 18 times. So we've been told to watch for this sign. Our Lord Jesus told us, when you see the sign of the Son of Man, you will see the Son of Man coming in power, and all the earth will mourn, and he will send forth his angels with a mighty trumpet blast to gather his chosen ones from the four corners of the earth. Matthew chapter 24, verse 20. This is what the Lord told us to watch for, and that they would be in great panic. And that's what they are, because we are awake now and they can't stop us. Our Lord has awakened us. We're going to clean out that deep state. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. This one, he says, we're going to make a big play for this. Right now, he's in this one, he's in Virginia. Going to make a big play for Virginia. Virginia has a huge population that is DC-ites. Oh, just so you know, looks like Nikki is winning. The one place that she's winning is DC. What does that tell you? And of course, I'm sure in there they can vote in the primary, even if they're Democrats. It's so obvious. The girl needs to go home. Just go now. Just go. Don't go away mad. Just go. So this is where they're going to make a big play for Virginia.
Oh, Richmond, I'm thrilled to be back in the beautiful Virginia. We love Virginia. How much? We're going to make a big play for Virginia. You know that. And I think we can do it. We win Virginia. We win it 100%. It's over. The election would be over. So let's do it, right? Let's do it. We're going to be here. We've always done well here.
All right. Awesome. We'll see. It looks like he's going to win New Mexico. Looks like he's going to win Michigan. I mean, it's just the numbers are really, really looking good. So we'll see. Too big to rig, everybody. Too big to rig. All right. So then they're calling the migrants, illegal migrants. Let's not call them illegal immigrants. I think they want us to call them migrants. Anyway, they're now calling them newcomers. Really? Newcomers. Can we just talk about job takers, cartel members? It's I don't, as Bannon has said many times, he doesn't blame these people for coming here. They've been invited to come here. But I mean, at some point we have no more room in the end. There's just no more room for people. There's no more jobs. And our people are suffering. Whatever.
The bill Joe Biden once passed would give him unlimited power to grant asylum to millions and millions and millions of illegals. You know what they call them now, right? You know, they changed the name as of yesterday. You know what they call them? Newcomers. Newcomers. No, the word is newcomers. We're not allowed to say it's politically incorrect. This political incorrect stuff is killing it. From now on, you have to call them newcomers or you will be indicted by the DOJ in Washington. They will indict you immediately, the DOJ. No, they said last night, we are going to call the people that came into our country. We used to call them illegal aliens. We call them a lot of different names. But newcomers is a step too far. But they are newcomers from now on. Please, everybody, call them. Does everybody agree with that? Newcomers. I'm shocked to hear that.
I'm shocked to hear that too. No. I'm telling, and okay, so just so you know, they're talking about he's losing Michigan, not just because of Gaza and what they're doing. I'm going to show you the drops into Gaza here in a little bit. They're dropping food, but it's nothing. It's little of nothing that they're dropping. It's just a political ploy to try to win back the votes, and people are not buying it. But more important, it's a big portion of it, and the other portion is that the Michigan auto workers have lost their jobs, and because someone will come in, they're allowing them to get their documentation, and they come in and they'll work for half the price. So they're no longer getting a living wage. You have to live in just where you can't even afford to put food in your mouth. All right, so I want you to see that, and also that. Oh, this is the one about Biden being judged. Check this out.
Crooked Joe will not succeed with these plans, and he will not get away with these crimes and their crimes. He will be tried at the ballot box this November, and he will be judged and convicted by the American people.
Yes! Did you catch that? He's going to be judged. Okay, so I want you to hear it one more time. Exactly what he said.
Ballot box this November, and he will be judged. He will be tried at the ballot box this November, and he will be judged and convicted by the American people.
Judged and convicted by the American people. This is what's coming. Judgment is coming. Judgment is coming. Retribution is coming. And this is what the friend of mine didn't understand. Like, this is about just pulling down this horrible criminal mafia that has rigged and stolen our country and taken the jobs to other countries. These are traitors, and helping her to connect those dots. And that's where it's so important to focus on. That is the critical thing for them to understand. We have to bring down judgment on them for being traitors. You're not just poor because it's not Donald Trump's fault. He's trying to make you rich again. He's trying to make America wealthy again, and really, to be honest, every country great again, and get it out of where it's all just going into the hands of the quote elite, whatever you want to call them, the cabal, the wealthy. They just want the cheap labor, and that's why they sent jobs over to China. That's why they sent jobs over to India, because they can get all this cheap labor. And so what's left for us is nothing. Okay, so this is what they have to be judged, because this is treason. This is traitorous, where they take all the assets and transfer that wealth into the hands of a few. This is what I'm just hoping, pray, please, Lord, help us to be able to communicate that to people, help them to understand that we're all in the same boat and we all have to fight against these people, because otherwise we'll all become like, the Venezuelan people. It's horrible. All right, so I want you to hear that. We will judge and convict. There you go. After this election. Now, Trump, Biden, DA. I don't remember what this one was.
Forney and her lover, Nathan Wade in Georgia. Letitia James, judge in Gorin and Merchant in New York State. Alvin Bragg, the DA, and his puppet master from the DOJ. Think of it. Think of it. Biden put his top guy, one of his top guys at the DOJ, into the DA's office in Manhattan over bullshit. His name is Colangelo. And now he is essentially running the DA's office in Manhattan, and they go after me with state agencies and city agencies, but it's all run by the DOJ. It's crooked stuff.
It's all by the DOJ, and this is really all through Soros. Okay, all these Soros DAs that are for political prosecution and persecution. All right, then the other one is Trump's. He says, but despite all this, it'll all work out. It'll all work out. I want you to hear that, you guys. It'll all work out. Don't let any of this flip you out, freak you out, frighten you. It's all going to work out.
Range Jack Smith, Judge Chutkin, Charles McGonigal. You know him, right? He was in charge of the Russia hoax for the FBI. Charles McGonigal. I know the name well. He was in charge of it, and they just arrested him because he received money from Russia. This can only happen to me. He's in charge of Russia. We're going to find it. We're going to get that Trump, that son of a bitch. We're going to get him. And they just got him for getting money from Russia. This is too much. And all the others in D.C., impossible for me. It's really impossible for me to get a fair trial in D.C., but that's okay. Don't worry. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. But it's all going to work out. We're going to come out so good. I'm more popular than I ever was.
It's all going to work out. It's all going to work out. And that just reminds me, make sure to go and like my social media. Like this video, everybody. I need more thumbs up on this. Okay, help me out. Help us out. Make sure to hit the like button, so that'll help us to get this truth out. And also, I want you to go back to my website. Okay, let's see. freedomforce.live, and you scroll right here to the social media, and you can join all the social media. Okay, that's the true Melly right there. And I posted all about President Trump's rally there, and so you can find this clip. It is I don't know, I have the number of the clip, but bottom line, you can find this one about the Biden DAs, because these people are evil, and you can find this one about that. It'll all work out. But yeah, so I want you to know about McGonigal. I've talked about it before. It's been a minute. So let me see if okay, here's the guy, McGonigal. This is the former FBI chief. He was just sentenced to more prison time. He was one of the ones in the CIA who was behind this Russia. President Trump is a Russian agent, which finally Mueller had to admit that it was not true. They didn't have any evidence of it. But it turns out he's the one who's been working for this Russian oligarch. Let me read this. A former senior FBI counterintelligence official, Charles McGonigal, that's not what I want to do. Charles McGonigal has been sentenced to an additional 28 months in prison. Again, anybody else want to go after Trump? Talk about boomerang. The boomerangs keep booming, don't they? McGonigal was caught receiving $225,000 in cash from an individual with ties to the Albanian government while supervising counterintelligence investigations. It is in addition to his previous 50-month sentence for working for a Russian oligarch. They are guilty of the very thing they accuse him of doing. Oh my goodness, it's a constant. Whatever they say Trump is doing, that's what they are doing. They say he's rigging elections. No, that's you. He's taking money for the Russians. No, that's you. The man doesn't need anybody's money. It's so stupid. Come on. But yeah, McGonigal is in big trouble. So I love that he's exposing that. Everyone, again, everything that he's talking about, we need to just help people connect the dots. this guy was convicted of being a Russian agent. Not Trump, this McGonigal guy. All right, so then the Trump landslide, check it out.
And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win to get it done. And we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. That's what we need. Because they're going to be cheating, and they're cheaters, and we're going to be watching them, and we're going to prosecute. If we get in, we're going to catch them, and we're going to do things that were never done before.
Okay, this clip, storm is upon us. Had pulled this clip. We're going to do things that we've never done before. Did you catch that? We're going to do things we've never done before. We're going to be prosecuting these people for their crimes of election. And I really appreciate you bringing this up. Somebody, Just Josh 78 brought this up. Very good point. Thank you for bringing this up. Gets this McGonigal guy got 28 months for treason. Very good point. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Just Josh. And after all this is over, we're going to have military tribunals to bring in that these people, it surpassed a civil crime. This is a crime against our country of treason. And many have done crimes against humanity, and those are from like this higher level court than what a civil court could try someone on. So, yeah, it's not over. It's not over. And you see that he was convicted of an additional time added. So more time will be added to that, and potentially more. What do I want to say? More strenuous, more hard consequences for his crimes. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. This is what President Trump is saying. I want you to hear it one more time. What he's saying here is that it's going to be judgment.
That's what we need. They're done. And we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. That's what we need. Because they're going to be cheating, and they're cheaters, and we're going to be watching them, and we're going to prosecute. If we get in, we're going to catch them, and we're going to do things that were never done before.
We're going to do things that have never been done before. We're going to do things that have never been done before. As in, no one's been held to an account. No one's had their feet held to the fire. No one's had been brought up on charges of treason. And this is what's going to happen. They know it. They know it. They know we're not playing. They can watch all of my 1,000 videos and know we are not playing. We are over it. I find this very, very interesting what President Trump said here.
He's still there. He's the head of the Taliban. He said, "You're killing our soldiers. Don't do it anymore because terror will rain down on you." And he called you, yes, Your Highness. He called me Your Highness, which is interesting. But he said, yes, I understand. For 18 months, we didn't have one soldier killed in Afghanistan. For 18 months.
Very good. So, yes, thank you so much, you guys, for hitting the like button. Keep hitting the like button, everybody who hasn't hit it. Go ahead and hit it right now. All right, so, yeah, this was, I find that interesting. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments. What do you think about Abdul calling President Trump Your Highness? Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Last video I did, we talked about Lord Rothschild, being dying, and the horses going through. Remember, then it was like this was, and someone had another person had said, yeah, this was about the three power brokers in the world. I'll repeat them in case you don't know that the military power is in DC. The financial power has been in the quote city of London, inside of London, and the religious power has been in Rome and the papacy. And so that one horse, that white horse is gone. And so there was two other horses left. I think that's what they were saying, what it represented. And that's what someone else was saying. And I agree. All right. So what do you think about them Abdul calling President Trump Your Highness? What do you guys think about that? I have my own thoughts. I'm not going to really tell right now. All right. Trump tax cuts. How about this? Check this.
You're all getting tax cuts because we are going to extend the Trump tax cuts.
Oh my goodness. We're going to get more than tax cuts. We're going to get our tax money back because it was fraudulent. It was fraud. all the money, the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. This is what the Lord has put in his word, that just hang on tight. All that they've done to us, we're getting every nickel back. All the fraudulent interest, all that they've done to us, all that they've stolen from us is coming back. It's coming back. So just hang on tight. That's why I said go to the health page. You've got to stay alive. You must stay alive. You must live. We have to take care of our health, and we got to detox. We got to use toxin-free products. We've got to make sure that we stay alive to see this day. We're so close, you guys. If the Daniel was telling us, which I think he was, that this battle was going to be 7 years, and if it starts September 23rd, 2017, we're right at the door of 7 years. I'm just saying. Just hang on tight. We're going to get there. We're going to win. And President Trump, he knows that. All right. So not only just all this Gasara, it's all coming back. Just hang on tight. Love this.
On D-Day, and Patrick Henry, who declared, "Give me liberty or give me death."
That's why we're in here fighting. And we don't care what they say to us. We don't care what they ban us from. And I was banned also. I was banned off of YouTube. And I found a way to get back on, but I'll just keep that on the download. I've been banned off of Facebook. I'm going to keep that on the download. They've killed us, our voice, even if they haven't physically killed us. And they poisoned me last year, tried to kill me. But this is where they're trying to silence us and keep us kind of pushed into a corner. And we're going to push back every way we can. But, give me liberty or give me death. I don't care what. I cannot live in a world where I don't have freedom. Not doing it. And neither are my children and grandchildren, or my on down the line. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Give me liberty or give me death. And this is where we are going to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to fight until we win. That's all there is to it. Oh, this woman. Okay. President Trump said he wanted us to listen to Mark Levin last night. And so I played the clip. It's a 17 17-second video. Kind of cool. 1717 over on my social media. Okay. It's on Truth. It's on Twitter. I don't know if it's on Twitter yet, but anyway, it's on Telegram. It's on Getter, all that. So when you go over there, I want you to listen to it, because he is breaking down what our forefathers set up for us. This is America. On the opposite is this woman, whatever her name is, because she is railing. She's a very pretty girl, but she's evil and dark in her heart because she is not an American. I don't know where she's from. She may have been born in America, but she is not an American. An American believes in the Constitution and having liberty and justice for all. She clearly doesn't believe that. She doesn't believe in our God-given rights. Check out what she says on Chris Hayes.
Unites them as Christian nationalists, not Christians, by the way, because Christian nationalists is very different, is that they believe that our rights as Americans, as all human beings, don't come from any earthly authority. They don't come from Congress. They don't come from the Supreme Court. They come from God. The problem with that is that they are determining men, are determining what God is telling them.
So you're saying our rights come from man. Our rights come from a government. And you clearly have not read, this really irritated me. You clearly have not read the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths. You know the thing. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, unalienable. You can't put a lien on these rights. You can't put a lien on it for anything. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has now been the patient sufferance of these colonies. Such has been the patient plight of us patriots in this day. We have been under their usurpations, and they have broken every one of our rights, and according to the Constitution. And it is, as it says here in the Declaration, it is our right and it is our duty to throw off this government. This, as President Trump said, this is not just a 4-year election. This is not just about a 4-year election, but about establishing a new government by you, the American people. Remember, he said that when he was first inaugurated. This is about establishing a new government. That's what it says. Throwing off these who usurp this government and casting them out. This is what we're doing. We're doing another Declaration of Independence. This is 1776 all over again. And this woman does not understand that. She believes that her rights come from this government, and she is an idiot. This is not. She's clearly, must be from China or somewhere. She's not from America, because in America and this is what Mark Levin was talking about. This is a Christian nation. Our nation was founded on Christian principles. Doesn't make you have to be a Christian. We have a free exercise of religion. You can be whatever religion you want, but the point is you can't force someone to be one or the other. You have to give someone the right to speech, the right to the free press, all these things that they've taken away from us. And this is what he spent 17 minutes and 17 seconds talking about last night. I want to play just this one clip because this was a point that maybe you haven't heard before. So check this out.
An individual may benefit from the moral order and unalienable rights around which society functions while rejecting their divine origin.
Okay, so what he's saying is someone might be in our country and they don't believe in God. That's fine. But they're still under the Constitution that gives them this, that recognizes their rights are given to them by God in heaven. Okay. So, and he's saying if you don't have that, by default, you will have government controlled by people. You'll have a man-centered government that says you get what we allow you to get, rather than you have rights that are given to you by God. Okay, so it's very important. That's what he's saying here. I want you to hear what he's saying. The civil society cannot organize itself that way. It would become unstable and vulnerable to anarchy and tyranny if we have a government where we're handing out things from this benevolent government that will give no, you don't give me anything. I have rights given to me by my God in heaven, the one who created us. This is why it is our motto, our country's motto, in God we trust. And I don't know if you know this, but you can put signs in your local school. It's required by law that you can put the national motto in your school, and they have to put it in a conspicuous location where everyone who walks in there can see, in God we trust. That they have to be, nicely done, whatever, and easily read. You can do this for like $25 a piece. I don't know, whatever the price is, but whatever it is, it's very well worth it, because everyone needs to be on notice. This is our motto. We are created by God. We have rights given to us by God and not by any government. Gets me excited too. Mark Levin goes off, and maybe so do I. So I want you to hear him say it.
But the civil society cannot organize itself that way.
Someone just said, yeah, Levin. I don't agree with everything Levin says. I will say this: President Trump said for us to listen to this show, because on this he is spot on. Okay, that's why I'm sharing it with you guys, because President Trump said for us to listen to it. That's why I'm doing it.
Around which society functions while rejecting their divine origin. But the civil society cannot organize itself that way. It will become unstable and vulnerable to anarchy and tyranny, imperiling all within it, especially the individual. The abandonment of natural law is the adoption of tyranny in one form or another, because there is no humane or benevolent alternative to natural law.
Okay, I want you to hear that. Very important that we have it. I hope that made sense. You guys can tell me if that makes sense to you, that you either get your rights from God or you get your rights from government. If you get your rights from government, then it becomes tyranny. If you get your rights from God, then that's where you can only have liberty. That's the only way you can have liberty. All right. So that's the problem when they have come in and they've said, well, we're removing these rights because we as our government, we feel like that you don't deserve these. These rights are not lienable. They're unalienable or unalienable. Like if someone comes to your house and says, oh, you owe money, we're going to put a lien on your house, which means we could take your house. You can't put a lien on our rights to take our rights. Okay. All right. There you go. I want you to hear that. And you can listen to the whole thing. I've got it over on my social media. This is what I did not know this. Did you know there are 200 counties? He's not naming them. 200 counties that have gone to paper ballots. And he is pushing hard every day to get more and more and more. And now actually he's talking about New Hampshire already has paper ballots. They already understand this. So he is working methodically through. I'm telling you, the man is he's like a bulldozer. Thank you so much, Mike Lindell, for everything you do. Check it out.
Rather than put out our successes, Steve, and tell you which counties we already have that have committed to go to paper, we're not going to tell the media that right now. We've got a great plan for all the counties you brought up there, that all the ones, the swing counties and such. But we've got to keep going with the plan, because when you have successes like in New Hampshire, we already have over 100 towns there that are paper ballots hand counted. So there's successes everywhere, and there's fights at all different levels. And South Dakota right now, because we announced it, they wanted to announce early that going through and get the publicity out, let the fight go there. They could sit there and fight. And you know what? While we're getting through these other counties and we are getting successful, we're going to, the fight is everywhere. And we will, we're going to keep fighting, and we are winning. We have over 200 some counties in town committed to paper ballots, and I'm not going to list them off for the media. We have a great plan. We're all going to go forward at the same time, sometime at the end of March or early April. And when we do, let them attack everything at once. I'm tired of these Union Party Republicans and these blockers, and we're going to call them out, just like we did that guy in South Dakota.
Yep. A lot of people probably in your county are rhinos, and they probably control your county. So they're going to try to block, but you've got, be a part of this. Go to LindellOffenseFund.org, support them, be a part of what's going on. You can also support you going to mypillow.com/Melly. He's got tons of things on clearance sale. He's got the beautiful flannel sheets on sale. He's got them percale sheets on sale, $24.98, which is an unbelievable deal. So this is a great time to get, and they actually put back on free shipping. So go and check that out, and let's support them. All right, this is the Bible story. I know my time is like, I can't even believe I've been on here this long, but I've got so much more to tell you. I've got one more story. I've got to tell you guys this story you probably have never heard. This was in Samaria in the north. I'm so hot. Let me see if I can figure out how to get some air on me. Come on. All right. So in here you've got Israel. There was a civil war, and they broke apart. So the northern part was Samaria. The southern part was Judah. In Samaria, they really fell into Baal worship a lot. It was bad. And so there were prophets. One was Elijah. You probably remember Elijah, and that we've talked about. And this was actually in the book. And this is from End Times. This is biblical. This is biblical. 17 Bible stories. Okay, so I talk about in there how they had the battle between which one was God, Baal or the Lord, and then the Lord brought down the fire from heaven and all that, and it's in the book. Whatever, if you don't know the story about Elijah and that story, but after him, Elisha became the next prophet, and in this situation, he was bringing down judgment from the Lord, not Elisha. Elisha is just a spokesperson, just like me. I'm speaking the word of God, and I'm just a lady. I mean, I've got to speak the truth about God's word. but he was a prophet. I'm not a prophet. I'm just a lady who knows, know God's word, and I take it very seriously. And that's the nicest thing someone could ever say about me, is that how much respect and love I have for God and his word. And so I'm very bound and determined to speak the truth about God's word. Anyway, so he was telling that they were under judgment from the Lord, and these a foreign army, the Arameans, came and laid siege around. So they have the walls, and the Arameans laid siege all the way around the city. And so inside the city, they're starving to death. Okay. So it was no food was coming in, no supplies were going in, and the people ultimately started to starve. So I want you to hear this story, and I know our time is running out, but I'm going to read it, speed read it. You might have to turn it down to slow it down on replay. Sometime later, King Ben-Hadad of Aram mustered his entire army and besieged Samaria. As a result, there was a great famine in the city. The siege lasted so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 pieces of silver, and a cup of dove's dung sold for 5 pieces of silver. How desperate do you have to be to eat dove's dung or a donkey's head? This is where they were. There are people in Venezuela who are in this very similar situation. And all over the world, there's been poverty and desperation similar to this, okay? And it's because the cabal has laid siege to their city. Remember, I was telling you the other day, I was at Honduras. They're like, we have nothing. Please don't lay siege on our city, on our country. Remember? Anyway, so this is what this desperate plight of the people in Samaria. One day, as the king of Israel was walking along, this is horrible. Okay, don't have kids in the room. Maybe, I don't know. This is bad. As one day, as the king of Israel was walking along the wall of the city, a woman called to him, "Please help me, my lord, the king." Now, the city wall was not like what we would think of normally as a wall, but it was where you could actually, go up there and walk along the wall. Okay, they had that in Jerusalem. They have the wall of the city. It's wide. You can drive a car up there. I mean, if you can get the car up there, you can get. And there are places you can get them up there, but it's really wide. Area, and people have their homes, in the wall. Anyway, he answered, "If the Lord doesn't help you, what can I do? I have neither food from the threshing floor nor wine from the press to give to you." But then the king asked, "What is the matter?" She replied, this is horrible. Okay, I'm just warning you. "This woman said to me, 'Come, let's eat your son today, and then we will eat my son tomorrow.'" So this is what she's telling the king. This is what she's telling the king. "So we cooked my son and we ate him. And then the next day I said to her, 'Kill your son so we can eat him.' But she has hidden her son." Can you imagine? This is what was going on in this besieged city. This desperation was so horrible. People are starving to death. When the king heard this, he tore his clothes in despair, and as the king walked along the wall, the people could see he was wearing burlap under his robe next to his skin. So, okay, the question is, why is he wearing burlap? Burlap is a sign of repentance. And if he really wants to show repentance, he doesn't need to have the robe on. So he's like wanting to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to have the robe, but he also wants to have the burlap, just like his lucky rabbit or whatever. That's not the way repentance works. Okay, he needed to really, come out and lead the people in repentance. He wasn't willing to do that because he had led them. It was probably his fault that they were in this desperate situation as it was. Elisha but he probably had everything, but I guess the money had run out for him too. Now he's probably out of favor with the bad guys. Elisha was sitting in his house with the elders of Israel when the king sent a messenger to summon him. But before the messenger arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "Oh, just so you know, a murderer is coming to cut off my head." Elisha already knew. The Lord already told Elisha what was going to happen. "Oh, and when he arrives, shut the door and keep him out. We will soon hear his master's steps following him." So it's like, okay, if someone's coming to kill you, you'd think that just shutting the door is not going to keep him out. But anyway, that's what he said. But Elisha was not. I just love this. He's not worried at all. And it is a wonderful thing. When you walk with the Lord, you're not afraid of anything. You're just not, you don't walk in fear. You walk in faith. You know the Lord's going to, like President Trump says, we got this. We're going to win. in verse 33, while Elisha was still saying this, the messenger arrived, and the king said, all this misery is from the Lord. Why should we wait for the Lord any longer? Well, again, if you would repent, maybe there would be some hope. All right, so here's chapter 7, 2 Kings chapter 7. Elisha said, listen to this message from the Lord. This is what the Lord says. By this time tomorrow, in the markets of Samaria, 6 quarts of choice flour will cost only 1 piece of silver. By tomorrow, only you can have only one for 1 piece of silver. You can get 6 quarts of choice flour, and 12 quarts of barley grain will cost only a piece of silver. How about that? This is what's going to happen by tomorrow. But I want you to hear, very important. This is the very first thing that comes out of this guy's mouth. This officer of the king. He said to the man of God, he said to Elisha, that couldn't happen even if the Lord opened the windows of heaven. So, what's your thoughts on that, guys? What do you think, guys? What do you think? This is what you don't do. When the Lord says through his appointed mouthpiece, Elisha was his mouthpiece, was his no doubt, Elisha was a prophet. He said the Lord couldn't do it, basically. Or that's not true. That's a lie. That's, he rejected it. So it's very important. It's very important not to, this guy brought a judgment down upon himself. We must be very careful not to bring judgment down upon ourselves. I think that's why you're here, because you want to hear the truth, and you want to hear that of hope that the Lord is able to save us, and this is his plan to save us, and to trust his plan. It's very important that we walk in that faith, because we don't want to bring judgment and say, oh, this is not going to happen, or the Lord's not able to do it, or the Lord's not going to do it, or he's not going to keep his promise, or any of that. It's very important. This guy brought judgment upon himself. Look what Elisha replied. You will see it happen with your own eyes, but you won't be able to eat any of it. This guy. He brought judgment upon himself because of his lack of faith in God, because of his lack of humble submission and believing the Lord and his word. I can't play with that. I know too much. Now, there were 4 men outside the walls. They had leprosy. They were sitting at the city gates. Why should we sit here and waiting to die? We'll starve if we stay here, but with the famine in the city, we'll starve if we go back there. So we might as well go out and surrender to the Aramean army. If they let us live, so much better. But if they kill us, we would have died anyway. Now, leprosy is a terrible disease. People, it just continues to grow, and it's almost like a gangrene where it's just your body parts start dying off. So at twilight, these leprous guys, 4 of them, they set out for the camp of the Arameans. But when they came to the edge of the camp, no one was there. For the Lord had caused the Aramean army to hear the clatter of speeding chariots and the galloping of horses and the sounds of a great army approaching. The king of Israel has hired the Hittites and Egyptians to attack us, they cried to one another. So they panicked and ran into the night, abandoning their tents, their horses, their donkeys, and everything else as they fled for their lives. How many times, remember the other story in this book, like I said, end times, this is biblical number 17. There's one called Gideon. Let's see, the Gideon chapter. Where is that one? Okay, where's my chapters? Okay, here we go. Chapter 8. Remember how Gideon went against that army? If you haven't seen that video, you can even in the book, or you can watch the video on freedomforce.live. And Gideon brought in 300 men, and they panicked. The Lord struck fear into them. The Lord is, this is what it says when I talk about the woman in labor, right? The woman in labor, they will be in great panic when they see the woman in labor. This is exactly it. They were brought into great panic. The Arameans, the army that Gideon was going against. Now here we are going against these evildoers, the cabal, and they're in great panic, and they're basically fleeing for their lives. Okay, and this is where, I said, it's called the woman in labor, and that's where I go into that one in this one, major clues from minor prophets. Okay, so then, all their stuff is strewn all around. When the men with leprosy arrived at the edge of the camp, they went into one tent after another, eating and drinking wine. They carried off silver and gold and clothing and hid it. Finally, they said to each other, "This is not right. This is a good day of good news, and we aren't sharing it with anyone." All the people inside the city were starving, still dying. And they're like, "We better do something. If we wait until morning, some calamity will certainly fall upon us." They had the fear of the Lord. They already have enough trouble being leprous, right? They were like, "Oh, we don't want to bring down any more judgment upon ourselves. Let's go back and tell the people in the palace." So they went to the city and told the gatekeepers what happened. "We went to the Aramean camp. No one was there. The horses and the donkeys were tethered and the tents were all in order, but there wasn't a single person around." And then the gatekeepers shouted the news to the people in the palace. Okay, so what do you think is going to be the response of the king? He has not shown faith to this point, but at this point, his back is against the wall. So let's see what he does. The king got out of bed in the middle of the night. He told his officers, "I know what has happened. The Arameans know we're starving, so they have left their camp and they've hidden in the fields. They expect us to leave the city, and then they will take us alive and capture the city." They can do that just well enough without even you leaving or doing anything, because everybody's going to be dead soon anyway. So but that's his first response was fear and all that. So but he did make a wise choice. He said, one of his officers actually replied, "We had better send out scouts to check into this. Let them take 5 of the remaining horses. If something happens to them, it'll be worse than if they stay here and die with the rest of us." So this guy had a good idea. He said, "Let's send out scouts. Let's see what's going on. Let's see." Thankfully, he didn't just let the king leave them all inside these walls to starve to death. So good job on that officer. So 2 chariots with horses, the king said, "Fine." The 2 chariots with horses were prepared, and the king sent scouts to see what had happened to the Aramean army. They went all the way to the Jordan River, following a trail of clothing and equipment that the Arameans had thrown away in their mad rush to escape. The scouts returned and told the king all about it. Then the people of Samaria rushed out, listen to this, rushed out and plundered the Aramean camp. So it was true that 6 quarts of choice flour were sold that day for 1 piece of silver, and 12 quarts of barley grain were sold for 1 piece of silver, just as the Lord had promised. When I say the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous, I believe this. I believe that this is what Trump is doing. I believe this is every penny that they have taken from us is going to come back to us. And I'm telling you, this is what the Lord promised. And it's like, how could this happen? I don't exactly know, but I know it's going to happen. Just know it's going to happen, just as sure as this happened here. But look what happened to that officer. The king appointed his officer to control the traffic at the gate, but he was knocked down and trampled to death as the people rushed out. How about that? This guy who spoke against the Lord and his word, spoken by his prophet Elisha, and they'd clearly already seen that they were under judgment. He'd clearly seen that Elisha was a man of God who was speaking the truth, and now he denied this would happen. He just like the Lord said, he wouldn't be able to eat any of it. So everything happened exactly as the man of God had predicted. Elisha predicted when the king came to his house. The man of God had said to the king, "By this time tomorrow in the markets of Samaria, 6 quarts of choice flour will cost a piece of silver, and 12 quarts of barley grain will cost 1 piece of silver." The king's officer had replied, "That couldn't happen. That couldn't happen, even if the Lord opened the windows of heaven." And the man of God had said, "You will see it happen with your own eyes, but you won't be able to eat any of it." And so it was, for the people trampled him at the gate. How about that? We are women and men of faith. We believe the Lord and his word, and we believe that he is going to fulfill every one of his promises. Amen. I know you're saying amen. I know you're saying amen. I know you are. Oh, it's a little bit of a delay, but I know you are. Okay, then we're going to pray, and we're going to wait on the Lord in his timing. Exactly. He says, if it tarry, wait for it will surely come, and it will not be delayed. That is from, I think that one's Habakkuk 2. That's from one of the minor prophets who said that it will not be delayed. It's going to happen exactly as the Lord said, just like he said that this sign of the Son of Man would appear, and we would see all of this happening. And that's exactly what we're seeing. The Lord is true to his word by clockwork. Everything happens exactly as he said, just like when our Lord Jesus was born and the Bethlehem star brought the wise men from Bethlehem. The Lord has this all down on the timing, and we are the chosen ones, the 144,000, as it says in Revelation. If you're new here, this book is the decode of Revelation here, right here, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. You can get it for $2.99 on Amazon, and you can get the audiobook right here on freedomforce.live. But we are the ones who have been so blessed and so blessed that we were chosen to be fighting alongside our Lord in this day. Let's pray. Thank you so much, Lord. We praise you. We thank you that you are true to your word. We believe you. We're not like that guy saying you couldn't do it. You can do all things. You could shut this thing down tomorrow, today, this minute, if you wanted to. It's all according to your perfect timing and your perfect plan. We are women and men of faith. We believe you. We trust your plan. We love you, and we are so thankful for what you are doing on this earth, and that we get to fight alongside you. We thank you for these wonderful clues that we got from our President Trump at the in this rally. We just hear him trumpeting all these wonderful things all the time. What an honor and a joy it is to watch all this. And we love it that you're having all these come to be exposed and falling like Spawny and that McGonagall, and that we're going to have the judgment on Biden and all of them. We're going to see it with our own eyes. I pray your protection over everyone on the Freedom Force Battalion. I pray that you'd cause the truth to run. I pray you'd bring peace into everyone who is listening, and help them to know that your word is true, and this is what you're doing in this day. And Lord, I just pray that you would strengthen them in their hearts, in their resolve, in their minds, in their finances, in their health. I pray you'd strengthen their relationships, their children. We pray that you put your blessing on each one of them. Bless Mike Lindell with everything that he is doing. Lord, bring us into this beautiful day where we have truth in our elections, and truth according to the Constitution, and that there's this peace that will settle over all the earth, just like you promised. The health and the wealth and the peace will settle over all the earth. We pray that you'll use us, guide us, so we can be effective servants in this day. Give us the courage and the strength to do what you've called us to do. And we pray this in your great name, King Jesus. Amen. I love you guys. I love you so much. Amen. I know you're saying amen. I love you so much. I got a jet. I've been on here way too long, but I love it. I love getting to see you guys, and we'll see how everything did. Don't forget to go over on Twitter and join that if you possibly can, so that we can be a part of what you're, we can get some truth over there too. These videos live streamed over there, and I will talk to you. Stay with me later.
Yeah. You know why trolls come to YouTube? Because they're banned from places like Pornhub. That's why trolls come. That's why trolls come to YouTube. They got themselves even banned from porn sites. So, oh Lord. Oh, help me. All right. Last one of the day is going to be part B. X22.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3297BN. Today's date is March 4th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Trump, We Want a Landslide That Is Too Big to Rig. Deep State, Your Move. Let's get into the economic collapse, political, and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are losing left and right. They just lost the Supreme Court ruling where they were trying to get Trump off the ballot, And again, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously 9-0, saying that the states don't have the ability to do this. And think about what they've been trying to do. And at every turn, it's been failing, which means the deep state players, they're going to ramp up their attacks on Trump. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they already know this is coming. And what's very interesting, during Trump's rally, what did Trump do? He told the people, this is how we have to win the election. We have to win by a landslide because we need to make sure that the landslide is too big to rig. Think about this for a second. Go back to 2020. Did Trump have a lot of people back then vote for him? Absolutely. 70 to 80 million people? Absolutely. This time around, do you think the numbers are going to be even larger? Yes. So the deep state players, they can either cheat in the election and try to beat him with the number of people in this country, or when they realize that, wait a minute, the landslide is coming. Remember, they have completely different polls. They have their internal polls that they've been watching. They know what's happening right now. They know that everything is building. I do believe this is why Trump came out with this, saying, listen, we need to make this too big to rig, because he already is looking at the polls. He knows that he has the people. So I do believe he's actually pushing the deep state players down the path. Now, if they pick option number one, where they're going to try to cheat in the elections, most likely they won't be able to do it. They won't be able to shut down the elections like they did last time. They will not have enough ballots. They just won't be able to pull it off because, again, it won't even make sense at this point. So if they follow that, Trump most likely and the people will win the election. They'll try to cheat, but they won't be able to pull this off. The other option, I do believe, and this is where I do believe Trump is trying to push them down towards, is actually trying to stop the election. Because once again, they have two options here. They can either try to cheat and Trump wins, or they postpone it, because remember, the name of the game is to stay in power. So when they look at their internal polls and they say, holy crap, look at this, America is with him. There's no way we're going to be able to pull this off this time. We don't have COVID. We don't have disease X. We don't have anything like that this time around. So if we can't cheat in the election, what are we going to do? Yes, we can continually indict him. We can throw him into prison. We could try to convince the people that this is not the guy. He's ineligible to run for president. But again, this is all going to fail because everything they've done has worked in the opposite way. More people come to the side of Trump. Let's talk about our health. Are you tired of feeling tired? Do you always hit snooze, then slam your head straight back on the pillow? With all the problems you have to take care of at work, at home, with your family, with your friends, it's no wonder you feel so tired. You take care of a lot of different things. But if you really stop to think about it, who takes care of you? Magnesium Breakthrough is an all-natural supplement that helps you reduce fatigue and sleep more peacefully. It even strengthens muscle and improves your heart and brain function. While most magnesium supplements aren't full spectrum, Magnesium Breakthrough is the only magnesium supplement on the market that contains the optimal ratio of all 7 essential types of magnesium. Imagine having the strength and energy to get out of bed every morning and face the day boldly, courageously, to be able to show up at your best self and keep that energy up through the day and into the night. So if you want to feel more energized and get the best night's sleeps you've had in forever, check out buyoptimizers.com/X22. By using the promo code X22, you'll unlock special offers. So 2 things to remember: buyoptimizers.com/X22 and promo code X22. You'll be amazed how much better you'll feel by taking Magnesium Breakthrough. Just click that link in the description. So is this strategy in the end going to work? Absolutely not. Is the cheating strategy in the end going to work? Absolutely not. Now, if they go ahead and they decide to have the elections and they try to cheat, well, I do believe this time around it will be too big to rig. So I don't believe the deep state players are going to even go down this path. Yes, they will give it their best shot. They will say, yes, we are having the elections. They will continually push the indictments. They will try to convict. I wouldn't even be surprised if they try to make a hit on Trump, because remember, they're going to become more and more desperate as we get closer and closer to the presidential election. Think about it. They tried to remove him from the ballot. It didn't work. They're going to try to remove immunity. And I believe no matter which way they move on this, it's going to fail. And even if they throw him in prison, prison, this is going to fail. So they're running out of options. And when they become more and more desperate, yes, they can try to assassinate him. But again, I don't believe that is going to work. I do believe he's protected by the military, and military intelligence knows what they're going to try to do. Now, if they do make an attempt, this is going to be game over for the deep state players, because once the people see this, they're going to realize, holy crap, they're now trying to take him out and trying to kill him. So this guy is going up against the establishment. The establishment is trying to stop him. And look what they've done. They've indicted him. They've tried to remove him from the ballot. They tried to maybe convict him. Maybe they throw him in jail. They try to assassinate him. What do you think the people are going to see here? They're going to see a tyrannical government going after this guy with everything that they have, and everything that they tried to do has completely and utterly failed. So if everything has failed and they can't cheat, even with the change of batter, I mean, they're going to have to try that too, which we know it's coming. This is also going to fail. So I do believe in the end, and I do believe this is why Trump from the very, very beginning said we're going to see World War III. It's going to be the N word, because I do believe in the end, with the economic system completely and utterly crashing and people starting to lose their jobs, as war builds up, because remember, this is all part of the 16-year plan, I do believe in the end, he's going to leave the deep state players pretty much one option: to try to stop the elections any way they possibly can, so they can remain in control a little bit longer to get the war started. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have countermeasures in place. And I do believe in the end, Trump wants to show the deep state players, look how many people are behind me. I don't believe he wants to win in the election just by a hair. I do believe he wants to show the deep state players, the country, the world, look, I have the people. Look what he's doing with the GOP nominee. He's cleaning up here. No one's even close. Yes, Nikki Haley, she won DC, but remember, she's been telling us she's anti-establishment, but the establishment actually voted for her in DC. And actually, DC is pretty much made up of about 98% Democrats. I think that tells you everything you need to know. Plus, DC really doesn't matter. So once again, there's no one even close to Trump. No one can stop him, not even the rhinos. And I do believe in the end, Trump wants to show the deep state players, wants to show the country, the world, look, I have the people. And if I have the people, we're taking this country back. And I do believe this is what Trump has done. He has pushed the deep state exactly where he wants them. It is now the deep state's move. What are they going to do next? And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know exactly what they're going to do next. We'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about the fake news, because the fake news, well, it doesn't seem like they're doing too well. And again, the fake news doesn't own the narrative anymore. And we could see that CNN, they're having a huge problem. There's a big shakeup going on there. And it looks like Anderson Cooper, Wolf Blitzer, and other big names, they may be on the chopping block. Because once again, when you don't tell the truth and you keep using propaganda, what's going to happen? People aren't going to listen to you anymore. People aren't going to believe you. So what are they going to do? They're going to look for the truth. And that's what the people have been doing. They've been looking for the truth, and they're realizing that these networks, they've been lying to the people. Now, remember, I call Fox News, personally, that's the Rhino Network. That's not the MAGA network. That's not the People's Network. Remember, each one was created for a specific reason. Yes, you might have some different talk show hosts on there that look for the truth, but the majority of those people, they are the Rhino Network. That's what Fox News is. They don't like Trump. Yes, you might have Tucker, you might have Hannity, and that's why they had to get rid of Tucker. I wouldn't be surprised if they removed other people. Remember, Dan Bongino, we had Lara Trump, we had many others that they removed, but I do believe that's the Rhino Network. And then you have MSNBC, CNN, that is the D Network. And if you're looking for the Patriot Network, that is everywhere else that's where where the alternative media is telling the truth. And I think people are starting to understand this and starting to realize this. And this is how the word is getting around, because every time the fake news says something, it's debunked in not a year or 2 years, in a matter of hours. So this is getting worse and worse. And think about what they've been doing lately. They've been going after real journalists. I mean, just this week, A journalist was fined $300,000 per year until she reveals her confidential source. That's Catherine Herridge. Another journalist is taken into the FBI custody for reporting on January 6th. And they're going to go after many other journalists. Other journalists are going to be laid off because they don't want those people that are telling the truth in that position. And we're going to see more of this as we move into the presidential election. I mean, we're already starting to see it. We're going to see a lot more of this because this is what a tyrannical government does. When you can't control the narrative, what do? You get rid of all those people that are countering your narrative. And the problem is they're having a problem with alternative media because, again, there's too many people. You see, it's easier if it's just one journalist over here, one journalist over there. But when you have digital soldiers all over the place, how do you control this? You can. I do believe this is why the Patriots went down this path where they said, okay, listen, we need as many people as we possibly can find to tell the truth. We need them on X. We need them on Truth. We need them on Rumble. We need them on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And if you keep getting more and more people, what happens? You can't control it. And I do believe in the end, this is why they're probably going to have some type of communication blackout, because when you have too many digital soldiers telling the truth, it's very, very difficult to censor everybody because, again, there's too many people. So what do? You got to bring it all down so you can stop it. And I do believe that's where we're all headed in this. And as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, I do believe this is the move they're going to make. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and I do believe a lot of people have been saying this, I do believe the deep state players, they send McConnell a message because McConnell's sister-in-law, Angela Chow, well, all of a sudden her Tesla, it kind of, went out of control, backed up into the water, and she was killed. Now it's a criminal investigation, according to the Texas Sheriff's Office, and they're looking into why this happened. Now, once again, are they going to actually report on actually what happened? I do believe this was a message to McConnell. Listen, don't go against us. Stay in line or else. And I do believe this is why McConnell finally said, I'm out. Because, again, you have pressure from the Patriots. You have pressure from the deep state players. And the only thing you can do at this point is bow out. And that's exactly what he did. And I do believe in the end, we're going to see Joe Biden bow out. Now, I don't know if he's going to bow out on his own, but I do believe what's going to happen is they're going to use age to remove him. His mental ability is perfect. It's his age. That is the problem. And they're going to say because of his age, that's why he has these mental problems where he can't remember, dementia and all that other stuff. But I do believe he's using it for plausible deniability. But I do believe they want to go down the age angle because they can use that against Trump. If they say, okay, take a cognitive test, it's because he has dementia, it's very, very difficult to use that against Trump. Remember, their entire mission, their entire goal is to go after Trump. So if they have a change of batter and they remove Biden and they bring someone in younger, what can they do? If they keep this narrative up against Biden, they can use it against Trump. And I do believe this is why they're going to be going down the, he's old angle. And we'll be talking about that in just a sec. But look, there's a lot of pressure on Biden right now. The evidence is coming out. His story is completely and utterly breaking down. And you have the story from the whistleblower, the witnesses. They're not matching up with what Hunter and Joe Biden or James Biden are saying. And people are starting to learn the truth. And this is getting more and more difficult for the Bidens. James Comer on X put this out and said, Hunter Biden admitted he received millions of dollars from China. He put Joe Biden on speakerphone with his business associates. The president, someone will now have the opportunity to fulfill his Hollywood dreams, appear before the cameras, and testify in the GOP oversight hearing. Now, it looks like amnesia, dementia, it looks like that's spreading amongst the Bidens right now. And Paul Sperry put this out and said the following, and this is coming from Joe Biden's younger brother, Jimmy. I have sometimes difficulty remembering my own address. Apparently, extreme amnesia under sweat of interrogation runs in the family. Absolutely. Then Paul Sperry put this out and said, bank records reveal Joe Biden's brother Jimmy got a total of $1.4 million from two companies based in Panama for which he did no work and in which he invested no money. One entity paid him $840,000 after Joe became POTUS, and the other started paying him $200,000 while Joe was VP. And you can see it's getting harder and harder for Joe Biden, James Biden, Hunter Biden, and the rest to keep their story straight. And Joe Biden, he again denied interacting with business partners of James and Hunter Biden when asked about Speaker Johnson's accusing him of lying. And he said Johnson should read the record. I did not interact with their partners. The Oversight Committee responded to this and said, well, that's not what Hunter Biden, Rob Wooker, Jason Galanis, Devin Archer, and Tony Babalunsky said. So this is completely and utterly falling apart. I mean, you have all these people saying something completely different than what the resident is saying. So who's believing who now? And remember, the bank records, the tax documents, they don't lie. And it looks like it's getting harder and harder for the Bidens. Patriots Are in Control put this out, pointing to all different articles from the fake news. And here are the headlines. Hunter Biden's years of personal grief and public missteps are focus of House impeachment probe. Hunter Biden gives House Republicans the rebuttal they didn't want. Hunter Biden tells Congress his father was not involved in his business dealings. And this is from CBS, Washington Post, AP, USA Today, and all the rest. Patriots Are in Control responded to this and said the fake news still sees no wrongdoing by the Biden family after Hunter's deposition. They're honestly doing us a favor at this point. We want Joe to be their candidate. It won't even be slightly believable if he wins this time around. So go ahead, continue to run cover and have the walking corpse as your candidate against Trump. See how that works out. Well, I do believe what they're really doing here is they're going to cover up for him as long as they possibly can until they have to get rid of him. Because again, remember the fake news, the DOJ, the FBI, they're all part of the same criminal syndicate. And once again, they're not going to just say, okay, he's the criminal because it was under Obama. And if Michelle Obama is coming into the picture, or even if she isn't, it's still under Obama. The DOJ at that time, the FBI, nobody knew about this. Remember, Obama continually said his administration was scandal-free. All of this happened under the Obamas. Think about that for a second. So do they really want to out the Bidens, or are they going to run cover for the Bidens? They're going to run cover until the very, very end, until they can actually remove him, and actually he's going to use the dementia and everything else as plausible deniability. But in the end, this is not going to work, and it can go one or two ways. You can either testify or take the easy way out, which I wouldn't be surprised if they decide, okay, he's just going to take the easy way out. And I do believe you're going to see many, many people probably end up doing this, because remember, when everything falls apart on them and they have to stand trial, I don't believe many of these people are going to actually do that, because you know why? Because these people are criminals. And these people are going to take the easy way out, so this way they don't have to go through this. But again, you could see that everything is now breaking down around them. And as we move forward, everything's going to continually break down around them. And you could see the border, their entire narrative, everything they've been trying to tell the people, that's completely and utterly falling apart. And remember, everyone's seeing the difference. We have Laken Riley. She had her funeral. And we also had George Floyd's funeral. So during COVID, we had George Floyd funeral. He had a golden casket. They blasted this all over the fake news. The D's kneeled in front of this individual. And what did they do for Laken Riley? Well, N Wokeness on X put this out and said, George Floyd's funeral was internationally televised. Top celebrities, politicians attended, and he was buried in a literal gold casket. Laken Riley's funeral was yesterday. You probably didn't hear about it. And most likely people didn't hear about it. Again, this tells you everything you need to know. You see the difference between a criminal, because those are the people that they protect, and you see the difference between an American citizen. They hate the American citizen. They love the criminals. They can't stand the people. This is why they keep calling the people names over and over and over. Even the Border Patrol Union is now mocking Biden on social media. And this is what they put out on X. Board Air Force One, take a nap. Wake up in place called Brownsville. Read large teleprompter message. It's all Trump's fault. Board Air Force One, ask who people in green uniforms were. Told they strap illegal aliens. Express hard. Take nap. Wake up. Call a lid. Hit beach. Take nap. So basically, the border union is now making fun of Biden, because everyone understands and everyone realizes that the border is a complete and utter disaster. And that's the whole point of this, is to show the people. You just can't explain it to the people. You got to show them. Show them what they're really trying to do here. And you can see the deep state players, they're in trouble. And this is why they're changing the word illegals or migrants and any other word that they used to newcomer. We talked about this going back to Friday. Why are they calling them newcomers? Because they're trying to convince you there's nothing illegal about this. There's no problem. They're just newcomers coming into this country. No, they're illegals coming to the country. They could use any word they want. The people aren't going to believe them. And Trump, he let everyone know that there is no doubt this is Joe Biden's invasion. And it's not just Joe Biden's invasion. It's the invasion by the deep state. It's an invasion by Soros. It's an invasion by Obama and the rest of the people. Take a listen to what Trump says here.
Let there be no doubt this is Joe Biden's invasion. This is Joe Biden's destruction of our country. If you take the 10 worst presidents in history and add them up and put them together, nobody has done the destruction to our country as this incompetent president that we have right now.
This is a foreign invasion, and people are watching it firsthand. And yes, they are taking their soldiers and they're moving them to protected areas, bases where they keep them protected, where the rule of law does not affect them. Think about this for a second. And this could be reversed very, very easily. I mean, look, Biden came in, reversed all of Trump's executive orders. He can easily put it back to the way it was. Well, Kaneko on X put this out, and it starts off with reporter. Why are you waiting to take executive action on the border? Biden, because we need more forces on the border. I don't have the authority to do that. Biden took 94 executive actions in his first 100 days to decimate border security and has all the authority he needs to reverse the course and end the border crisis. On Biden's inaugural day, he signed executive orders that incentivized illegal immigration, pause deportation, suspended remain in Mexico, stop border wall construction. Since these policy changes, over 8 million people have illegally entered the country, with millions more slipping past Border Patrol undetected. Elon Musk on X responded to Kaneko the Great and said the following: the massive flood of illegal immigration is due to 94 executive actions by the Biden administration. Until those executive actions are revoked, claims by Biden that he wants to address illegal immigration are a bold-faced lie. And that's exactly what it is. And the people, they see the truth. Now, what's very interesting is that the federal appeals court is going to allow the Texas immigration law to take effect. So it looks like the Texas authorities now have the authorization to arrest and jail any illegal immigrant crossing the border. Now, SCOTUS might intervene, but at this point, we can see that Texas now has the ability, the law enforcement there, to arrest and then jail any illegal immigration that's crossing the border. So remember what we talked about a couple of days ago. The deep state players, what are they doing? They have centers in Mexico and many other places where they actually fly in planes and they fly people right over the border into where they want them to go. And I do believe we're going to see that pick up because, again, if Texas is locking down the border and the people of this country seeing it work, that tells you everything you need to know. And actually, this needs to be shown to the people. Look, Biden wasn't locking down the border. They've been telling you it's locked down. They've been telling you it's secure. But look what happens when you actually put up a fence with barbed wire and you have the Border Patrol secure the entire area and you push people back. You stop the illegal flow. And that's what people now are seeing. The people are now seeing that the Biden administration, Mayorkas, has been lying to all of us. And that's what they have been doing. But don't worry, when Trump gets elected, he's been letting everyone know that he has a plan to deport millions of illegal aliens. And he's going to use the Alien Enemies Act. This would give him authority as president to remove dangerous or anti-American non-citizens living on U.S. soil. And the president pointed out that much of the deportation effort will be carried out by the local police. So the United States was young and fresh-faced in 1798 when the Alien Enemies Act was passed in Congress by the reigning party of the day, the Federalists. According to the U.S. National Archives, the act was comprised of 4 laws: the Alien Enemies Act, which is just a portion of the four-pronged legislation, authorized the president to deport aliens and raise the age of residency requirements from 5 to 14 years old. The base purpose of the AEA was to give emergency authorization to remove potentially dangerous and anti-American non-citizens living within the U.S. who might be harboring French sympathizers. To propose a re-implementation of such an act illustrates just how seriously Trump is taking the multi-million man invasion at the southern border. In essence, it recognizes that the U.S. is under assault and potentially embedded with countless unvetted individuals who likely have no plans to proactively assimilate into the U.S. as productive members of society. And this is why Trump continually says what we're witnessing right now is an invasion in this country. And Trump, he's prepared to basically deputize all the local law enforcement to actually remove all these illegals in this country. Because remember, this is an invasion. And when these people are activated, when these people go from dormant the way they are now, when they start to do something, maybe burn down buildings, commit crimes, attack the U.S. from within, just like we saw back in 2020 with BLM and Antifa, they were attacking the United States in all different areas. Now, think about this. These individuals, they were moved into sanctuary cities, and they were put into the different blue areas where they're protected. The rule of law really doesn't affect them. They have no cash bail. They release these people with no problem. So when they are activated and they attack the United States from within, what can these states or cities do? They will not go after their foot soldiers because they set it up to make sure that it doesn't happen. So they're actually protecting what they're doing in these areas, which means it's going to be left up to who? The National Guard? The military? Absolutely. And I do believe we're going to see that play out once they are activated. And yes, Trump is going to use all these old laws to remove these people. Yes, I do believe the National Guard will be involved. I do believe the military will be involved. I do believe the local law enforcement will be involved. Because once again, if the local law enforcement in these blue areas can't do the job and they're attacking the United States from within because they're here illegally, what has to happen? Well, the military most likely will get involved at that time. Who's going to call the ball? That's going to be very interesting. Now, the other thing that we could see is that the deep state players, to have this invasion, they've been trying to get the weapons away from the people, and this has been failing over and over and over. And we can see they're having a very difficult time getting the weapons away from the people. And I do believe they will probably continually try, but in the end, this is all going to fail because we see a lot of states now, they're moving to constitutional carry, which I don't believe we need a law that says constitutional carry because the Second Amendment already says we have a constitutional carry law, which everyone should be following because that's the Constitution. But once again, we see more and more states lowering the age to 18 because remember, they pushed the age up to 21 and now a lot of states are bringing it back down to 18. Now, if you can go and you can fight in the armed forces, well, and have a weapon or fly a plane or do whatever, why can't you have a weapon here in this country? So Florida now, the House has passed legislation to lower the legal firearm purchase age from 21 to 18 years old. And I do believe this will probably be successful and we'll probably see a lot more states do this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that once the deep state players decide, okay, we need the riots again, they're now putting certain laws into place to make sure that these individuals have the ability to go out and riot, because I do believe they'll be able to do this in the sanctuary cities, and they don't want people stopping them or reporting them or doing anything like that, because Washington State right now is poised to enact the hate crime hotline, where historically underserved residents can report bias incidents. The House bill allows the Attorney General to compensate individuals affected by hate crimes or bias incidents up to $2,000 per person. So in these areas, who are the underserved residents? Is it Antifa, illegals? Who are these people? And what is considered a hate crime? So if someone says, hey, stop burning this down, stop hurting this person, I don't like what you're doing, is that a hate crime? we'll have to see how this plays out because this is going to be very, very interesting. But I do believe it's to protect their own as we move forward. Because think about where we're moving towards. We're moving towards chaos. We're moving towards war. This is where the deep state is headed. And actually, Trump, the Patriots, they know this. They're actually bringing them down the path because, again, he knows that they're going to try to cheat in the elections. He knows that when they can't cheat, they're going to have to do what? They're going to have to try to stop the election. Now, can you just say, hey, by the way, let's stop it? Or does there have to be a major, major event to stop the election? There has to be something major. This is why Trump, I do believe from the very, very beginning, said we're heading towards war. I do believe Trump has used the 16-year plan against them. It doesn't mean that Trump is pushing the 16-year plan. He is allowing the enemy to do what they do best. Why interfere with them while they're in the process of destroying themselves? So it's not Trump that is bringing all the people in. It's not Trump that is starting the war. He knew their plan. He's just using it against them. Remember, they were going to do this no matter what. They're behind schedule. He allowed the president to be put into place, and he knew that if he allowed them to take control and do all of this, this would wake up America because everything's accelerated. People would see it. They wouldn't be able to hide it at this point. Why? Because they lost control of the narrative. And that's very, very important. And we can see that war is definitely building right now. We see a British registered cargo ship that sank after being hit by a Houthi missile in the Red Sea. And we can see that things are really ramping up out in the Middle East. Remember, Trump had peace in the Middle East. That's what people are seeing now. They're seeing the difference. And again, out in Ukraine, we could have had peace out in Ukraine, but the deep state players didn't want it. David Sachs put this out on X and said, the mainstream media via the Wall Street Journal finally confirms what independent channels have been reporting for months. A peace deal was available at Istanbul earlier in the war. Its principal requirement was Ukrainian neutrality, including limits on the size of its military. Ukraine couldn't join NATO, but it could still join the EU. Russian troops would have left Ukraine. Crimea would have remained in Russian hands, as it has since 2014. The Wall Street Journal calls these terms punishing, but they're better than anything Ukraine will get now. Ukraine could have avoided war, territorial loss, and population loss. Note that when Ukraine got its independence in 1991, neutrality was part of the deal. It wasn't until after the U.S. backed Maidan coup in 2014 that the Constitution was altered and NATO admission became a goal. If the U.S. had stayed out, Ukraine would have remained intact. Absolutely. So now we all know there could have been peace. The deep state players, they didn't want peace. That's why they were trying to get Ukraine into NATO, because they actually want war with Russia. That's part of the 16-year plan. But again, here we are today, and they are pushing war. Now, very interestingly, NATO's newest member, Finland, is going to give Ukrainian forces the green light to use Finnish weapons for attacks on Russian soil. The chair of the Parliamentary Defense Committee stated Ukraine has the right to use these Finnish weapons against the military targets also on Russian soil. And then we have Germany. Germany's health minister wants to equip the country's healthcare system for military conflicts. What for? Germany does not have a single operation public air raid shelter to protect civilians anymore. So what are they preparing for? They're preparing for war. Now, what's very interesting, it looks like the German Ministry of Defense has confirmed the authenticity of a leaked audio. German Air Force chiefs talk secret U.S. and U.K. operations in Ukraine over encrypted phone line, revealing plans to deploy cruise missiles in Ukraine with American and British people on the ground. So they were about to start World War III. The audio includes a discussion about whether Taurus cruise missiles would be capable of destroying a bridge, seemingly reference to the new bridge linking Russia-occupied Crimea to the Russian mainland over the Kerch Strait. Cernovich put this out on X and said World War III has already begun. British troops are directing airstrikes in Ukraine. Germany intends to bomb Crimea. Don Jr. responded to this on X and said, are you paying attention? And that's exactly what's happening. We're moving in this direction. But I think Mike Benn sums all of this up. Mark my words, when the dust settles, we will learn that Ukraine was the largest CIA operation in history. Yes, That is the deep state layer. The CIA has been in there. We know it from the documents. And we could see that they are trying to start World War III. This is why Trump is saying, if you elect me, I can have peace. I can have peace in 24 hours. I know all the players. Because again, what's going to happen as we approach the presidential election? We're going to see war. People are going to be afraid. Yes, this is going to be a scare event. And it's going to look very, very scary. It's not just going to be talk of war. Remember, everything that we're witnessing, everything that we're seeing is not about, hey, let's tell you about it. I do believe what Trump and the Patriots are doing is let the enemy show you. Has the enemy shown you what they wanted to do with the border? Yes, you see all the illegals coming in. Is the enemy showing you what they want to do with the economy? Yes, the economy is crashing now. Is the enemy showing you how they infiltrated the schools and what they want to do to the population here with DEI, CRT, and the rest? Yes, the enemy is showing you. Is the enemy showing you how they really feel about you? Are they calling you names? Yes, everything is being shown to you. So if Trump is letting everyone know that World War III is coming, he's not just going to tell you, because do you believe him? Do you really believe that World War III is coming? And actually, all those people that are watching MSNBC, CNN, the Rhino Network, which is Fox, do you believe World War III is coming? Most people don't really see it yet. Some people do. But again, to convince the people that World War III is coming, what has to happen? Something big. Because sometimes you got to show the people. And once the people see it, then they will understand. And Trump has let us know, going way, way back, that something's going to happen in Taiwan. China is going to go into Taiwan. And what's very interesting is the OSINT Defender put this out on X, and it says the following. U.S. defense officials have reportedly decided to expand the Special Operation Forces liaison element within Taiwan, as several teams of Green Berets with the 1st Special Force Group, 2nd Battalion, Alpha Company will soon or have already arrived at amphibious bases used by the Taiwanese army on the island of Penghu and Kinmen, which is only roughly 6 miles from the Chinese mainland. These teams will work towards the training of Taiwanese special forces on the tactics and equipment of Western forces, while also assisting in the planning of defending the Taiwanese islands against an eventual Chinese invasion. Well, that's very interesting. Eventual Chinese invasion. The Taiwanese Ministry of National Defense and the U.S. Department of Defense have refused to officially confirm or deny this deployment. So it looks like things are building up in Taiwan. We see things are building up in Ukraine, and things are building up in the Middle East. And look what's happening. Everything now is approaching World War III. And yes, soon people will understand that, yes, the United States will be involved in this. It's not going to be, oh, it's just out in Ukraine, it's just out in Taiwan. The world will be affected by all of this. And the people of this country, they will see something almost like the Cuban Missile Crisis, 9/11, Pearl Harbor, because I do believe, let's talk about debt. Do you go to bed thinking about it? Do you wake up thinking about it? Here's the truth. The system traps you in debt. High interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. And insane inflation keeps you stuck paycheck to paycheck. Done with Debt is your lifeline. Done with Debt as an ingenious new strategy to help erase your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Done with Debt analyzes all the debt options you qualify for. They know how to reduce bills. They know how to cut interest rates. Their skilled staff of negotiators know how to get debt out of your life permanently, without bankruptcy, without a loan. Done with Debt are the experts in brilliant strategies for eliminating debt. But you need to hurry because some debt solutions are time sensitive. Here's how easy they make it. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com, donewithdebt.com, or click the link in the description. To convince the people something has to happen. Now, I don't mean cities are going to be destroyed, but it will be scary. If there is a missile flying towards the United States and it's shot down before it reaches the United States over the ocean, is that scary to the people? Well, wait a minute. We were just being attacked. A missile was headed our way. What happens if multiple missiles were headed our way? Will one get through? Yes, people, I think, are going to see this. If there's a cyber attack and it hits the financial institutions, it hits the power structure, the water, the election system, are people going to go, holy crap, who did this? We were just attacked? Yes, people are going to see this all play out. Will it be scary if the lights go out? If you lose communication? I do believe people will be scared. And I do believe this is the direction we're heading in. And people are going to see that, yes, World War III is starting. And Trump's going to say, listen, we don't have to have this. We don't have to go down this path. Even though what Biden is saying or Kamala is saying or the fake news is saying, we don't have to have war. I can stop this. If I'm elected, I will stop it in 24 hours. And I do believe the people, when they start to see this, they're going to go with the one guy that can have peace, even if they hate him, even if they can't stand him, because what's worse, this guy they can't stand or war, nuclear war, destruction, death, which is worse? That's when people are going to find the will to change. And what's changing now is what's happening with COVID. The entire narrative completely and utterly fell apart. The Wall Street Journal put this out and said, it's official. We can pretty much treat COVID like the flu now. Here's a guide. So the entire push to use the pandemic is completely and utterly falling apart. Yes, they can try to probably usher in disease X, but is anyone going to really believe it? Absolutely not. FX Hedge responded to this on X and said, COVID is always just another version of the flu. If you look at the government health data, influenza completely disappeared after 2020. They basically just assigned all of those cases to the COVID bucket. Absolutely. But let's go back a little bit in time. Remember going back in time when they removed many people's accounts and Trump's post on Facebook when Trump said he's comparing COVID-19 to the flu? Twitter actually restricted a similar tweet from Trump saying, yeah, this isn't true. We fact checked it. And now it's absolutely true. So basically all they did was they manipulated the statistical information. They used the flu numbers. They paid the hospitals, and they made you think there was a deadly, deadly, deadly pandemic. And they forced you to take their bioweapon. Think about what they were doing throughout all of this. And now studies, they have found that the majority of patients with long COVID, they were vaccinated. I think everyone's starting to see what's really been going on here. But let's go back to post 4306, May 21st, 2020. And it says the following: how do you convince people a vaccine is necessary, critical? Influenza deaths request correction. U.S. data on influenza deaths are false and misleading. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention acknowledges a difference between flu death and flu-associated death, yet uses the term interchangeably. Additionally, there are significant statistical incompatibilities between official estimates and national vital statistics data. Compounding these problems is a marketing of fear, a CDC communication strategy in which medical experts predict dire outcomes during flu seasons. Applied to COVID-19 data reports. Post 441, May 1st, 2020. Why are children immune to COVID-19? How many children die from influenza each year? Why are elderly more at risk to COVID-19? How many elderly die from influenza each year? Why are children immune to COVID? Because it's the flu. That's why. Post 4042, May 1st, 2020. Why are influenza medications effective at treating COVID-19? Because COVID-19 was just another version of the flu. They tricked everyone. Now think about this. Go back in time. Why didn't they want you to know about hydroxychloroquine? Why didn't they want you to know about ivermectin? Why did Big Pharma hide this? Yes, they wanted you to take the bioweapon. But if you found out that these medications cure the flu, what happens to the flu shot? What happens to everything that they've been telling you? Their entire narrative goes down the drain. This is what they were worried about. Yes, they were worried about, having these medications to cure COVID because they wanted to push the bioweapon. But now, after the fact, do you need anything that they have? No, you don't. Think about if this cures the flu, it cures COVID. What other viruses does this cure? This is something that they don't want the people to know. Big Pharma has been hiding the cures from the people. And now you could see it very, very clearly. Just like you could see what's happening out in Oregon and all those states that decided to basically decriminalize the drug market, remove the police. You could see that these different states, cities, they're having major, major problems. And sometimes you got to show the people the truth, Oregon just overwhelmingly recriminalized fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin, calling its decriminalization an unmitigated disaster. Anyone shocked by this? Look at California right now. The people of San Francisco, they've had enough. Because remember, the city is ravaged by crime, drug addiction. They changed the laws. People can steal. They can do whatever they want. Now the voters are saying enough is enough. So the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, they did a poll in which 61% of likely voters said they back both measures on the March 5th ballot. So what are these measures? Well, it would require illegal drug screening for recipients of city benefits, and another that would give police more power and less oversight. The pendulum is swinging the other way. The people, they're starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, we can't keep this up anymore because it's a complete and utter disaster. So everything the D's and everything they told them that this is going to be great, what's happening? Well, it's all falling apart on them. And now the residents, they're ready to sick the cops on the criminals. Proposition E would remove several shackles from law enforcement, authorizing them to engage in high-speed chases, use drones during pursuits, install more cameras in public places, and test electronic surveillance methods, file fewer reports about their use of force, substitute body camera footage for other types of documentation, and they're going to allow the police to go after all these people. Wow, Oregon is changing, San Francisco is changing, because again, sometimes you got to show the people, and why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? Because sooner or later, what's going to happen, the people are going to rise up and say enough is enough. With the illegals in all these different places where you see crime being increasing, you see the illegals on the streets, illegals getting all the benefits. What do you think the people are going to do in all these different cities and all these different states? They're going to push back like you've never seen before. And you could see everything is changing right now. Just like it's changing with January 6th. Julie Kelly put this out and said, this is the second time a DC appellate panel has determined that DOJ and DC District Court judges were over-sentencing January 6ers. Last year, DC appellate court concluded DOJ's application of prison time and probation for those convicted of petty offenses of parading was unlawful. So people, they're taking the matter into their own hand and they're pushing back, and they're taking their court cases to higher courts, and they're having what the DOJ's been doing, what the circuit courts have been doing, and they've been overturning these. So you can see the people, they're not just sitting by allowing this to happen. The people in different cities, they're taking back control, and people are now pushing against the deep state players. The deep state players, they're losing their narrative, and it's going to get worse and worse for them. Right now, we know that Adam Schiff, he's running for Senate in California, and it looks like ex-Dodger Steve Garvey's, he's rising to the top in the polls in California, and he's going after Adam Schiff. Let's see how that plays out. That's going to be very, very interesting. The other thing that's very interesting is that we have a candidate, Trent Staggs, out in Utah, and he's running for Senate. And Trent Staggs says that electing another conservative in the Beehive State is key to preventing another Mitch McConnell 2.0 as the next Senate Republican leader. And I do believe he's absolutely right. And you can see the people now, they're fighting back. They're fighting back from a grassroots movement, and they're pushing the rhinos out. They're pushing the deep state players out. They're pushing all of these people out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the people now are starting to realize that Biden, he's not going to be able to actually make it to the presidential election. And a lot of the Democrats, they believe that he is going to be swapped out. Rasmussen reports put this out and said nearly half of voters think it's likely the Democratic Party will find another candidate to replace Biden this year. And a former first lady is a favorite pick for the candidate switcheroo. Now, what's very interesting, like we said from the very beginning, it looks like the deep state players, they're now using the narrative that Biden is too old. Now, remember, they don't want to focus on his cognitive abilities, dementia. They want to actually use his age because they could use that against Trump later on. Because remember, once they remove Biden and they bring in a younger person, then they can definitely use this against Trump. And I do believe that's going to be their main focus when they do the old switcheroo. And what's very interesting is we could see already the New York Times, Business Insider, they're already starting the narrative of removing Biden because of his age. And this is the headline for Business Insider. A majority of Biden's 2020 backers now believe he's too old to effectively serve as president. So the New York Times Siena College poll revealed that the perils that Biden faces in what is poised to be a tight contest. Despite their similar ages, voter perceptions about Biden and Trump's acuity vary significantly. 81-year-old Biden faces a tough re-election bid this year. A majority of voters believe he's too old to effectively serve in the White House, and most of his supporters in the 2020 election also share a similar view. And this is coming from New York Times and Siena poll. In the survey, 72% of likely voters either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that Biden is too old to effectively serve in the White House. Among Biden's 2020 supporters, roughly 40% said the president could effectively serve in office, according to the Times. So we could see the people, they definitely don't want him there. In comparison, 42% of likely voters either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that 77-year-old Trump is too old to effectively serve in the office for a second term. So I do believe what they're going to do is they're going to remove Biden because of his age. They might use the 25th Amendment if he doesn't drop out himself. And I do believe that they're going to try then to use his age and actually project it onto Trump. Because remember, this is what these people do. They project it. Now, if they bring in someone that's much younger, they're going to actually use this. And I do believe this is going to be their strategy. But again, what is Trump showing America? He's not like Biden at all. And Trump, he's physically fit. He lost weight. He looks incredible. And I think what the people are going to see is they're going to see a very big difference. And actually, when the switcheroo happens, I do believe we're going to see a lot of evidence come out against the Biden, and they'll be battling something else than the age. So I do believe what Trump and the Patriots are going to do, they're going to deflect from all of this. Now, what's very interesting is we know the Supreme Court, they're going to address the question of presidential immunity. And we'll have to see what that ruling is. But Trump, he did put this out on Truth. He said the following: the Supreme Court will address this historic question of presidential immunity. Without presidential immunity, the president cannot function, as his political opponents will blackmail, extort him with the threat of wrongful prosecution at every turn. I look forward to presenting my case to the Supreme Court. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. But Trump, we know that he's being attacked from all angles by his political opponent, the tyrannical government, and they're trying to stop him at every turn. And Trump, when he was giving a rally in Virginia, he said, "I stand before you today as a proud political dissident." Take a listen.
The radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me. I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you. I stand before you today. Not only as your past and hopefully future president, because we're going to turn this country around fast, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident, and I'm proud, very proud of this country.
And that's exactly what Trump is, because if you look up the word dissident, what does that really mean? A person who opposes official policy, especially that of an authoritarian state. And that's exactly what he's doing. And this is why they're trying to stop him. He's not part of the rhinos. He's not part of the deep state. He's not part of the D's. He is with the people. He is MAGA. We are MAGA. Make America great again. But you could see the deep state players, they're panicking because Trump, he's winning in every state. Clandestine put this out and said Iowa, he won. New Hampshire, he won. Nevada, South Carolina, Michigan, Idaho, Missouri. He has won all these states. He is destroying Nikki Haley right now. Unbelievable. And you could see that Trump is getting the black vote. He's getting the Latino vote. And Biden, the deep state players, they're panicking over this. Biden, he put this out on X and said, "I will continue to call on Congress to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act so we can make police reform the law of the land." Rich Barris responded to this and said, translation, shit, he's over 20% support among black voters in the New York Times poll. Quick, toss them some crumbs and hope they shut up. That's exactly what's happening. And look what the fake news is doing. Patriots Are Controlling X put this out and said, cause, effect. So cause, and this is coming from the Washington Post, Trump hits new poll highs with Black Hispanic voters. What to make of it? Frustrated by Biden, Black men ponder their option. Effect: Washington Post. Voters cannot ignore Trump's racism. Donald Trump's con man hustle for the Black vote is not going to work. Patriots Are in Control responded to this and said, propaganda information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. See how this works? I think everyone's starting to see this. And everyone's starting to see that Nikki Haley, well, she is part of the establishment. Even though she says she's anti-establishment, I think everyone's starting to see that she's part of the establishment. And she has gone back on her pledge to endorse Trump. I think that was a given. And she's blaming it on the Republican National Committee, because remember, the RNC required all candidates who appeared on the debate stage to sign a pledge indicating they would support the party's eventual nominee. She's saying, well, the RNC is not the same because of what Trump has done, so she's not bound by that anymore, so she doesn't have to endorse him. So I do believe what Nikki Haley's going to do is she's going to stay in the race until the very, very end, because she's hoping to get all the delegates. Now, what's very interesting is that Nikki Haley, she won in D.C. This is her first victory in the GOP nominating race. Now, once again, think about D.C. D.C. is corrupt. It's the swamp. It's the establishment. So Nikki Haley, who's anti-establishment, won in the establishment swamp area. Mark Elias put this out and said, in a city of 700,000, Trump got 676 votes in the GOP primary. A tough jury pool. Stephen Miller responded to this, said, imagine bragging so openly that the system is rigged and that the constitutional right to an impartial jury is being so viciously and willfully violated. And yes, think about it. She won in D.C. D.C. is about 98% Democrat. Did you expect anything different? Absolutely not. Election Wizard put this out and said, GOP delegate tracker, Trump 244, Nikki Haley 43, DeSantis 9, Vivek 3. Trump has the lead, and actually, he's the nominee. Trump responded to Nikki Haley and said the following: I purposely stayed away from the DC vote because it is the swamp with very few delegates and no upside. Bird Brain spent all of her time, money, and effort there. Over the weekend, we won Missouri, Idaho, and Michigan. Big numbers, complete destruction of a very weak opponent. The really big numbers will come on Super Tuesday, also way up on Crooked Joe. And really think about what's happening right now. Nikki Haley, she's staying in the race. She'll stay to the very, very end because they're going to throw everything that they have at Trump. Remember, they had the ballots. We had the Illinois judge say, yeah, Trump is off the ballot. Again, that's not going to happen anyhow because of what just happened. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But they're trying everything they possibly can. They're hitting him with indictment after indictment, with ruling after ruling where he has to pay, 500 million, 600 million, almost $1 billion eventually. They're going to put so much pressure on him. They're hoping that he drops out. They're even going to take this to the next phase. They're going to try to convict him. This is why they're going after his immunity. Now, once again, this could play off in two different ways. But again, they're going to put so much pressure. They're going to continually hit him. These things are not going to go away because Haley, she doesn't need money. She doesn't need anything. She doesn't have to campaign. She just has to stay in the race. And if she stays in the race and something happens to Trump, she will get the delegates, even when Trump is the nominee. So she will try to stay in to the very, very end. I don't believe she'll ever concede. I mean, that should be very interesting because, again, they're going to go after him. But already the deep state is losing. Right now, the U.S. Supreme Court reversed the Colorado decision, which means all these other states that said, oh, he has to, that we can remove him from the ballot, that has been blown out of the water. And it was a 9-0 decision. Alina Habba put this out on X and said, the Supreme Court unanimously showed us today that we cannot silence the voice of the American people and stop democracy. I've said it before, lawfare will not stand. Due process will not be denied, and we, the people, will make our choice at the ballot box. The Constitution is clear. States have no authority to remove federal offices or federal candidates. Trump, he put this out on Truth. Big win for America. Absolutely. Now, Trump, he was giving rallies in Virginia, in North Carolina, and he said some very, very interesting things. One of them, he said, I'm the one that's ending the threat to democracy, because Trump is not the threat. It's Biden. It's Obama. It's Soros. It's the fake news. It's the corrupt politicians. They are a threat to democracy. And then Trump, he let everyone know that the American people, they are the judge, they are the jury. And when the elections come, the people are going to tell and show the deep state that, yes, we find you guilty of all your crimes. That is what's going to happen when the people vote and we vote in Trump. It's going to send a very clear message that we've been watching this trial. And that's exactly what's going on right now. This is a trial of the deep state players, the open borders, the failing economy, war, DEI, CRT, how they're calling us names, how they can't stand us, how they want to round us up. I think that's what Whoopi Goldberg said. And you can see that the people, they're going to make their ruling. And that's what this has been. This is one gigantic trial. And the people of this country, they are the jury. It's the court of public opinion. And Trump, he said that Biden and the rest will be tried at the ballot box this November. And he will be judged and convicted by the American people. Take a listen.
Crooked Joe will not succeed with these plans, and he will not get away with these crimes and their crimes. He will be tried at the ballot box this November, and he will be judged and convicted by the American people.
Absolutely. And Trump knows that they're going to try to cheat. He knows that they will cheat just like in 2020. They already know their plan. I think we all know the plan. But again, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're trying to push them down this path where they try cheating and they realize they won't be able to do it. Now, they could try to cheat, but again, they don't have the same pandemic. They don't have the same mail-in ballots, the drop boxes. They don't have the same laws in place. This is going to be very, very difficult for them. But Trump, he did say something that's very interesting. He made clear that the goal of the Democratic Party was to sign up the illegal aliens to vote in the upcoming election, but added that they don't really need that because what they do is they use blank ballots. So Trump, he knows exactly how they cheated. They really don't need the illegals. The only reason they need the illegals is to actually mail them the ballots and actually have them send it in. But do they really need them to do that? I don't believe so. So I don't believe the ballot cheating is going to work this time around. And I do believe in the blue states, they're going to try to use these people to go and vote in person. But I do believe in the end, this is going to fail. Stephen Miller put this out and said, because he's pointing to ALX, which is pointing to a Daily Mail article, and it says the following. Trump claims Biden's border policies are a conspiracy to overthrow the United States and claims Democrats want to spin migrants up to have them vote in the 2024 in a Fury Virginia rally speech. Stephen Miller responded to this, said, nullifying the laws and constitution of the United States to criminally import a new electorate is, by any definition, a conspiracy to overthrow the American Republic. This is inarguable. And yes, if you look at what happened in 2020, they overthrew the United States government. They overthrew the duly elected president. Are they trying to use the illegals to do this once again? Absolutely. Well, Trump, he let everyone know, listen, we can stop this. How can we stop this? Well, we need to come out in a massive amount in numbers. And we need to have a landslide because the landslide would be too big to rig. Take a listen to what he says here.
We'll secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win to get it done. And we want a landslide that is too big to rig. Too big to rig. That's what we need.
So basically, he's letting everyone know, listen, I got the people. I'm looking at the poll numbers. Right now, the number of people that we have on our side that's going to vote for we the people, well, they're going to have a very difficult time cheating. And he's letting the deep state know, listen, yes, we're going to win in a landslide. The amount of people, there are going to be too many of them for you to cheat. And I do believe what Trump, the Patriots are doing is they're forcing the deep state players down a very specific path. Because again, what happens when the deep state realizes, wait a minute, we just don't have the numbers? Because Trump has not 80 million, not 90 million, not 100 million, 120 million, 130 million. How in the world are we going to be able to pull this off? It's not going to work this time around. We don't have the pandemic. We don't have the laws that we have to place. And I do believe what's happening right now is that Trump doesn't want to just win by a little, by just overriding their cheating system. I think he wants to win by a lot. Now, again, if they decide to cheat and we have a landslide, Trump wins. But I think Trump is trying to push them into something completely different because we know that war is approaching. We know they're going to use war. He knows that they're going to use war. And he said, if you elect me, I can stop the wars. That means something is going to happen in this country. And he knows that. And he's pushing the deep state players down this path. Because I think in the end, what he wants is he wants the military to come full circle. Because remember, when they overthrew the United States government, the duly elected president, the military was activated. Now with war, once we're attacked, the military then can be brought onto U.S. soil and they can protect the national infrastructure. Because if the national infrastructure is attacked, yes, they can protect it. The National Guard can protect it. And the elections are part of the national infrastructure. They can protect this. And we could still have the elections, which means if we use paper and we use voter ID and there's backup poll books, what happens? Trump is going to show the deep state players, I win, not just by a little, I win by a lot. The biggest freight train, red wave landslide you have ever seen in your life. And he's going to shove it down the deep state's throats. And he's going to show them, look, I have the people. I mean, this could even be the Trump card if you really think about it. Because once this happens, it's game over for the deep state players, which means they're going to try to start war, which means they're going to pull out everything they possibly have. Because remember, they stay in power until Trump is inaugurated. But if they're starting war and Trump can have peace, I do believe the people and I do believe leaders around the world are going to call on Trump to actually usher in peace. The deep state, they're going to fight this every step of the way. Think about this. And they're not going to accept the election results, which means they will then activate their soldiers. They're not illegals. They're soldiers. It's the foot soldiers of the deep state players. But I do believe Javier Milei, he said something very, very important. He says, if you don't fight for your freedom, they will drag you into misery. Don't surrender. Absolutely. And Trump, he said this on Truth. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. Letting you know the people now are on his side. And I do believe that we are going to beat the deep state. We're already beating the deep state. And in the end, the deep state's going to realize they lost the country. All they have left is their little DC area, a couple of people in the fake news, the top brass of the FBI, DOJ, and that's pretty much it, except for all the illegals. And Trump has a plan to round them up. So in the end, the deep state will be left with absolutely nothing, because if you don't have the people, you don't have the country. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. Let's see here. Let this finish up. Get this little compliance thing out of the way. All right. we're going to do is we're going to jump over to this for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Now, what I'm about to say next is going to sting like a negative DNA test on the Maury Show, because the truth hurts. Sorry, but not sorry. Black folks, we are becoming a reflection of white slave masters. And before y'all shoot the messenger, listen to what I'm saying. Step away from how you feel and receive logic, because the truth isn't based on feelings, it's based on logic. Facts. Anyway, when I say that we're becoming a reflection of white slave masters, it's because of this new age cultural appropriation bullshit. For instance, we get mad at our own people for dating outside of our race. But that's exactly what we had to fight against back in our day. I think it was called Loving versus Virginia here in my state. My deity is the product of a biracial relationship that was considered illegal. We got out there and fought with civil rights movements so that we can shop in the same stores and to use the same public transportation. But then we turn around and tell our people, shop black stores only. They didn't get anywhere dividing us. We won't get nowhere dividing them, because division would never succeed amongst a group of people that God created. We are all the body of Christ, and God gave all of us dominion over Satan. And what is Satan? An evil entity that came to divide so that he could seek, devour, and destroy.
Yep. We're about to hear a chorus. We're about to get serenaded, I think. Well, maybe not. It sounds like it might have gotten past. It sounds like it might have gotten past the property before the dogs got out there. But this is the one that I wanted to show you before I shut down for the night.
You know why? You're getting raped and murdered because George Soros is funding all of these fucking jerk-offs. And I'm pissed off that everybody's afraid of this little old creepy man and his little dweeby son, Alex. So, without further ado, this is the official portrait of George Soros and his dweeby son, Alex. It's called The Noxious Feeding. Hello. Scalabrino here, famous American artist. I have a portrait of George and Alex I'd like to present. Maybe you want to hang it up in here. So I'm here. I know you see me. I have no fear. Come on down. I want to talk to you anyway.
So I wonder if anybody came down to talk to him. More than likely not. More than likely not. Yeah. And more than likely not. You know how that goes. All right. That's it for me today, guys. That's 8 hours and 10 minutes. I had to refire up Facebook just to let everybody know that, sorry, we lost you there. We will be back with you guys again tomorrow, 11 a.m. my time here on the West Coast. So that's Pacific Standard Time. That is. And Annette, you're safe from now on. You know, he can't put you in a corner no more. You got a wrench now. So, and if he attempts it, just hit him upside the head with the wrench, and you'll be boss. You know, it's because he won't be able to think for himself or be for himself or anything like that. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for joining me. Real quick, let's see. I'm going to go to this and see how we did today in helping Brother Rob. All right. So far today, we got we helped Navy vet raise $440 of his goal. I want to thank everybody that went over and donated for him. He's been a loving brother in our chat for years. And for anybody who's interested, this is Navy Vet 103's link. If you want to send something, if you were sitting there thinking about whether you were going to send me something for the day, I would rather you send it to Rob, because he's got a funeral to pay for, and he's got to make sure that he's got enough to cover next month's bills now that Grandma is gone. I'm doing everything that I can to make sure we do not have another homeless vet. Honestly, he didn't want to do it. I told him to make a give, send, go, and but then he called me back and he says, I think I need to. He says they're going to jack up the lot rent where they live, because it was in Grandma's name. They got the senior, deal, but he's in his senior community. He's not a senior himself. So it's basically like $500 more for him to be able to stay there on that lot. So we want to do everything we can to help him with that, and with Grandma's. Now he's been taking care of her for 11 years now. He's been a dedicated grandson, and who was not going to let her go through this alone. And he stuck with her right up until the very end. So she passed this morning at 3:30 and 3:30 a.m. And send prayers for him too. It's he's a little bit of a basket case right now. That was the closest person in his life. She did many things with him and for him. That was a very strong relationship. So my heart goes out to him. My prayers go out to him. And with that, I will catch you guys again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Be there or be square. Peace. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you.